Good evening, or good morning, and welcome to the live coverage here of the severe threat going on along the Gulf Coast. I'm student meteorologist Aaron Sri here to open up this live severe weather production here this morning as we have a line of strong showers and storms moving across the northern Gulf Coast here, across the Panhandle into southern Alabama and southern Georgia this morning. Looking at our live cameras across much of the southeast here, Louisiana, where this cold front has already passed through, the temperature has actually dropped 55 degrees this morning. Pensacola, where the lines of storms are actually currently moving through right now, 69 degrees. Tallahassee, 64. This is actually warmer than this time, or than yesterday evening, because that warm front lifted up and actually been bringing in some of that warmer, more humid air up. It's actually kind of done the opposite effect than cooling down overnight. And then Panama City, Florida, right now, we actually have a currently active tornado warning right now, 68 degrees right now, and cloudy with a current tornado warning in effect there. We'll zoom in there in just a second. Current winds across the area, pretty breezy across, especially off towards the west. So Tallahassee, 18 miles an hour, and Quincy, 28. These are current sustained winds right now. These aren't gusts, so gusts are higher than this. And then, of course, some of these stations might be broken too. Civil Dawes is 4 and Greenville 0, but that might pick up out of the south here shortly. Now, here's our local radar right now. We are here in Tallahassee, relatively drier, but if you look off to the west right now, we have a lot of that activity starting to move into the Emerald Coast of Panama City, Mariana, Dothan, crossing I-10. Right now, we have the active tornado warning in effect right now across Panama City, and we'll go there in just a second. Our future satellite radar will have those storms eventually making their way off to the west. Here is that strong line of showers and thunderstorms moving across the Tallahassee metro area. Sometime around the lunch hour, around between 11 and 12 or so, is when we expect to see the strongest of that line move through. By the time it gets to our area, it's going to be more in terms of, at least the biggest area will probably be more straight line winds, but again, a spin-up tornado is possible across that line, what we call a quasi-linear convective system here, where we could see these little spin-up tornadoes along that line as it moves its way through. In the afternoon, things will begin to die down as the line will then move off towards the west, or actually off to the east, and we'll have a more clear behind Tallahassee. Again, the severe threat today is an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5 right now risk of severe weather across the Big Bend, Panhandle, all the way up the East Coast into North and South Carolina right now this morning, and into the rest of the day today. So again, if you're anywhere within this area, even in the slight or the marginal risk, you want to make sure you stay weather ready, as of course these lines of storms could be damaging. So right now, currently, we're going to go back to radar. We're going to zoom in at Panama City as we have that currently tornado warning in effect across Panama City. Actually, we'll break it to the live wall here with Ryan in just a second.
I just wanted to add in, Aaron, that actually just a couple moments ago, train spotters in Bay County reported a tornado crossing US 98 east of the Hathaway Bridge. So just wanted to let you know about that.
That's train spotters observed that?
Yep. Okay,
so that means we have an active confirmed tornado on the ground then. As a result, we actually have people on the ground watching that, those train observers who train for this stuff. So this tornado you see right behind me here, this hook echo is actually indicating a tornado is actually live on the ground, which means that if you're anywhere within this polygon right here, from about Panama City here, over Springfield, over towards Bluntstown, and then up towards Washington County, down through Bay County, you want to make sure you stay in that interior portion of your bedroom or interior portion of your house, especially if you're around U.S. Route 231, traveling north up to Youngstown or more north of that. You want to make sure you stay in an interior room. So if we actually zoom in a little bit closer so we can kind of see the street view exactly where it's at, because right now it's moving through Lynn Haven currently right now, the northern portions of Bay County, moving pretty quickly actually off towards the north and the east here. So it's kind of paralleling Lynn Haven, crossing into here up the bay. So Youngstown again is next in that actual hook echo here, moving up towards the northeast. So Lynn Haven off towards the northeast, Youngstown, this intersection between 231 and I believe this is a State Route 77 here, right here where my finger's at, kind of intersecting 231 in northern Bay County. You want to make sure you go into an interior portion of your room. If you're actually traveling along the road, you actually want to pull over and go to a ditch if you can, or to an interior. If you find a building and actually has an interior hall to go into, that's actually preferred if you can. But if not, a ditch is the next best available option. And this tornado polygon also extends all the way up to Bluntstown, or just near Bluntstown, south of Alpha here. and off to the west of Blountstown. So again, if you're traveling any of these roadways early this morning here, you want to make sure you actually take cover, because there actually is an observed tornado, not just radar indicated, but an actual observed tornado according to our storm spotter network here. And this is a movement off to the northeast. If we can actually put a timing on here, we'll actually show kind of how quickly and what kind of the time frame is as it moves off towards the northeast here. So moving pretty quickly right now off to the northeast here. So according to our time predictions here, it should get to about Bayhead roughly around 6:05 or so a.m. Central Time. That's the difference here, because again, we're in Central Daylight Time here in Panama City. 6:58 to Youngstown, 7:19 to Saunders, and if it holds together, perhaps 7:36 a.m. at Fountain, which actually might be a little bit slow in terms of looking at the timing here, but in general, you expect either at that time, at the latest, or earlier than that. But again, it doesn't matter. If you're in this polygon right now, from Blountstown over towards Vernon in Washington County down into Bay County here, you want to make in Lynn Haven, and paralleling around 231, you want to make sure you go to the interior portion of your bedroom or your house, because again, there is an observed tornado from the storm spotter network here. So if we can actually zoom in a little bit, if we can actually show up the velocity here, we can actually see the actual spin of the atmosphere. The velocity actually helps us to see where we actually have any kind of spin. This is actually what helps the Weather Service to diagnose whether or not we have a actively rotating thunderstorm right now. And currently you can see a little bit grainy here, but a little bit of a broad spin here. It was a little bit more tight earlier, which indicates that it's perhaps starting to wind down a little bit, but still, nonetheless, we still do have some spin up in the atmosphere. And it's here in Southport is specifically where we have that current spin here indicated as it's moving off towards the north and east towards Youngstown. So Youngstown is the next population center that is next to get into this actual rotation area, into the cell, as it lifts off in that current direction. So again, Southport is currently where we have that broader area of circulation. This was a little bit tighter, as I mentioned, down as it made its way onshore here near Panama City Beach, and as it crossed the bay into Lynn Haven, into eastern portions of Bay County, Panama City, north of there. That's where we had the more broad, or the more robust spin, but now it's starting to wind down a little bit. But again, nonetheless, we're still under a tornado warning, and you want to make sure you stay prepared, or go into the interior portion of your house, of your building, and stay prepared, as of course, as this has actually been a confirmed tornado by storm spotter training, or by storm spotters here this morning. So very serious situation going on here across Bay County. So if we actually zoom out, we can kind of look at the line as a whole as it's moving off towards the east this morning. We'll go back to reflectivity actually to kind of show that snapshot. So we're zooming it back out to kind of showing the whole panhandle here, where we have the current robust activity. A little bit off towards the west here if we can, just to kind of show and highlight what the main action, what's going on. Actually, we'll actually go to Dothan there, because we actually do have a current tornado warning in effect there. It looks like it's a newly issued tornado warning here by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. We do have a tornado warning in effect for the city of Dothan. So if you are in southeastern Alabama this morning, Dothan is underneath a tornado warning. So along US, so if you take a trip further up the road from Panama City along 231, that's where we have that active tornado warning here in Dothan. Also intersecting around US 84, we have a current hook echo right here that's making its way off towards the north and east through Dothan. So if you're in Dothan right now or anywhere just off, especially off towards the east of Dothan, you want to make sure you go to the interior portion of your building you're in, so your home probably likely this morning, or your office building if you're into work a little bit earlier this morning, as we do have a currently issued tornado warning. No indication that there has been any observers, like currently observations, people on the ground that said that this tornado is actually on the ground, but again, it is radar indicating that nonetheless there is active rotation in that storm currently moving through, or about to move into Dothan, about across U.S. Route 231 into U.S. Route 84. So we can actually put velocity up. We can kind of show exactly what we're looking at in terms of why they issued the tornado warning. You can see, kind of let it loop back here. Yeah, it's not very broad, or not very what we like to call tight rotation, or tight couplet, where we have the reds and the greens really close to one another and very distinct on here. But we do have some broad rotation here occurring near Dothan as this whole system or this whole cell moves off towards the north and east. So again, if you're anywhere within this polygon from about off towards the Florida-Alabama border, along U.S. Route 231, off towards the north and east through Dothan into extreme southeastern portions of Alabama, so Echo and west, eastern portions of Enterprise. Also, even if you're in extreme southwest Georgia to near Blakely in the steam mill, you actually want to look at this too, because if it continues on, it may indeed enter into Georgia here. So you follow as well. Might need to start looking or thinking about where to go, just in case this does indicate that it continues on.
There are videos now on social media of tornado debris and destruction through Lower Grand Lagoon near Panama City Beach. So that's just something that's being shared on social media. So the storm that's kind of going north of Panama City has at least at one point produced a tornado, and I think they did just put it back to being an observed tornado. And it kind of shows like what the atmospheric setup is that the atmosphere is juice. The atmosphere, any of these storms say, can quickly produce a tornado warning.
That's right. As Ryan said, there has been some confirmed damage reports in your lower lagoon. That is just off towards the western portions of the Hathaway Bridge, if you've ever been, or the bridge that goes over into Bay County from the port over toward Panama City Beach, that lower lagoon area. It's also near the Navy base there in Panama City. Actually, if we can go back to Panama City to kind of show you exactly where I'm talking about, zooming in really close. Actually, go to Panama City Beach if you can, Josh. Yeah, so here, this area, even closer actually if you can. So this area right here, the Upper Grand Lagoon, this is where that cell entered in just off, or just as it moved on shore here. Damage has been observed according to our student meteorologist here, Ryan Stigren. He mentioned that there is some confirmed damage here across Upper Grand Lagoon. This is actually, first for reference, the port is right here my finger's at. FSU Panama City is actually just off to the north of that near Pretty Bayou. But the confirmed damage is right here, just off towards extremely off portions of the, off to the east of Panama City Beach over to Upper Grand Lagoon, kind of near the Navy base right here. That's where we have that confirmed report of some damage right now. So again, this was observed, and where this cell continues to go, just north of Lynn Haven, you want to make sure you go into that interior portion of your bedroom as we have, or of your house, as we do have, of course, the threat of a tornado currently still existing in that area, as we do have that, we had that observed tornado, and then we have observed damage caused by the tornado. So this indeed is a real deal, and this is currently occurring across the area. So actually, we'll go back to that Dothan cell, just kind of give an update on that still, and actually zoom in close if you can to Dothan to kind of show you exactly what is going on there. We'll try to go to Street View here, exactly just to show you what exactly is going on here. So if you're, just for reference for Dothan here, this is just off to the south of Dothan near Mullins, crossing U.S. Route 231, will eventually cross State Route 53. Actually, it looks like perhaps that broad area rotation actually may have already crossed and might be entering into just off to the east of Dothan, so U.S. Route 84 into Alabama, or State Route 52 there in Alabama near Smyrna, and near the Cowarts area. So if you're anywhere, again, I want to stress out, you'll hear it a lot today on our live coverage of this event going on. You want to make sure you go to an interior portion of your house, your office building, or if you're driving and there's no building whatsoever, and you're in the absolute last resort is going to have to be pulling off to the side of the road and find a ditch, because you don't want to be in the path of a tornado, or don't ever try to outrun a tornado either in a car, because again, these tornadoes are moving very quickly this morning as we have very strong winds pushing these cells off towards the north and east ahead of the main line of thunderstorms here. So actually, we'll zoom out to show the entire panhandle of Florida and southern Alabama to kind of show exactly what the whole setup here, and we'll go back to reflectivity. Right, so here we have that main line of showers and thunderstorms. This is the main line behind it. So it looks like it's just clearing Pensacola right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings are now in effect for about basically all of Santa Rosa County, also extreme southern portions of Escambia County, Florida, or Escambia, Florida County, as well, getting into extreme western portions of Okaloosa County as well. Then in Alabama as well, we also have portions of Escambia County, Alabama, and then also into Covington County as well in Alabama. That's where we have that tornado or that severe thunderstorm warning. Also, the National Weather Service too in Tallahassee also has issued a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this line as well into Walton County, Florida, into into Jackson County and upwards into the portions of Alabama here. So again, you want to make sure you are prepared for this because even a severe thunderstorm warning too could even produce as much damage as tornadoes as well, anywhere within this area as well here. So again, you want to stress that this whole event is all moving off towards the east or so. So Tallahassee, even though you're not currently in this whole mess right now, you will eventually be in this mess here as it comes closer to the metro area. So we might see a few of these stronger cells as we see in Panama City ahead of the main line, although these should probably not hold together as much as they progress off towards the east. The main show here in Tallahassee is going to be this line behind here, which is not going to move through until around the lunch hour today. So you actually want to have that radar app handy throughout between now and actually through noon, 1 o'clock or so until this line is finally clear. Because once this line clears, we'll have that reduction in instability, which is what we actually kind of measure, or what we call CAPE, to help actually measure how buoyant these air parcels are to rise and bubble up these thunderstorms. And so once we have that cold front line that actually eventually does clear out, we'll eventually have the more stability, we'll have more cloud coverage, and things will begin to wind down drastically as we get through about the 1 o'clock hour here Eastern time across the Big Bend, and this will continue to move off towards the east. But again, we have the risk for severe that does extend across the entire region, so basically Pensacola all the way through just north of Tampa, so Pasco, Hernando County, and northward of there through Gainesville into Jacksonville and upward to the Carolina coast has an enhanced risk at level 3 out of 5, which at least by the Storm Prediction Center indicates that we have numerous severe storms that are possible across the area. And with that too, that means that there is a 10% chance of seeing a tornado in about a 25-mile radius. So if you were, I actually saw on the news here a good analogy. So if you were to put a dot in the middle of Tallahassee and then draw a line 25 miles outward from that line in any direction, you would actually have a 10% chance of a tornado occurring in that area. But even though it might seem like a low chance, if you kind of combine that with all of the area that's actually being affected by severe weather, we have actually a decent chance of seeing these tornadoes occurring. And we have this morning, again, with the Panama City tornado and the extreme tornado near Dothan into Houston County, going into Henry County in Alabama right now. So again, we want to stress this morning, if you are under tornado warning at any time right now between now and whenever this event clears, you want to make sure you go to an interior portion of your house, your home, your office building, wherever you're at, or if you're driving, do not try and outrun the tornado. If you can, find a building and go to an interior portion of that. If not, then try to pull over to the side of the road and find a ditch. That is the last resort option if you can here. But we'll actually pass things over to Ryan to give you more updates at the TV wall.
Yeah, like you mentioned, so any of these storms can produce a tornado and pretty quickly produce a tornado. Like Aaron mentioned, you definitely want to be taking your tornado precautions when a warning is issued for your area, because the atmosphere is set up today to where not only can it produce a tornado very quickly, and in Florida, that's kind of the storms that we get is a tornado that can produce on a dime like that. We can actually get some long track, even stronger tornadoes today. The atmosphere is set up and juiced very much. This is actually taking a look at Bay County. So this is the water pumping station, and the tornado warning system passed just by it a little bit ago. So actually taking a look at radar here, this down here kind of takes all of these products and says this is where the rotation is right here. And it's going to be coming up on Fountain here in the next couple minutes. And taking a look at velocity, we're also seeing quite a decent bit of rotation. I'm going to take it down to one panel so we can kind of get our bearings straight, everything we need to know. What this purple box means is that this tornado at some point in time has been observed. Now, it might not be on the ground right now, but at some point in time, this storm was producing a tornado. And we know that because we're seeing damage reports on social media, on Twitter and Facebook. But this storm right now, moving near Fountain, It's going to be coming close to Campus Lake here in the next few minutes. Sink Creek and Alta also going to be in the next few minutes. When we take it over to velocity, this is kind of what shows wind speed and direction. So the green and red, when they're moving in opposite directions of the radar, if they're close together, that's where we can get some spin in the atmosphere, and that's what we're seeing right now on the radar out at Eglin Air Force Base. Now this product here kind of takes all those colors that you see on the wind product and says, this is where the rotation is. The brighter colors, that's where the rotation is. It's going to be right near Fountain. Fountain, if you're in Fountain right now, you want to be taking your tornado precautions because the storm is actually going to be moving your direction here in the next couple minutes time if it hasn't already started working its way in the Fountain. The radar is probably about 3 to 5 minutes between updates, so it's going to be a little bit until we get another radar scan, and by that time it's going to jump a little bit more forward in time. Taking a look at what's next, like I mentioned, Compass Lake, Alta, Sink Creek, Oakdale, you're all part of this tornado warning. Just getting an update for a storm out in Dothan. Well, actually, we can switch radar sources. It looks like that one was confirmed at some point. The warning I just got says it's radar indicated, but at some point in time, it does look like this storm was producing a tornado. And again, here's kind of taking all the colors and simplifying it down to this is where the majority of the rotation is. Zooming in, look, right near Webb is where this storm is going to be. And again, the rotation is going to be somewhere right in here, nearing Webb, in between Cowarts and Webb. So if you're in that area, you definitely want to be taking your tornado precautions. This storm, again, packing a punch. You see these bright colors of purple, of red. That's really indicating where heavy rain is falling, the possibility for hail is falling. We can actually take a look at a specific hail product. Not seeing any hail picked up on radar. The way the radar is scanning, it can kind of tell what's rain, what's a little bit bigger particles in the atmosphere. So it could be hail, could be at some point tornado debris, depending on the storm. But right now, just heavy rain coming down. So if you're in Webb or around Webb, and you're thinking, oh, let me go outside and try to see this. You're probably not going to see this because the storm is going to be rain wrapped. And a lot of these storms say could be rain wrapped tornadoes. So if you're trying to, go out and see it, I don't recommend that because, again, heavy rainfall, and that tornado is going to be on you like that. Just got, looks like a tornado watch got extended for Alabama, Georgia, until 2 o'clock today. So this is going to include Troy, Dothan, Mobile, Tifton, actually not Mobile, Tifton, Douglas, Waycross, Lake City, Tallahassee, Crawfordville, Apalachicola, and it's going to be running until 2 o'clock today. So pretty much from like here all the way over into the Florida Panhandle is where we're going to be dealing with that tornado watch. Going back to the storm here in Florida, it does look like near Fountain it is trying to get itself together. We have to switch between radar sources just to see kind of, we're going for what's closest to the storm. And again, the hook echo, and what I say by that is we're getting inflow. So in order for a storm to rotate, it needs some sort of inflow, and it's getting wind coming and curling around the storm here, as well as wind coming from the storm, and that's what's producing the rotation right now over Fountain. I want to check our debris product because it's kind of hard to say for sure on this, but it does look like there's at least a possibility for some sort of debris. It might be, I'm starting to think it's more of a radar thing. The radar is just picking up some false returns, but again, this rotation near Fountain is very strong and tight. So right near Fountain is going to be moving up towards Compass Lake here in the next few minutes' time. That's where we're going to be seeing the possibility for rotation right now. So again, if you're in the Florida Panhandle, most of us are under tornado watch between Lake City and the state line, all of us under tornado watch. And then, of course, these storms are producing a tornado warning. And these storms are part of a bigger line that's going to be moving in. And that line also has the possibility for some severe thunderstorm warnings. What's going to happen, I think, is we're going to see these storms out from the line. Anything like out here, and that's in the Gulf of Mexico right now, that's where our storms are more likely to produce tornadoes. And then along this line is going to be where it's more likely to produce severe thunderstorm wind gusts and possibly some flooding rain. I don't think that's as much of a concern, but it's going to be these storms out in front that are more supercellular in nature that have the possibility to produce these tornadoes. And again, these tornadoes today are not going to be a quick spin up, or I mean, some of them could, but the idea of, you know, the look of the atmosphere today is conducive of producing these long track damaging tornadoes. We've already seen some debris and destruction across near Panama City Beach. Again, the storm near Fountain really looks like a textbook supercell. It's really kind of getting itself together as we've got that inflow coming in, we've got the rain wrapped around it, and it's going to be nearing Compass Lake and Oakdale here in a few minutes' time. So if you're in Compass Lake and Oakdale, you definitely want to be moving into the center portion of your home, apartment complex. I know it's early, a lot of us just getting up, or you know, maybe your phone's going off and alerting you. You want to be taking your tornado precautions right now because this storm has at one point in time produced a tornado, and while it might not be at the current moment, it can do it any time pretty quickly. These storms today are going to be very quick to you know, kind of post up and post down. So a tornado warning could be issued anytime for any of these storms and can be producing a tornado in just a couple minutes. So again, right near Fountain, red is going to be winds moving towards the radar, green is moving away from the radar, and where they come together, that's where we're going to be seeing that rotation in the atmosphere. And so what's happening is Doppler radar is scanning at, over here, it's probably like, 2,000 feet. So 2,000 feet above Earth, there's rotation, okay? Whether or not that rotation is making it down to the surface, we don't know. Of course, there could be some reports on social media about it, but we don't know for sure unless, you know, we have spotters out. Massive damage in Lower Grand Lagoon near Panama City Beach. Fountain, safe place. I'm just kind of scrolling through social media to see if there's any reports of damage or something. Yeah. And another thing that we could be dealing with today is as these storms are coming on from the Gulf of Mexico, we could be seeing, you know, water spouts sitting in the Gulf of Mexico that come on in, like this storm did, come on in and make kind of a landfall and end up being a tornado. And we're also going to be keeping our eye on, you know, inland, of course, dealing with the possibility for tornadoes as well. The atmosphere is juiced today. There's, you know, no doubt about it that there's instability, lift, shear, all the ingredients needed to produce tornadoes today. This storm out near Dothan looks like it's losing its strength right now, but that's just for the moment. Of course, these storms today can pop up and down very quickly. So just because right now it's not rotating a lot, it doesn't mean that, you know, it won't be in, you know, 5-10 minutes. It just means that, you know, for right now, looks like the storm is kind of straightening out and is not rotating as much. But of course, you know, in the next couple minutes, that could change. But again, these winds within the storm look to be more straight line as of right now. But switching back to the storm out near Panama City Beach, it's kind of, you know, not the same situation as the storm near Fountain. Is, you know, still rotating, still got some strong rotation associated with it. This is looking at the Tallahassee radar, so might be scanning a little bit higher. Looks like about 4,000 feet, so a little bit higher than our radar out at Eglin. But again, this storm, at least in the higher levels of the atmosphere, picking up some very strong rotation. This is just taking all the colors that we've seen. We've seen, you know, the radar just shows a lot of colors. It kind of spits it all out, and this runs a computer algorithm and just simplifies it down. At least as of the last scan was showing some stronger rotation. Now it looks like the more recent scan showing a little bit weaker rotation. I'm going to switch back to the closer radar over at Eglin and take a look at this storm. Again, it looks like Eglin picking up a little bit stronger rotation. This storm is passing just south of Compass Lake, and it's going to be working its way up. A lot of communities up here, so if you're if you're near Compass Lake, in between Compass Lake, Sink Creek, if these towns sound familiar to you, you want to be taking your tornado precautions here in the next couple minutes. As these storms, they are moving very quickly as well. It doesn't take a lot of, spin in the atmosphere to produce these tornadoes, because not only is the atmosphere pretty well conducive for tornadoes, but these storms are moving very quickly around. Aaron, it looks like you have an update for us over at the wall.
That's right. We do have an update here in terms of the watches going on across the area, as we have an extension of the actual tornado watches going on right now across the Big Bend now. So Tallahassee is now included in that newest update, the latest update of the watches now. That does include Tallahassee and much of the metro area of Tallahassee in that tornado watch here. So I'll show it to you very shortly once the camera moves back onto my end here at the wall. But again, this includes much of Tallahassee, over to Perry, and over into southern Alabama, as in Georgia as well. So again, we want to iterate that, there we are, that this is indeed an update, latest update on the severe weather watch here. This goes all the way from just off towards Apalachicola, for if you remember, it ended right here just a moment ago. This now includes pretty much the entire Big Bend of Florida, over towards I-75, just near near Alachua County, and over to Columbia County here in Florida, and then up into southern and even central Georgia too. So kind of approaching Macon here. Warner Robins is in the location here, and as well into these towns here, to Thomasville, Bainbridge, into southwestern Georgia as well, and also creeping in on into Jacksonville as well. This will likely be extended off towards the north and the east as we go on throughout the next portion of the day. Again, we want to stress that a tornado watch is whenever we have the ingredients to create a tornado. So if we want to use an analogy here, as we said on FSU Weather, tornado watch is like having the ingredients before you actually bake something. And then actually a tornado warning is when you have the ingredients to come together to actually create the final product, create whatever you're baking, whatever you have is whatever is the finished product there. So again, a tornado watch is whenever we have the ability to have a tornado when conditions are favorable for tornado. A tornado warning is when we actually currently have observed or radar indicated tornado either on the ground or as shown on radar here. So again, what we've seen this morning here across the Panhandle here. So again, this is a tornado warning, for example, here just south and about to approach over onto I-10 here, just off towards the west of I-10 or of Tallahassee here. That is a tornado warning. That means that there is a radar indicated or observed earlier for this specific, at least for this specific case, tornado earlier that was on the ground near Panama City. And then the yellow shade here behind me is all the tornado watch. So again, that includes Leon County and Jefferson County, Wakulla County, much of the whole metro area here across the Big Bend. So we'll actually kind of talk about some tornado safety tips and kind of go into exactly where exactly you should go. Again, we've all been mentioning here, go into the interior portion of a building of your home if you can, or an office, because it is very crucial whenever you have a tornado active across the area, because we can have flying debris, flying around, etc. So it is very dangerous out here. But again, kind of going over some of the terminology here. So a severe thunderstorm warning means that we have winds at least of 58 miles per hour or hail in excess or of at least 1 inch or more of that. So that's about quarter size hail. So if you take a quarter out of your pocket and hold it out like that, that's about the size of the criteria, at least for a severe thunderstorm warning. That's the base severe thunderstorm warning, and this is likely exceeding of this as we continue on throughout the next several hours or so here. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. If you ever see this tag here, that means that you have winds of at least 70 miles an hour or greater, hail of at least 1.75 inches in diameter. That's about a golf ball size hail, so about like that here. Of course, if you play golf, you might know the size of a golf ball. But again, very dangerous, of course. This can damage your windshield potentially. And then 80 plus mile per hour winds with size 2.75 diameter hail or larger, so that'll be about baseball sized hail or larger, would get the destructive tag here. We haven't seen much in terms of this category here this morning. It's possible, but I think the more likely scenario is probably the base or the considerable amount, at least from what we've seen. And if we do hit destructive, it might be only in terms of the wind speed, not because of the hail. Because right now the hail threat isn't really exceeding a lot right now. So we haven't really gotten any reports of hail this morning, but again, just something to keep in mind. And again, you get all the tornado and all those severe thunderstorm warning alerts here issued by the National Weather Service on your phone. So as you wake up this morning and turn your phone off of Do Not Disturb, because we will have potentially a tornado warning in your area or a thunderstorm warning in your area, you want to make sure you get that alert straight to your phone and know when to actually react and take cover, because this is instantaneous here once you actually get that alert. And again, even before you get the alert to you, want to make sure you know where to go actually in the event of a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado. And you actually do want to treat a severe thunderstorm warning just like a tornado warning and go to the interior portion of your house, because we can have damaging straight line winds, which is the biggest threat here in Tallahassee. Not as much over towards Pensacola and the western panhandle, because that's more of a tornado threat. But again, you could still see the same damage right where you are. So kind of reiterating some of the tornado terminology here, what the difference between a watch, a warning, and even an emergency is. Watch, as we said, conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. You have all the ingredients there in place for actually tornadoes to form throughout the day. A warning is when we actually have tornadoes that have been spotted either by radar or by a trained observer. And an emergency is only used very rarely is when we have a really serious situation where we have a tornado radar indicator that could go into a large population center. So again, a tornado warning and emergency are basically the same. You want to treat the exact same way. You want to take action, go actually into that interior room, and portion of your house. And we'll actually kind of go over that right now, actually. So if you ever see this in the horizon here, or just a tornado warning polygon over your house, you want to know where to go, right? So you want to go to perhaps the stairs, the hallway, or the closet inside your house. Again, really anywhere that's not, it's away from an exterior wall or an exterior window, because if you have any debris that could be flying, it can go through that wall, it can break down the wall, it can even break through windows as well. So you want to kind of put as many walls as you can between you and the outside to try and limit the amount of debris that can be flying if indeed there is a tornado going towards your house. So again, avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. Cover yourself with blankets or mattress for protection, or even a helmet if you have access to like a bike helmet near you too. It could also help protect your head in case of any flying debris around the area too. Also, the other thing too is don't be next to your garage too, because actually many people don't know, and similar to hurricanes, one of the garage is one of the weakest points of your house. So do not go into the garage here as indicated by the house here. You want to go to an interior solid portion of your house. So the hallway, closet, or underneath the stairway is the best. Of course, here in Florida, we do not have basements very often here. It's very rare to find that. But of course, basement is the 100% best option to go to if you can. Might be more common in Alabama and Georgia, but again, if you have a basement, that'd actually be the best place to go to, even better than the hallway or interior portions of the first floor of your house. And that's the other thing too, is go to the lowest floor of your house too. Don't just go to interior portions of your floor. If you can, try and go to the lowest floor as you possibly can, because you're going to put as much building as much stuff between you and the outside, which is the main goal, of course, here. So, of course, you want to stress, are you actually storm ready, of course, here? So, is your house a good location to take shelter? If not, then try and find a neighbor or a friend or a family member as well. You can go to their house as well. And actually, right now in Tallahassee is actually the best time to do it right now, is to go to that neighbor's house, go to that friend's house, because, at least while we're in the watch, because you're ahead of the warning. There's no currently active warning in your area. So right now, if you're in Tallahassee, or really anywhere towards, I should say, near Jacksonville, or even near Gainesville, etc., now is the time to actually go to that friend's house, that family member's house, and stay at their house, perhaps throughout the course of the day today, or be nearby, just so that in case there's a warning that is actually issued, you actually have a better place to be at, and you don't have to worry about finding that shelter when that comes, because you may only have minutes to react if that is the case. If not, then try and find an open storm shelter that is open here, if possible, in your area. And again, we want to stress, you want to do this now while there's a watch. You don't want to do this when there's a warning, because when there's a warning, it's too late. Watch is the key here. That is the time to be prepared, not the time to take action. Take action is whenever you have the warning in place, and that's when you already should have your plan there. So, of course, throughout all of this, you want to make sure you have you want to stay aware of the weather using weather radios. No weather radio is a good resource to have, and we encourage here at FSU Weather, and Weather Service encourages, and pretty much everybody encourages it to purchase, if you can, a weather radio. If not, your phone is also good too, because your phone can also give you the alerts, as we showed earlier, as well as weather alerts. TVs, if you can. TVs is the best way to get the visuals. So as you're watching me here on FSU Weather or your local news, is the best way to kind of get up-to-date information, the more accurate information as well. And of course, the power can go off too, which is kind of leads into the next thing too, into having your phone charged. If you can, charge your phone right now while you have power. Charge your backup batteries too, actually, because those actually might come in handy if the event of a power outage. And once you've checked all these boxes here in some fashion or another, then you're ready for the warning. In case that warning does get issued for your area, you'll know what to do, you'll know how to react, and you'll put your life less at risk here. So again, very crucial to have all these steps in place right now while there's a watch instead of the warning. And I should stress, Apalachicola River eastward is where I mean about having that plan in place now. But we'll go back towards the radar and kind of show more of what's going on here across Big Bend with Josh.
Thank you so much, Aaron, for that wonderful tip. One thing I will add to Aaron's tips is, especially with kids, make sure that in Tallahassee, if you are right now, make sure to get helmets, because one thing that could also be unpredictable, like thunderstorms, is kids. So make sure just to have them have helmets ready for them, just in case they ever try to do anything that you're not expecting. But as we bring it on back to radar, we're seeing these line of storms work its way northeast, especially, and as we see, we're now all under a tornado watch, as Aaron has reiterated. But now we're seeing, actually, we're going to zoom in on this tornado warning heading into, actually, I think it's expanded. Can you zoom back out towards the edge of the tornado warning? Let's see. Now we see we're definitely going to be under a tornado warning here in Mariana. It's going to extend into southwestern Georgia. But as we also see this hook echo right here, it's going to make its way northeast. So if you're in that area, take shelter now. Again, as Aaron just said, get into your house. If you have a basement, get there. Make sure. Another thing to make sure is that cover your head if you don't have a helmet, just in case there is that flying debris. So just make sure to take action now. Get into your storm shelter or into the interior room of the house, as mentioned. Now we also see, if we can zoom out a bit. There we go. So thankfully our tornado warning has expired in Panama City. But another thing to keep in mind is that, actually, thank you for the timing. So right now we're going to see that tornado warning in southwest of Mariana, if we can zoom back in. But as we move inwards, we're going to be expecting the tornado to make its way in 7:26 Central Time at Chipola Terrace. Then we get to, then it's going to make its way up into Florida at Steam Mill, and then Donaldsonville before it crosses over the state line into southwestern Georgia. So we got Steam. If we can get a timing on this, but either way, it's going to be making its way towards Steam Mill, Donaldsonville, and making its way into Mayhaw and Bellevue. So if you are in those cities, take cover now. And even if you're not in the area of the tornado warning, we're all still under a tornado watch, meaning that the conditions are ripe for tornado. So we have Steam Mill at 9:47 a.m. If it lasts longer, it'll go into Donaldsonville at 10:29. 11:15, and then at Mayhaw, and it's going to be, and if it's really strong, like tri-state area strong, then it could last until like 12:21. So I don't think it's going to last that long, but regardless, throughout the day today, make sure that you're taking some time. But as you see, now we zoom in this is just happening south of Mariana. We're seeing that hook echo right over here, and that's basically showing the changes in direction of velocity, and that's what we're signifying the rotation that we are seeing. It's not as we're seeing it mainly over here, but here in where I'm pointing, but we're still seeing some strong amounts of rotation. Now, as we zoom back out, we also have actually, if we can go into, I think, Santa Rosa County, we also have a tornado warning as well, if we can zoom in on that. Yeah, perfect. So, but yeah, we do have a tornado warning in Santa Rosa County as well. So if you are in that area going towards Crestview, going into right in Crestview, heading up towards I-10, ideally, if I were you, I'd get off the road and get into a sturdy shelter, and as a last resort, get into a ditch if you can't find a sturdy shelter. The last thing you want to do is take shelter underneath a bridge, because that's actually one of the worst places to take shelter under, mainly because it'll kind of act as a wind maxima area and allow for more. It'll be a lot easier for you to get sucked out from underneath the bridge. So ideally, find shelter in a ditch or low-lying area. So if you can see some more reflectivity. Actually, no, we're on. There we go. So we actually have a tornado warning right over here and right. It's going to be making its way northeast, going towards I-10 and heading a little bit towards Defuniak Springs. So if you're in that area right now, so as I said with the tornado, the other tornado, and I think in Mariana, make sure you're taking shelter at this moment. This is not the time to play around. This is the time to get in your storm shelter. Make sure to stay weather aware. Do not take this lightly. So as you see, if we can get timing on this, we are right now seeing the tornado warnings extending from right going over into the Santa Rosa Okaloosa County line. So
yeah, just trying to get wind speeds up for storm speed.
no worries. So one thing I do want to bring up. All right. So while Ryan's working on that, one thing I did want to bring up is as we're seeing enhanced risk going across the southeastern Gulf, extending from Alabama and Mississippi all the way into the Panhandle, and even going from Tallahassee to Gainesville. So one thing that's allowing for here we go. So we actually right now we're seeing the tornado. We're expecting the tornado in right. It'll get to Valparaiso at 6:34 Central Time, so you don't have much time at all. And then in 6:50 in Alpine Heights. So if you're in Valparaiso, take some time.
Tornado, Josh, and it's running until 7 a.m. local time. Our timestamps at the top is going to be a little confusing because our system is here on Eastern time, and we're kind of jumping back and forth between Central time, Eastern time, so it is kind of getting a little confused on where we're at. But this looks like Valparaiso. This tornado warning storm is on you right now.
Yeah.
And in the next about 15 minutes, Alpine Heights is going to be seeing this tornado warning. Even though Alpine Heights, you're not currently in this tornado warning, it's going to be knocking on your doorstep here in the next 15 minutes. These storms are moving very quickly off in the east direction. So is radar indicated capable of producing a tornado, but just, you want to be taking your tornado precaution with all these storms that we've seen, observed tornadoes and confirmed tornadoes saying, well, this storm doesn't have any signs of it being on the ground right now. That's not to say in the next couple minutes it won't be.
Yeah, Ryan's completely correct. While these storms are moving very quickly, so even though you may not be under a warning now, you could be under a warning if you're near any of these affected areas that are already under a warning. So that's why you need to stay weather aware, because we have all under enhanced risk. That means we're all under a greater chance of being affected, possibly getting hit by a tornado. So make sure that if you're not paying, that even if you're not under a warning right now, you keep your weather radios, you keep staying weather aware, whether it be through TV, radio, or through your phone or any other electronic device. Also, make sure to keep those devices charged as mentioned. So as you're seeing, right now we're seeing the tornadoes hanging over Mariana to the east of it. If we can zoom out
The
again?
storm in Mariana, as of 13 minutes ago, was confirmed on the ground. There is a velocity scan showing, wind speed and direction, and there is definitely some tight rotation just northeast of Mariana right now.
Yeah.
Crosby, Grand Ridge, Little Hope, Greenwood, you're under this tornado warning. There's the debris tracker. I want to take it back. If we take it back in correlation coefficient, which is basically scanning the atmosphere for debris, you can see kind of a little pop-up near US 71 that might be debris. It was about 7:21 they confirmed this tornado on the ground. So it's like just south of 71 and I-10 was where they kind of picked up this tornado. And now there could still be a debris signature associated with this storm. As the storm kind of moves off to northeast near Greenwood, it's going to pass just to the east of Greenwood near Seamill. If we zoom in even further, we could possibly get some street words. Delwood, Lovedale, you're part of this tornado warning near Chipola Terrace, 2 Egg. You're going to be part of this tornado warning as well. As the storm moves off, if you can point at the rotation.
Yes, so the rotation is going to be around in this year, as Ryan said, mainly northeast of Mariana. Can we actually do timing on where it's going?
Yeah, let me pull that up. So the storm is moving at 50 miles per hour to the northeast. These storms are moving, very quickly today, and you're not going to have a whole lot of time to take your tornado precautions if these storms are issued quickly. So Lovedale, this storm is going to be on you in the next
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, 40 to 50 minutes. So
I would say quicker than that.
Yeah, probably. Now the timings aren't. With how fast the storm is going, these timings are going to be aren't going to be the most accurate in terms of what's listed. They're going to actually be quicker. So what you're going to want, they're going to be much earlier. So what you're going to want to do is make sure if you're in any of these areas, whether it be from Lovedale going northeast all the way into Donaldsonville and then going into Bellevue, you're going to want to make sure that you're already prepared, as I've been mentioning over and over again, because that's how important this is. So Lovedale is going to probably coming in a lot sooner. I would say around 7:15. Then Steam Mill probably is going to be not too long after that. So make sure if you're not. So at this point, it's time to take action now. If you're in a straight building, great. Just make sure you get ready to get into that storm shelter. If not, if you're in a mobile home, or if you're just out in the open, or you're still out driving, make sure that you make your way into a sturdy shelter at this time. So
I want to add on, Josh, that I just pulled up power outage numbers from across the Panhandle. Walton County, we've got about 8,000 customers without power. Holmes County, about a third of the county is without power. Washington County, about 3,000 customers, with almost 4,000 without power. Bay County, about 7,000 customers without power. So as these storms are coming across the Panhandle, whether or not they're producing a tornado, they're producing strong winds that are knocking out power across the Panhandle. And here in the Panhandle, a lot of our power systems are above ground, so it's easier for these falling trees or strong winds to knock out power. As these storms approach us here in Tallahassee, I kind of want to, as we're waking up and getting out of bed this morning, I want to, kind of reset the stage. And maybe you're just now joining us. It's 7:38 in the morning. You're probably just waking up. And you've been hearing the last couple of days the news talking about these strong storms moving through, and now these storms are starting to work their way in. So us here in Tallahassee, for right now, we're quiet. We've got a little bit of time to prepare, but these storms are starting to move in very quickly. Looking at radar, just off to the west, Mariana and Crestview, nearing these strong to severe storms. That tornado watch is up until 2 o'clock today, so just want to pay attention for all of us here in the Panhandle.
Yeah, definitely. So, actually, can we zoom back in on the tornado? Not this one, the other one.
The other one. Yeah.
Yeah. I also wanted to just see if we can update timing.
Yeah. So again, this is going to be in Okaloosa County, and it's moving at 55 miles an hour. This one's more of a a squall line storm. The other one is more of a supercellular storm, but Alpine Heights, this storm is going to be knocking on your doorstep in the next 17 minutes. Costin Mill in the next 20 minutes. Defuniak Springs, this is your first heads up that in the next about 25 minutes, this storm is going to be knocking on your doorstep. Taking a look at some of the other products, I would say the velocity is not really there. I wonder if we can switch. I'm going to try to switch us over to the other radar, though. It's a little bit closer. I'll have to mess with the setting here to switch it over. But definitely seeing, these strong winds within these storm systems today. And again, this other storm over near Mariana, I want to see if the National Weather Service has put out an update on it. Observed damage threat considerable for Houston, Alabama, Jackson, Florida, and Decatur and Seminole, Georgia. This is going to be running until 8 a.m. Central Time. At 7:36, so just 5 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Mariana, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So let's go ahead. This, I don't want to say, the other tornado warning isn't important, but kind of, comparing these two tornado warnings, this one here has the confirmed large and dangerous tornado according to the Weather Service. So let's go ahead and time it out. It's moving at about 60 miles an hour to the northeast. So Steam Mill, you're going to be next in line for this storm. Donaldsonville, Mayhaw, Arlington, and Morgan, you're next in line to see this tornado-warned storm. And again, the National Weather Service is not, kind of using calm language towards it. They're saying, this storm is producing some sort of tornado, and it's moving near Steam Mill here in the next, you got about less than 15 minutes. Mayhaw, you've got like maybe 30 minutes until this storm is knocking on your doorstep. And it's moving at 60 miles an hour, so the storm is moving very quickly and could also pick up a little bit of speed. If we can zoom in a bit and then put on correlation coefficient, I want to see if we're getting any signs of debris on this storm as it's moving off to the northeast, because these storms say, this one in particular has, they've mentioned having a large and extremely dangerous tornado associated with it. Damage threat considerable. So the National Weather Service is not using, like they're trying to say this isn't, your run-of-the-mill tornado warning. They just actually put on that this is a PDS, so particularly dangerous situation. So it's not something they, issue often. This is kind of like in between a tornado warning and a tornado emergency, where they're saying, we know this tornado is on the ground, we know it's strong, and this looks like it right here. If we can switch back to velocity real quick, I just want to kind of line up. Yep, so that right there is where the tornado is right now, confirmed tornado. That's going to be moving near Steam Mill and Malone in the next probably like 10 minutes or so. And taking a look at social media as well, we're getting more and more reports of these warnings. Again, the PDS warning for Seminole, Decatur, Houston, super strong couplet, and it's going to be moving towards, Steam Mill. Over Mariana was where they've kind of first noted that this storm was on the ground. I want to note that 32,000 people live in this warning, so like it's not, it's not farm country. There's definitely, a lot of homes. It's just off I-10, near 90. Just north of there, so a lot of people are living in these areas here. It's not a rural area that we're dealing with, and again, it's confirmed tornado moving northeast, and it's going to be running until I believe 7 o'clock. It looks like we have a new tornado warning out for Defuniak Springs, Freeport, and Portland. It looks like it could be somewhat of a waterspout moving onshore here. There's the radar. So this is a new tornado warning here, I believe. We might have to switch over at some point to get to let the computer get the new radar. If you can switch back to velocity real quick, because we're not seeing a lot. What's happening is the National Weather Service is changing their radar settings to try to get as good of a scan as they can closer to it. So like this storm further to the east of Mariana, we're trying to get, a better scan. And the cost of trying to get a better scan closer is we're losing range out here. So we're going to have to switch over to Eglin Air Force Base at some point, their radar, to get a better view of this storm near Freeport. But again, we're seeing, plenty of tornado warnings start getting issued. It's what, 7:45 in the morning, just waking up. If you're in Tallahassee in the capital city region, go ahead and make your coffee. We've got a little bit of time before these storm systems start working their way closer to us. But again, we've seen plenty of tornado warnings this morning. So, well into the overnight and this morning, we're seeing these tornado warnings work their way in. It looks like the over at the wall is not quite ready yet, but we're still dealing with this tornado warning, both in Defuniak Springs. So this one's going to include Niceville, Walton County, and it's going to be running until 7:30 Central Time. And then as we move our way over in the Mariana, this storm, Houston, Alabama, Jackson, Florida, Decatur, Georgia, and Seminole, Georgia, running until 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Central Time. And again, as of about 10 minutes ago, they said that this storm is producing a tornado warning. That was as it was moving towards Mariana. I would almost say now it looks like there's two different areas of spin on this warning as it's approaching Malone and SEMO. Again, still seeing that debris on radar. This is going to be near Bascom, Hornsville, as it's moving northeast. There's a look at the debris. And so what the radar is doing in this mode is it's taking all, this big scan of the Earth, and it's painting all rain in red. So anything that's normal in the atmosphere, rain, just particles in the atmosphere is red. And anything that's not rain, it's going to try to grab our attention and say, this isn't supposed to be here. And this is, kind of what's going on right now. We're able to use it for tornadoes because if there's, 2x4s, if there's, dirt, trees, something in the atmosphere, it's not supposed to be there. It's saying, hey, this isn't supposed to be here. Go look at this tornado warning because, as of now, this is going to be on the ground. As we move up towards US 2 and Georgia State 91, it's going to be, passing very near that road, near Bascom, is moving up in the northeast direction. So if you live, near Bascom, Malone, near US 2, that's where this is going to be up towards Hornsville. Another update on the radar, again showing that debris signature is still on the ground. So as of now, it's probably safe to assume that this tornado is still on the ground and moving into the northeast direction. So if we can kind of, push the radar down a little bit and move further to the north, other direction. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning near Crosby. I think they're probably just, trying to kind of give that first heads up of, this storm is moving, or actually severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for the main line coming in behind it. It looks like they're just, they're trying to also give that first heads up to these warnings as it's moving, northeast. So again, watching this confirmed, or at least at one point a bit ago confirmed tornado, and I would say it's still confirmed as we've got kind of that debris drop out, as the storm moves northeast. Aaron, you have anything to add?
That's right. So I kind of wanted to go over a general overview of the whole setup we have here and kind of what's going on here across this area this morning. So again, if you're just tuning up, just like Ryan mentioned, go grab your coffee, relax here, at least if you're Apalachicola River eastward. So I want to stress it out, relax, while you're drinking that coffee, perhaps start thinking about where you're going to go in case of the tornado warning that could occur in your area. If you're over Apalachicola River westward, a little bit too late for that, as we have starting to get to the kind of the more robust action starting to go through the areas. We already had several tornado warnings here, or I should say a couple tornado warnings here in the morning across Panama City and also into Dothan, Alabama. So right now, what's going on with this whole setup here, we have a line of showers and thunderstorms right now, pretty robust showers and thunderstorms, especially for this time of year across much of the Florida Panhandle and into Alabama. And the reason why is because we have the dynamics in play here. We have the shear aloft. We also have the strong winds as well, just near the surface. And when you have different vertical wind shear like that, you can potentially get some spin in the atmosphere. That's what's allowing for these thunderstorms to rotate and potentially produce tornadoes as well. And as well, for the instability as well, it doesn't take very much instability as well to actually get these thunderstorms to actually start to begin to bubble up, rise, and actually start to rotate. So again, we want to emphasize that even though we actually are not seeing any weather right now across Tallahassee, that will eventually change throughout the next several hours or so. Pulling up one of the models here we have, the NAM model, shows actually one thing to kind of watch out for is the NAM actually has just the line of showers and thunderstorms. It actually doesn't have any areas of these individual cells ahead of the line. So just kind of keep in mind, it's just a model. But in general, it shows those storms moving through the area at around the noon hour here across Tallahassee, and then it'll continue to move off towards the east and eventually fizzle out really as it gets past Tallahassee towards the I-75 corridor into over at I-95 in Jacksonville. But again, the stronger line of storms actually kind of shifts off, the more energy shifts off towards the northern east, towards the Carolinas. So as we get towards the evening hours here, the later afternoon to the evening hours here, we actually expect the line of strong thunderstorms here to kind of move over into central North Carolina, South Carolina, into coastal Georgia. So we're talking cities like Savannah, Charlotte, Raleigh. Could potentially get in on some of the action as well later on in the afternoon, and because they're also in an enhanced risk as well. We'll actually pull up another model as well. We'll pull up the HRRR, the HRRR model, to kind of show what is going on here, see what that model is suggesting that could happen here. Again, we want to stress this is what the model is suggesting, not what the model. This is not what for sure could happen. Anyways, it shows the same general idea as well, although it does show more of these cells ahead of the line here. So Tallahassee westward, which was kind of the thinking here this morning, what's been kind of panning out. This shows the line kind of moving through about the same time, around the noon hour here across Tallahassee, and then progressing off towards the east or so. And one thing actually kind of to show as well is the reason why we expect the severe weather is this is something called a sounding, which is what the Weather Service releases in terms of weather balloons here. And what that shows, it kind of provides crucial data into what we can expect in the atmosphere, kind of seeing what the state of the atmosphere is, and kind of gives us a better idea as meteorologists exactly what is going on and what can we expect. So just as just an example from a model here, as the reasoning why we see this severe weather risk panning out, we have the wind shear here aloft. We have see these winds kind of starting at the surface and turning clockwise with height here as the winds eventually kind of rotate like this. We have the wind at the surface blustering really out of the south at around 20 knots or so. So around 30 or so miles per hour, and they eventually turn very quickly off towards from the westerly direction. What this allows us to do is when these storms build, it allows them to rotate and potentially could eventually translate to the ground and produce tornadoes potentially. The photograph also shows that similar shear value. What's going on here? We have that curvature in the atmosphere as you go up throughout the different altitudes here in the atmosphere. In terms of instability, it's actually fairly low here. As we have surface values less than 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, which is what the measurement we use to actually measure how much instability there is in the atmosphere. It's relatively low, but you can see there is still a little bit of CAPE. So again, but it only takes a little bit of CAPE to produce a thunderstorm, and then also for that thunderstorm to then rotate. So again, we want to stress that these are kind of the different dynamics we're actually watching while we're expecting this as a tornado event. This is actually just a model sounding. This isn't actually the official sounding coming from the Weather Service. But it shows a very similar atmosphere we have, again, the chance of severe weather. Actually even shows what we call a dry pocket where we have potentially unstable air that could occur in the sounding. But again, this is kind of what we look at as meteorologists as to why we could expect potentially some severe weather. I also wanted to look, too, at some of the winds just above your head. So if you're actually just waking up and looking outside as you're drinking, eating that morning breakfast or coffee here, those clouds are howling out of the south here. And the reason why is because we have what's called a low-level jet in the atmosphere, where we have an area of concentrated strong winds just near the surface. Not exactly at the surface, but just above it. And what that's doing is it's really allowing these storms to really move very quickly off towards the north here. And if we kind of look right now, the area, this yellow, this kind of burgundy shaded color here, there's oranges That's where we have the highest winds here. This is about what the high relative, about 850 millibars or so, which is about within a kilometer above the surface. And this shows that we have winds upwards of 70 knots, according to this model, potentially as high as up near 80 knots as well, which if we go to our actual little calculator here, 70 knots is about 80 miles an hour, and then 80 knots is about 92 miles an hour. And this kind of shows you that we have above freeway speeds just above your head. So very windy outside. And the reason why is so we have this going on, a low-level jet is what it's called, just above your head. This is also partially what's allowing for these storms to rotate as we get throughout the rest of the overall afternoon ahead of these lines of thunderstorms. So the overall pattern across the U.S., what we call a trough here, this dipping in the jet stream. This is actually the polar jet stream here. We have the subtropical jet here. This upper level trough, this is near 200 millibars, which is about where you would fly an airplane. It's about 30,000 feet above that, above your head. We have this dip here, what we call a trough. Ahead of it, you might have some active weather, and the reason why is because we have what's called divergence or diffluence, where we have potentially air is able to rise quickly and create instability out ahead of this line, which is why we see the more active concentrated severe weather here above our heads. The winds are also very strong as well, and if you recall the sounding above our head, the winds are out of the west, which kind of shows this here very nicely. Again, these winds are almost 150 knots. I mean, if we plug it back into our calculator here, these are very strong winds at flight level, so about 184 miles per hour. So, woo, that is very windy, very blustery if you're at flight level. But anyways, the overall pattern we expect here, this trough to what's called neutrally tilted, so it's staying relative, the axis of the trough is relatively staying kind of perpendicular to the Earth's surface, I should say. It's not tilting either in one direction. But as we go throughout the next several days or so, or the next several hours to days or so, this should actually become negatively tilted, and the whole system kind of moves away from our area and eventually allows us to kind of have more of that drier, less unstable, or I should say more stable weather here, as all this kind of weather moves off with the trough as it moves away from our area. So again, these winds at flight level are very, very high here. So kind of going back to the Storm Prediction Center here, we mentioned just a short moment ago that we had an extension of that watch here, the tornado watch across the Big Bend. And you can see it here, been issued here for the Tallahassee area as well, southeastern Georgia, or southeastern Alabama and southwestern Georgia here in the Florida Panhandle and Big Bend. That was recently issued 52 minutes ago, so very recent. So if you're just waking up this morning here across Tallahassee, we are underneath a tornado watch right now, so that means that we have the ingredients are in place for potentially tornadoes to form later in the day as we have those lines or that convective activity that eventually move through. These could potentially rotate. So we want to stress that it is indeed we are underneath a watch. The other thing behind that too, you can also see we have that enhanced risk that goes from the Gulf Coast upwards towards the Carolinas. That means that we have a level 3 out of 5 risk of seeing severe weather. This indicates a risk of numerous severe thunderstorms that could occur within this hatched area. But it's not just the enhanced risk. We also have a slight risk down through about the Fort Myers over towards the Sebastian Inlet region of Florida here. That slight risk meaning level 2 out of 5. We could still see some severe weather, even as far down as the Keys of Florida here, where we have the marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, and also, we can't forget about our friends up in near Virginia down through Alabama and into far western or far eastern portions of Mississippi where the line is passed through. You could still see some severe weather there as well, but the risk is not as great. So even if you're in the marginal risk, and perhaps you get a tornado watch, okay? Probably unlikely, but you still want to take the same precautions as if you were in the enhanced risk.
Yeah, Aaron, so if we can switch back to the wall real quick, I've got a live camera pulled up in Defuniak Springs, a golf course over there. Just seeing the clouds around. We did have a tornado warning at one point, but it is a very cloudy start to the day over in Defuniak Springs, rain moving through. Here's a live look at the radar, kind of, we spread it out to see, as much as we can see. We've got Panama City. You just saw this storm move through that has the tornado with it. We've also got a couple tornado warnings over here in western Florida, and then we've got this tornado warning that at one point was producing a tornado warning. Doesn't look like it's producing anymore over in Mariana, moving out or towards Jakin. But again, zooming in, there's the Funiac Springs where we were just, had that camera up, and it was, dark, it was gray, it was raining. This whole line here has some strong winds within it. But zooming in again on this tornado warning, just to the west of Donaldsonville, nearing it looks like 84. That's going to be moving off to northeast. The rotation is not as strong as it was a little bit ago, but it's still a rotating thunderstorm with the possibility of producing a tornado somewhere within this area here. I'm going to go ahead and click us over to our correlation coefficient product. And that's kind of, we call it debris tracker from time to time. It doesn't look like there's anything really, being picked up by a possible tornado. But again, this storm is still rotating as it moves near Donaldsonville. Again, there's plenty of juice in the atmosphere today for any of these storms to get going. The latest for air scan, again, showing it starting to straighten out a little more. So I think that's good news just after the 8 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock in the morning here in Tallahassee. And if you're waking up in Tallahassee thinking, where's, we heard all day yesterday about how, these strong storms are going to be coming in. You might be saying, where are these strong storms? Classes are canceled at Florida State and Leon County. Classes are canceled. So you might be saying, where are these storms? They're coming. They're off to our west right now. As, sun starts to come up, we're getting a better look out of our cameras. We're kind of, taking a look around. Tornado warning continues in Donaldsonville. We've also got a tornado warning further to the west along this main line here. That's going to be closer to, it looks like, got a few tornado warnings. The Funiac Springs. If we can go ahead and put the boxes on top so we can kind of, see the tornado warnings over the radar screen. And so, the Funiac Springs along I-10, Freeport, there's 3 separate tornado warnings up in this region here. And that's, all for this, as this main line starts to work its way through. The velocity on a few of them really starting to, pick up. The thought is, of course, there's straight line winds associated with these storms, but there could also be, some strong rotating winds as well with these storms near Freeport. 331 is right here, also working its way up towards the Funiac Springs, also seeing that possibility of rotating thunderstorms. Nothing looks to be confirmed with these storms for right now, but we've seen quite a few, confirmed tornadoes through the day today. And so, of course, we're just kind of getting started here. It's, 8 in the morning. We've already seen quite a few tornadoes move through, but, nothing as of now looks to be, on the ground, but these tornado warnings are still being issued. Just as a, precaution to say, hey, these storms are rotating. And, these storms can produce a tornado like that. I mean, these storms have been, really moving fast. If we can actually, I don't know if you have it set up, the weather sun camera over at FSU just got a 49-mile-per-hour gust. So as we, start, 8 a.m., sun's starting to come up. If we can take a look over at, like, Doak or, one of the Tallahassee cameras, there's Doak right here. Just got a 49-mile-per-hour wind gust, and this is before these storms are even working their way in. These storms are still, miles off to the west. Pensacola, good morning to you guys. We're starting to see, lots of gray. Out to the west, where these storms are already gone through, over New Orleans, we're, starting to clear up. But again, Panama City Beach, also seeing a gray start to the day. As we possibly had a tornado, actually we did have a tornado. We're seeing, video on social media of it. And wind speeds, we had that 49-mile-per-hour gust, but wind speed-wise, sustained winds, we're looking at 20 mile per hour in the capital city, 30 over in Bainbridge, 20 mile per hour in Thomasville, 28 over in Quincy. So these storms are packing quite the punch as, we're starting to, get into it. New severe thunderstorm warning for Panama City, Lynn Haven, Callaway. And some of these storms, as they come on shore, could contain gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So, we're talking a lot about, and focusing a lot on tornadoes. And obviously, that's a big concern of ours. But whether or not the winds are rotating, winds of 70 miles per hour can still cause damage. It doesn't have to be a tornado to cause wind damage. It can be a straight line wind gust that causes a tree to fall down, causes, the power to go out. We've seen, taking a look at Power Outage US, we've seen a lot of, power outages already. Jefferson County, over to the east of us, right in here near Monticello, they already have 642 customers without power, and the line hasn't even gotten here yet. That's something with the Florida Panhandle is a lot of our electricity is above ground and not, the most severe weather resistant. And so, we're already seeing Calhoun County, 904 customers without power, Washington County, 2,000 without power, Walton County, 8,400 without power. And so power looks like it's coming back on quickly. Like, it looks like they're able to, go work on it. It's not like during a hurricane where, it's kind of, difficult to get back out and work on these electrical power lines. But again, it's all, these storms can pack quite the punch. Looks like tornado warning is continuing for that storm. A lot of these storms today have the possibility of being a long track tornado. The atmosphere is conducive for, to hold on to these, the shear and the rotation in these storms for a long time. It looks like that's what's happening with this storm over in Mariana, or that moved through Mariana. We were tracking this storm all the way from Palm Coast. If we want to put a quick measurement on, or from Panama City all the way to where this warning is now, and just see how far the storm has traveled, because this storm, 80 miles is not a short distance, right? Say you're out on I-10 driving 80 miles per hour, that's 10 over the speed limit, and it takes you an hour to get there. These storms are flying through, this morning. Started in Panama City, less than an hour ago, and it's already, up in southern Georgia. And, it's starting to work its way further and further to the northeast. These storms are moving very quickly, and, 80 miles is a long time for the storm to be rotating. Usually in Florida, it's a quick, spin up, there one scan, gone the next, maybe it'll pulse back up on another scan. But that's not what we're seeing with this line of storms today. We're seeing, quite the long track storms. And if we look at Futurecast, we're really noticing about lunchtime as these storms start to work their way in the capital city region that, there's purple shades, there's some white shades in there. That's showing that, there's at least a possibility for some strong winds, strong rain, and hail also associated with that. And there could also be, isolated tornadoes within that. Tornado warning continue. Seminole, Georgia, you were taken out of the tornado warning. Early in Miller County, it's going to continue until 8:45. At 8:07, so just a minute ago, possible tornado, nothing confirmed quite yet. Located 7 miles west of Colquitt, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So these storms are, moving very quickly. We just got a report at 8:06. For 7:30, there was a TDS confirmed tornado in Jackson County. Yeah, so I mean that was a little while ago, but just got that in the National Weather Service feed that that went through. And again, they continued that level 3 out of 5, that enhanced risk for the entire area under its tornado watch. So the likelihood of us seeing tornadoes, not just tornadoes, strong wind, possibility of hail. This storm near Mayhaw, we've been tracking for 80 miles. Like, this storm is, moving along and very quickly. Looks like Walton County just got taken out of the tornado warning. Just a look at our velocity, and we're kind of scanning it with a high angle. We're in between radar sites. You're seeing multiple, beams kind of, or lines go across the screen. that's just showing, we've got different radars scanning across Florida, Georgia, Alabama. But this storm here near Mayhaw is showing that velocity right in there and still rotating after, starting as a water spout near Panama City and now moving in further and further inland. And so like areas like Blakely, you're I would say more east of Blakely, you're next up for this. Aaron, it looks like you've got the power outage map pulled up if we want to go ahead and take a look at the power outages across Florida, and I'm sure some other states are also seeing power outages as well.
That's right, Ryan. We do have power outages, as Ryan mentioned earlier, too, across across portions of the Florida Panhandle and into the Big Bend of Florida. And as Ryan alluded to earlier as well, our area has a lot of above-ground power lines, and of course, our area in Florida has more trees as well. A lot of pine trees that could fall, a lot of skinny pine trees that can fall onto power lines, so it's more susceptible to power outages here across not just Tallahassee, but over portions of the west. So here's our power outage map brought to us by poweroutage.us here. We have about 34,652 customers without power currently, according to poweroutage.us. Most of those power outages are occurring in more rural counties, in counties off of the west. So Calhoun County, almost a fifth of the county without power there, according to the website here. And then same thing, Bay County as well. They have about 8,000 without power. Washington County about 2,000. Holmes County 10,000, or I should say 964 customers without power. And then in Walton County, 8,413 customers without power. So again, where the line of storms are currently moving through or about to move through, we have those power outages currently in effect. And even in Jefferson County as well, just off to our east here, we have about 642 customers without power. So again, it doesn't take very much here across our region specifically to have power outages, as we have a lot of trees that can fall down on power lines above ground, and that can produce a lot in the way of power outages across a lot of the areas. So again, we want to be sure that you are aware of that. Another thing too is that, we're kind of on that same note, you also want to make sure you have your phone charged as much as you can, your phone or more essential stuff charging, or before the power goes out, or have your power bank as well, your battery power bank. I have one. I actually charged it last night in preparation just in case of power outage going out here in Tallahassee. Those are good stuff to have charged up, because if the power goes out, at least you're actually still able to charge your phone potentially, or your phone's already powered.
Good morning,
here.
thunder.
So it's actually just heard a little bit of thunder here at the studio. So that thunder and the winds are strong outdoors here. So not the best time to go outside, even before the line of showers and storms does move through. So again, this is back in Alabama here. We do have power outages as well. We can't forget about our friends here in the great state of Alabama. We do have some power outages here in southern portions of Alabama, mostly along the border with Florida here. So primarily Covington County, we have about 2,000 folks without power.
New tornado warning for Atlanta, including the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So that's going to be an interesting one here.
Okay.
Because that's a major metropolitan area, and it's kind of out of the area that we've been talking about all morning long. I'm going to go ahead and load up the Atlanta airport here on Max, and then we'll take a look at it in a bit. But just give me a second. It's kind of something we haven't seen is, these tornado warnings all the way out in Atlanta, but here we are, with the tornado warning now for Atlanta. I'm going to pull in a couple different radars from the area, just as we kind of, take a look at, the different. What I'm doing here is the way Doppler radar works. We can go ahead and throw on Max 1. It's just going to buffer for a minute. The way Doppler radar works is we're getting a look at the atmosphere in a bunch of different ways, and we need Doppler radars throughout the country to be able to to be able to see exactly what's going on within, the U.S. and so I have to go in and set up different Doppler radars to really get a good understanding of what's going on throughout the U.S. So again, tornado warning, including Hartsfield-Jackson. Go ahead and take Max 1 in the back. There's where the rotation is going to be near Palmetto, moving up near Union City, and we've been talking all morning about these tornado warnings. And we're really just paying attention to Florida. We haven't paid much attention to the rest of this line of storms. And here we are now with a tornado warning over in Atlanta. Just a couple of different things going on that we're trying to keep an eye on.
Like howling.
As these storms are working their way off to the north and east, but
It's actually wind, not.
I think we need to get the general understanding that any of these storms moving through today can produce a tornado warning. Is getting loud outside right now. It's starting to get closer and closer. This line of storms to Tallahassee. But here's a look at Palmetto. Looks like we just lost the radar site. Didn't update too well. Let me turn on. There we go. Now we should be able to see it. Maybe. All right, it looks like we're just having a little bit of graphics issues at the moment, but once we, are able to pull in that velocity data on Doppler radar, we'll get to it. I did pull in a weather sim camera. This is going to be out in Miller County at the Miller County EOC, and I do believe there's still a tornado warning issued for this line of storms as it moves. This Miller County EOC is near Colquitt. And so there's going to be, there's rotation off to the east of where this camera is. It's actually a pretty good spot. We've got, the height to be able to see it, but, just trying to click around and see different angles or different views of what's going on throughout, the tornado warned areas. Because as great as Doppler radar is, Doppler radar can do a lot. It's nothing compared to what's actually going on outside. And that's why having access to these weather sim cameras is such a great thing, because it kind of gives us an idea of what's going on within these storms. We can only see so much going on, based on radar. And while, like I mentioned, Doppler radar is a great invention, but we can only see so much. This is actually a view over in Atlanta. So, we've got this new tornado warning that included parts of the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, I believe. So, I'll go ahead and hopefully our radar by now is back up and running. But again, this is a live view right now outside Atlanta as the sun's starting to come up. These showers and storms starting to work their way in. If there wasn't water droplets on the lens, you'd probably be able to see downtown Atlanta a little bit clearer. Let's go ahead and see if we've got our Atlanta radars up and running. Just gonna have to click a couple buttons. Let's see what we've got. There we go. All right, it looks like we've got our radar. It's not wanting to pull in velocity data. Let me go in and click a couple buttons here. Sometimes, these radars are a little, finicky, and now, our computer's been doing a lot of work this morning. But again, tornado warning for Atlanta. I would say like most of downtown, this is just off to the south. But again, we've got I-75 right here. Forest Park is right here. We've got Union City, and just off to the south of downtown Atlanta. And again, the warning did include the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So, lots of rain and storm strikes. So here's the velocity product on this tornado warning. There's Cascade Palmetto Highway Southwest, Campbellton, near Highway 670, 154, Ben Hill, Cascade Road. If any of these areas sound familiar to you, this is where we're currently tracking the possibility of a tornado. I don't know if there's much let's see. Let's play that back a bit. Don't know for sure if that's going to be any sort of debris, but we just have to bounce around through different radar modes to get the idea of what's going on within these storm systems. And again, I'm actually going to switch our sight over to the airport or to the radar at the Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We're trying to go for the radar that's closest to these storms. We've got Atlanta's in kind of a better situation because we've got radar out in Peachtree City as well as a terminal Doppler radar. A little bit weaker, but can still give us a good picture of what's going on. And that's going to be at the airport in Atlanta. So again, this is the live look at the radar here in Atlanta. We've got this tornado warning going, I believe, until what time? 8:45. All right. And we've also got a severe thunderstorm warning now, including downtown Atlanta. So, whether or not this storm is producing a tornado, nonetheless, we are seeing strong winds move through the Atlanta metropolitan area. And, we've got storms all over this morning. As we go ahead and zoom out and we can take a look at what's going on throughout the southeast. This is a huge storm system that's actually bringing snow to parts of the Midwest and Northeast, believe it or not. This Panhandle Hooker, as it's known because it started out over Texas near the Panhandle, is now starting to work its way further and further to the east and is actually bringing rain, strong winds, possibility for tornadoes, as well as the some snow up in the Northeast. So big storm system working its way through the Gulf Coast and much of the United States right now. We've got all sorts of warnings out for it. We've got this tornado warning that's a couple of them over near the Phoenix Springs. I'm going to go ahead and put on the radar velocity mode for you there. But real quick, there's a look at this is in Florida near Freeport, the Phoenix Springs. We've got Laguna Beach right here. Youngstown is right here. So if you're anywhere within these two red polygons near I-10 near the Phoenix Springs, you're going to be under a tornado warning right now. I'm going to go ahead and put on the velocity product over at Eglin Air Force Base. So Eglin Air Force Base is really close to where these two storms are. And unfortunately, the closer we get to the radar site, the worse picture we actually get because the radar is scanning up and it's just kind of, not really getting the best picture of the atmosphere. So while having a storm close to the radar is great, having a storm this close to the radar can sometimes give us a little bit of a bad image of what's going on in the atmosphere just because of a variety of different reasons and the way Doppler radar works. I'm going to go ahead and switch this over. Let's see. That's Moody Air Force Base in Georgia. That's Mobile. Just trying to switch to different radar sites to get an idea of what's going on within these storms. This is National Weather Service in Tallahassee, kind of dealing with some range folding. Look, I would imagine the National Weather Service office next door is trying to work with their radar to get as good of a scan as we can within this area here, and then further out kind of lose that data because the way Doppler radar works is we're sending out pulses, and if we increase our pulse reflective or pulse return, we get a better picture of the atmosphere and what's going on in here, but we lose some of that data out further. So they're just trying to get a better picture of what's going on closer to us here in Tallahassee. And I'm going to flip back to our reflectivity mode. And just so we can get an idea of what's going on, the first round of these storms is actually starting to work its way closer and closer to Leon County here. I'll go ahead and time that out for you. Nothing looks strong or severe in this first round of storms, but again, Attapulgos at 8:26, Calvary 8:23, or 8:33, sorry, Aaron at 8:47, and Woodville at 8:48. We're hearing it start to get loud outside, Aaron. The storms are coming.
That's right. We have basically a jet engine outside now of our studio because we have those winds again howling, and I actually want to kind of show you what the latest METAR is showing out of the airport here right now, because we're showing here winds of around 17 miles per hour sustained. That'll probably increase a little bit, but gusts up to 36 knots, which is about 41 or so miles per hour, which indicates that we basically have tropical storm force gusts right now occurring outside. So again, you can kind of think about this as like a tropical storm in the sense that you have these winds howling, and not even in excess of that too outside. So this is about like probably the speed at which you'd be traveling, say, on Thomasville Road, or if you're going towards Trader Joe's, for example. This is kind of the speed you'll be traveling at. If you took that and put it outside, that's what you get. And the winds are just really racing outside. And actually, I did kind of want to show a video of that from one of our former, or from one of our current student meteorologists here, who gave us permission to use it here on air, Chandler Pruitt, who stepped outside and actually showed us what it looks like here out in the studio. You can see the winds. It definitely looks breezy outside. The winds are howling out here. You can't see it very well in this video, but you can kind of see the clouds really booking it out of the south here. And that indicates we have really very, very strong winds just above the surface, but some of it's starting to mix down to the surface here. Again, this is the view out of our studio here at Florida State University, showing those winds picking up here and really showing how blustery it is outside and how really not a great day it is to be outside. Do not go outside, folks. This is not what you want to be in. And then on top of this, when you add the rain and the storms later, it's just a terrible day. Do yourself a favor and do not go outside, as we have that really severe weather risk coming through. But I actually do want to go over and kind of show also some latest social media pictures as well coming out of some of our areas here as well in the area. So you can see we talked about that tornado that went through the Upper Grand Lagoon earlier this morning here. You can see there is some damage from some users here on Twitter. So from Jay Lessik here on Twitter or X, you can see there's some damage that has occurred across the area here near Panama City, where we had that. If you woke up with us earlier, about an hour or two ago, we had that area of rotation, that tornado that was confirmed and observed, not just by radar, but also by train spot as well, near the Panama City Beach area, and that moved on shore. This is unfortunately what has happened here across Upper and Lower Grand Lagoon there near Panama City. This is near the Navy base, for those of you who are not familiar with the geography there. Again, showing a lot of damage that has occurred. This is another video, looks like, from Corey Gherkin here near Marietta, Florida, just off of actually near I-10, and showing that perhaps that same cell, that same area of rotation, that same rotation area that went through the I-10 corridor as well, and actually looks like it might have toppled over a semi here on the interstate. So again, if you're traveling out the door this morning, you kind of want to, try not to. If you can at all, try to avoid roadways, as we could see damage like this. We could see also power lines or tree damage as well over the roadways. So it is not a very good day to be out on the road here. And we'll actually look at we talked about soundings earlier here on FSU weather, and we'll kind of give you the example of what it was here in Tallahassee, at least the Tallahassee office next door here, when they launched their weather balloon at 12Z, which is about 7 a.m. here Eastern time. You can see that we are conducive for development here, or for severe weather here, as you can see from Andy Hazelton here. Out of Tallahassee office, we have very strong low-level winds here, a lot as we've been talking about. This is upwards of near 70 to 80 knots here, so more than freeway speed, just about here, just above the surface here. I mean, if you step outside, perhaps while you're having your coffee or eating your breakfast, you can see the winds, the clouds just howling out of the south. So very, very blustery winds outside. You can even hear, and as Ryan mentioned earlier, we can hear it too out of the office here. I mean, out of the studio here in Tallahassee. So Ryan, what's the latest on radar?
Yeah. So you mentioned, we can see the winds and stuff. When I was driving here this morning, I stepped out of my apartment building and could just see the winds were spinning. There was, winds in all different directions. So we have that conducive, setup for tornadoes possible, as well as strong thunderstorm winds. This is a live look right now at Doak Campbell Stadium, looking west towards where these storms are. You can kind of see where it's a little bit darker. The storms aren't here quite yet, but they're getting closer and closer by the minute. This is kind of a look at the setup across Florida right now. So, this is kind of the first band of storms right now, which actually this band's a little bit weaker, but it might actually be somewhat of a good thing for us here in the capital region, as it might kind of destabilize the atmosphere just enough to where maybe we won't be dealing with as strong of a threat. Of course, Mother Nature is going to do what it wants to do. All right, but we are dealing with one more tornado warning right here near Panama City. And if we zoom in, there's a look at, we're actually getting some good returns on velocity right now. It's south of Ebro. So there's a storm, and we can kind of time it out to the northeast and see where exactly the storm is going. And by putting this in motion, also getting an idea of what's going on within this storm system as it moves off, probably 50 miles per hour or so. That's kind of been the wind speed we've seen this morning. So Crystal Lake, you're up next here in about 15 minutes. Betts, West-South, you're not in this tornado warning quite yet, but again, just kind of giving you that first heads up beyond, if this storm was to stay together, this is kind of the areas that'd be impacting next through the morning. And then I do want to mention, we talked about a quick tornado warning up in the Atlanta region. That kind of spun up and spun itself out very quickly. That tornado warning no longer in effect. So they did replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. And if I had to guess, they probably did throw on a tornado possible tag, just in case, that storm reignited and got going again. Let's see, reading the report, don't look like they included a tornado possible, but they did say wind and hail is possible with this severe thunderstorm warning. Moving through Atlanta, near Fulton County, Clayton County, DeKalb County, over in Georgia right now. So a very active start to the day across the southeast. It's 8:30 in the morning, right? We're waking up, we're starting our day, getting our coffee going, and you're hearing, thunder, you're hearing, these strong storms move their way through. Thankfully, right now, we do only have, I believe, just a one tornado warning in effect across the southeast right now. So, just a one tornado warning that's going to be Bay, Walton, and Washington County right now. And that's going to expire in about 15 minutes or so. It looks like we'll have to switch radar sources back to Eglin. But again, near Laguna Beach, and it's going to be moving off to the northeast here in the next couple of minutes. And so as the storm kind of moves its way over Eglin, there was rotation picked up at one point in time. And switching over to velocity product, just a moment ago, we did actually see some decent rotation within the storm system. So, we've got this right here where the greens and reds are coming together, and Aaron's going in and putting like a little arrow on it. Right here is where the storm is rotating, and as it works its way off to the north and east, some of the areas impacted north and east of Laguna Beach could be seeing impacts from, at the very least, you're going to see some strong straight line winds. Let's go ahead and put we can probe for wind speeds within the storm near Ebro, just south of Ebro, and it's going to be moving its way off towards Vernon here in the next little bit. Taking a look at, again, velocity, very strong in terms of rotation as the storm starts to move its way off to the north and east. And, we've seen a lot of, tornado warnings already this morning. And, these storms are moving very, very quickly off to the north and east. It looks like we've got wind speed 46 miles per hour away from the radar. And we've also got 25 miles per hour towards the radar. So we've got almost 70 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear within this storm as it moves off to the north and east from Ebro. So we can go and time this out once we get kind of the idea of how fast the storm is moving. And it's moving about 65 miles per hour to northeast. These storms are flying this morning. Just, you know, I'm going to actually have to zoom it out in order to get accurate wind speed on this, because these storms are just kind of, you know, as they come in off the Gulf of Mexico, they're just moving very, very quickly across the panhandle. So let's go ahead and put it out for 65 miles per hour. Wausau, it's going to be knocking on your doorstep. And it looks like, are we in Central Time?
This is Central Time.
This
yeah.
is Central Time. So 9:45. It's going to probably be next 10 minutes, if I had to guess. I think we're kind of having, you know, as these storms kind of cross over from Central Time to Eastern Time, our computer's kind of struggling to figure out what's going on. I would ignore all these timestamps and just kind of keep note of the cities within this: Wausau, Chipley, Marianna, Seamount. You guys are kind of next. The timestamps, it's just the computer freaking out because it really doesn't know what time it is. Neither do I, you know. I woke up at like 5 or something. I don't know what time it is. Nothing feels, you know, normal today. And I think the computer needs one more cup of coffee to figure out what time it is. But nonetheless, we are seeing a little bit of rotation. So with this storm south of Ebro, as it moves off to the north and east, we're actually, you know, I've kind of been mentioning how, you know, where the storm is in comparison to the radar, it can make it kind of difficult. This is actually a pretty good spot because we're close, but we're not super close to where we're starting to lose radar data as the storm moves off to north and east. It looks like they just confirmed this tornado warning. I just got the color change on my radar from red over to purple. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the feed from the National Weather Service and see what they had to say. Confirmed tornado 14 miles southwest of Vernon, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. And again, they have observed, somebody has observed this tornado warning as it moves off to the north and east. So let's go ahead and clear off our telestrations, clear off, and switch over to correlation coefficient. Doesn't look like we can see too much. It's kind of just a messy look on Doppler radar, but you know, just trying to get an idea of what's going on in the atmosphere. You know, again, we've had, you know, a busy start to the morning. This isn't the first observed tornado of the day, and it more than likely won't be the last, because as Aaron looked at the soundings, the atmospheric setup is, you know, there. It's conducive. The atmosphere is ready to go, and these storms are feeding into the fuel from these storms. And this one, again, north of Panama City. So we saw, you know, a tornado warning go more this way through Marianna. Honestly, it could be almost the same general area near Youngstown, 231, that saw the possible tornado earlier this morning. So if you're, you know, in this area here, you're probably going to get tired of it, but we might have to take tornado precautions once again as we track this severe thunderstorm warning to the north and east. All right, I'm going to pass things over to Josh. He's going to have more for us as we go into the next little bit.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Now, actually, I didn't want to go over, since Ryan mentioned that we have all the ingredients, I actually wanted to go over what the ingredients are. Now, Ryan mentioned this briefly earlier in our forecast, but I just want to talk about it overall, just so that way everyone can understand what's happening. So the main 4 ingredients when we have, especially with thunderstorms and tornadoes, is SLIM, which is shear, lift, instability, and moisture. So shear is going to be, we already have, it's basically just wind shear, and basically to change its direction with vertical height. And we already have plenty of that, especially since we have stronger winds down here, but also way stronger winds in the upper levels of our atmosphere. Lift, we're going to be provided with that cold front that's going to be moving in from the west going into the east. And also, and the instability is what we mentioned earlier, which is CAPE, or convective available potential energy. And finally, we have moisture, and that will be provided, especially since we have moisture coming in from the Gulf, which is also being powered by the low-level jet, which is adding to even more shear. So these four ingredients all together, or SLIM as a good way to remember it, is basically helping to provide these strong enhanced risks in the panhandle. But we also expand out that as we expand out, we're just going to have a severe risk, a good risk for thunderstorms throughout the entire southeast, even going to a slight risk that's going to extend into Orlando and Tampa, and also going as far north as even Atlanta and even further. So this is the main thing you want to keep in mind whenever you're wondering what's going on throughout, especially with the thunderstorms and what's happening with them. So I do want to go back and take a look into the tornado going over in Panama City. Oh, but before we do that, one thing that no one pointed out, especially in Montgomery, going into Atlanta and over here, we're seeing some maroon areas, and that's just essentially the flash flood warnings. So one thing to also keep in mind that we haven't mentioned is flooding. Again, turn around, don't drown. That's what we will always and continue saying for life. Again, you don't want, if you're not sure if your car can get through, don't risk it. Just wait. So so can we bring back the reflectivity? Or sorry, velocity. Sorry, but I do want to see where this tornado is currently right now, and then eventually we're going to do another track on it and just see what's happening with it. But as we see, we're right now under tornado warning. This tornado warning will go into Ebro, and it's going north of Panama City and Panama City Beach. So here, as we just saw red and green, which is basically showing the differences in direction. And this is where you're going to see rotation, especially just east of Ebro, right over here. That's where that's a particular area to keep note of. That's going to be where there's the most rotation. So that's where you want to keep an eye on, and it's going to continue going out of this warning zone. So if you're going to be northeast of Ebro, going towards I-10 and west of 231, make sure that you start taking action now, making your way into your shelter, making sure, and always stay weather aware. Now I want to zoom back out again, and just go back and take an overall look of the area. Thank you, Aaron. So yeah, this is the only warning in effect right now. So as Ryan and Aaron have been mentioning, right now Tallahassee is not under anything super severe, although we did start to see some showers coming in. Well, showers will be coming in soon. And as we see with this line, showers will be making its way in. But also, as they've been mentioning earlier, we've also had quite a bit of power outages already, especially here in Jefferson County, and even eastward. So Panama City is expecting the rain, has been getting the rain right now, and even it's going to continue getting some of that straight line, the squall line of showers. But what you need to make sure to keep an eye on is the timing. So Tallahassee is likely going to get the rain around 11 to 12 p.m. So right now, as Aaron has been saying, if you're just getting up, it's a good time to just start getting set up and making sure that you don't worry too much about you do be concerned, stay calm, but be weather aware, and start making those precautions and getting set up so that way you don't have to worry. Now, if we can, I'll be right back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and zoom in on that tornado, and I do want to see the correlation coefficient, and basically that's just showing, as Ryan mentioned earlier, that's showing the amount of debris that's in the air. Oh.
Yeah, Josh, and looks like they did just continue that tornado warning as observed tornado warning up towards Mariana. So my friends in Mariana, you had this tornado warning earlier in the day. And again, this storm kind of a little bit of a different direction. The other one had more of a northeast track, more northerly track. This one a little more eastward, but kind of impacting the same area that saw these possible tornado earlier in the day.
I got it.
Near Mariana. So if you're, if you're kind of, in this area and you're like, I've had tornado warning already, what's going on? Unfortunately, we've got another round coming your way. Let's take a look right now over downtown Tallahassee. There's the Florida State Capitol building right there. And while it's a quiet, start, We're hearing more and more thunder on the campus of FSU. These storms are starting to quickly approach as, the first line is kind of making its way closer and closer here to Tallahassee. I'm going to go ahead and pull this into one panel mode, and we can, kind of look. So again, near Quincy, Attapulgos, Havana, it's slowly starting to make its way, and I shouldn't say slowly because these storms are flying along, make its way closer and closer out here in Tallahassee. But this is kind of the first line of storms. And the good thing about this line of storms is it might destabilize the atmosphere just enough to where there might not be enough convection in the atmosphere for it to, be as strong. It might kind of weaken out the atmosphere just a bit. But again, we've got this tornado warning off, and this is going to be, moving its way off to north and east here. Jackson County, Bay County, Calhoun County, Washington County. And they did go ahead and confirm this tornado at 7:42 Central Time. So just 3 minutes ago, this warning, or this confirmed tornado, as it moves off to north and east at 70 miles per hour. This storm is moving at 70 miles per hour. So hop on I-10, go the speed limit, you're driving 70 miles per hour. Just imagine, how far you can get in an hour. That's how fast this storm is moving. So Mariana, Shipley, to north and east of Alpa, north and east of Fountain, you're in this tornado warning here as it moves off to the north and east. Places like Wausau, and we've already said the same this morning, Compass Lake, Alfred, seeing this as it moves off to the north and east. Just looking at, a couple of different modes on radar. We've got velocity product, which gives us a look at wind speed and direction. So there's kind of the mixing of the winds right there as this at one point observed tornado is moving to the northeast. This will kind of take all of the crazy colors on the velocity and break it down to where is it rotating. It looks like right here is where it's rotating as it moves closer towards Compass Lake. A lot of subdivisions and neighborhoods, it looks like along this line right here is the lake right here. As this, observed at one point tornado moves off to the north and east direction near Wausau, Compass Lake, Fountain. You're part of this tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to correlation coefficient. This is what a lot of people call a debris tracker, as we can kind of get a look at what's going on in the atmosphere. Okay, so the red is what's rain, and anything other than red is something that the radar is saying, hey, this isn't supposed to be in the atmosphere right now. This doesn't look right to me. And honestly, for right now, I'm not seeing a lot that would kind of correlate to debris. But that's not to say, this tornado was observed at one point in time, so it might just not be getting picked up on our correlation coefficient product as we go through time. As we look back, it's kind of hard to say. It's kind of a messy image for right now as to what's going on up here within this tornado warning. But again, taking a look at, this is kind of just a normal radar that you see every day. It's showing the heavy rains off to the west here, but really this rotation is right in here as it moves towards Compass Lake. Compass Lake, this is not your first tornado warning of the morning. And unfortunately, again, this tornado warning, at least as of a couple minutes ago, was observed on the ground as it's moving north and east. So Fountain, you were under tornado warning earlier in the day. This is north of you, but Compass Lake and Alford, this tornado warning includes you. Sink Creek, Oakdale as well. This includes you. So this area here has been under tornado warning earlier this morning when we first got on air a couple hours ago. But now as the storm starts to move off to the north and east, we're starting to see another round of tornado warnings move through. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out and let's get an idea of what's going on outside, because as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour, more and more people are starting to wake up. We've heard, throughout the day yesterday about this threat for severe weather. Florida State University, Tallahassee Community College, Leon County Public Schools all closed today because of this line of severe storms that's working its way through. And really, atmospherically, the dynamics are there. Aaron showed a little bit ago, sounding from right next door. They launched weather balloons to get an idea of what's going on in the atmosphere, all right? And the weather balloons, the data we're getting back is almost textbook of, a severe weather day across the Panhandle. I was looking at soundings earlier from Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Melbourne, and Fort Myers, and all of them just have the sheer and the instability within the soundings to produce a long track tornado. We had a tornado earlier in the morning that stretched for 80 miles from near Panama City all the way up to about here in Georgia. So I mean, these storms are not just one and done, a quick pulse up, pulse down. It's, these storms can produce long track tornadoes. Now, the good thing I'm seeing by looking at radar is earlier in the morning we saw more of a supercellular setup with these storms out in front. And that was kind of my concern of the morning, was if these storms out in front of the main line can get enough juice going and get enough, supercell characteristics that they'd produce the longer track tornadoes like we saw this morning. That was a supercellular tornado. But now, as we're starting to work our way closer to about 9 o'clock, these storms out in front aren't really supercellular and might just have enough to destabilize the atmosphere as these storms make its way closer. Now, nonetheless, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings up and down. We're seeing this tornado warning continuing, but there might just be enough of a destabilization factor within these thunderstorms that we're able to kind of stop it. Looks like a new tornado warning just got issued for Graceville. A radar indicated tornado warning for Graceville, Malone, and Rehoboth, Alabama, going until 8:15 Central Time. So about another 20-30 minutes on this storm here. There's a rotation right in there. Not super strong like we've seen this morning, but again, it's there. The National Weather Service said, there's enough there to issue a tornado warning. And taking a look at the conventional radar, it is coming down quite a bit with this storm system as the squall line continues to work its way to the east. So a lot of these areas that are under tornado warning now have actually, seen a tornado already this morning, and just kind of, this was the area that saw the more supercellular storm as it worked off to north and east, and now it's starting to, be this main line as it moves through. Now, the good thing is, once this main line moves through near Enterprise, Crestview, Andalusia, Geneva, that's it. Like, it's still raining, but this main line, as it starts to work its way out, the severe weather threat is coming to an end. Here's another look at Tallahassee once again. And Capitol building right here. So it's going to be facing towards the south. And again, just a great start to the day. We've heard a lot of thunder. And the whole area is seeing the strong to severe thunderstorms as it goes through. I'm going to take another look at the power outages and just refresh the page. Seeing a lot of customers, almost half the customers in Calhoun County are without power right now. So, regardless of what type of wind, whether it be a tornadic or a straight line wind event, it's producing a lot of wind damage and power outages within. Leon County already 6,000 without power. Over in Wakulla County, looks like about 539 without power. Update to that tornado warning over in Graceville. Let's see. Observe. So this tornado warning now near Graceville, this northern one here, just got upgraded by the National Weather Service to where it's now an observed tornado warning. So I'm going to go ahead and put on correlation coefficient once again. Oh, wow. That's quite the correlation coefficient dropout on this storm here near that's going to be nearing Graceville. In between Graceville and Jacob City, Cottonwood. This box will change color in a moment to purple to let us know that this is a confirmed tornado. Okay. Take a look at that. That's probably one of the better debris signatures we've seen this morning with this storm. And actually, I just got an update. We have weather sun cameras placed across this area just got a 60-mile-per-hour gust at the Florida State University weather stem camera. So the weather stem camera that's not here, but the one that's overlooking Doak Campbell Stadium, 60-mile-per-hour gust. And again, here's a look at that tornado warning. Now observed tornado moving near Graceville. It is getting loud outside, and the main line isn't even here yet. So here's Jacob City, Graceville, Cottonwood, Malone. All right, and this storm is moving to the north and east. So Graceville and Cottonwood, especially I would say on the south end of Graceville, you need to be paying close attention to the storm because that's quite the debris dropout from the Eglin radar. And here's the rotation right in here. I'm going to go ahead and put on the simplified rotation product. And this just kind of, takes all the wind speeds, runs the computer algorithm, and says this is where the strongest wind is. And it's going to be right here south of Graceville. It looks like most of it is somewhat rural, but people, again, do live in this area, and that's why we're covering this tornado warning, this observed tornado as it moves towards Graceville, in between Graceville and Campbellton, off to the north and east. So it looks like, Josh, you're ready with an update?
Yeah, well, we're just going to go over some basic knowledge and just do pretty much a brief synopsis of what we're talking about today. So, there we go. Okay, so right now, as you're seeing, we still have these tornado warnings out going from north of Panama City into Mariana, and then also just north of Mariana. So Mariana in general, obviously you should be taking shelter at this time. But right now, most of these showers are starting to make their way northeast, but still we're going to have that band of rain coming eastward to Tallahassee. So again, just keep aware of the weather. So as you see, this rain is coming east. Now we'll be expecting the heaviest of the rain coming in around 12 o'clock. And then as we keep going, it's going to be out of our area by 3 o'clock this afternoon. So basically, you just have to make sure you make it through this afternoon, going up to 1 o'clock. And after that, we'll be in the clear for the most part. So as we were talking about earlier, our severe weather potential, Tallahassee is going to be under an enhanced risk. But as we expand outwards, especially going into Orlando and Tampa, we're going to be under, those people are going to be under a slight risk. So not as severe as Tallahassee, but still something to keep an eye on nonetheless. And then just the south, and this enhanced risk is not just going to extend from the Gulf Coast, but it's going to go up into the Carolinas as well. So again, everyone here in the southeast will definitely need to be more weather aware and be ready to take action in case of strong thunderstorms and tornadoes. So going into Tallahassee, we're under a 30% chance wind threat. And this hatching right here is just meaning that we're going to see a chance for stronger winds than expected in the unhatched areas. And then as we expand outwards, going north and south, it will weaken, but the strongest will be going into the Panhandle, and then eastern Georgia and South Carolina, going up into eastern North Carolina as well. So tornado threat, as we said, Tallahassee is under a 10% chance, but what the hatching is saying is that there's going to, from any point in this area, 25 miles going outward, there'll be a 10% chance of an EF2 or greater tornado, which means that there'll be a 10% chance of a stronger scale tornado. And while that may not seem like a lot numerically, the main thing to consider is like this any point 25-mile radius, that it's going to add up to be quite a bit. So you don't want to take that chance as well. So that's something to keep in mind. Going to the warning categories, here's our base: winds of 58 miles per hour or more, and/or hail size of an inch, which is just basically the quarter, or something you would have, obviously something you would have in your wallet. Then a considerable severe thunderstorm warning would be, you have 70 miles per hour, which is basically just driving on the highway. You could race this, which don't, because that's very dangerous. And also, don't try to drive out to try to race a thunderstorm, or even just because, again, you're not going to win. And two, it's just dangerous all around. And also, with golf ball-sized hail, you don't want to take your chance of getting hurt, or even or damaging your car, or even worse, you or someone else getting hurt. And finally, we have destructive thunderstorm warnings, which is basically 80 miles or more. that's the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, and you'll have baseball-sized hail. So don't try to, obviously, do not try to outdrive this. Now, as we've been saying, you've been getting alerts this morning, whether through the Weather Channel or just through the National Weather Service. Make sure you keep an eye on these alerts. These will help you and give you very useful information. Now, going into different types of tornadoes, we got tornado warnings and watches. A watch is not that means that there's not a tornado, but that the conditions are right for one. And then warning and emergency are essentially the same thing in the sense of that there is an actual tornado that is spotted or indicated by radar. But with emergency, what makes it different is that this one's going to be more, this one could have more damage. This one's more or less has greater severity, where it can be in terms of like it being in a populated area or just the sheer strength of it. It could also be in areas that hasn't received tornadoes in quite a while, so they may not be prepared to deal with the tornado as with other areas. So regardless of whether it's a warning or emergency, the action is the same. You go to interior room or basement if you have one, and if you're in the car, you pull off you either get to a shelter, and that's safe and sturdy, or you make sure that you get into a ditch as a last effort resort. Again, do not try to take shelter underneath a bridge. That's the worst place to take shelter. As I've been saying, we'll go back and you'll see the rooms. Always take shelter either in the closet, hall, or the stairwells. And basically, you just want to keep as much walls as possible in between you and the outside. And also, as Aaron mentioned earlier, one of the worst places to take shelter in would be a garage, mainly because of the fact that you can't, because again, since the garage door is moving up and down, it's not going to be it'll be a great place for stuff to break through more easily. Another thing is another ideal place, and this is on the interior, is a bathroom. You can always take shelter in a tub, and that could help. That would be a great place to take shelter in if you are under a tornado warning. And finally, some other things to keep in mind is cover yourself with a blanket or mattress for protection, especially in tornadoes, for the flying debris. If you have helmets, especially for yourself or for children, make sure that everyone is wearing them, as they'll help protect your head, and also cover your head if you do not. And then also basement, best place to go. Now Florida does not have basements, or very rarely will they. But Georgia and Alabama will more likely have a better chance of having a basement. So if you are in Georgia or Alabama or a place with a basement, it's wise to use it at this time. And finally, are you storm ready or not? So is your home going to be a good place to take shelter, such as if it's a sturdy structure, then it is. If not, like if it's a mobile home, then it will not be. So you should go to your neighbor or friend's place that can hold you, and whose house is a sturdy shelter, or you can find a storm shelter in place. If you're in Tallahassee right now, now's the time to get these arrangements sorted out already, and always make sure to stay weather aware. Make sure your devices are charged, and also make sure you're keeping an eye on the TV especially. And finally, you're ready to go. So you'll get through this just fine. Just make sure that you stay weather aware, stay calm, and do not leave and stay inside. Now, right now we'll take a break and we'll come back when Tallahassee, when these storms move closer to Tallahassee.
I just want to real quick show this video. This is live view over, I believe it's Cottondale. Florida 511 camera over Cottondale. You can see how strong the winds are. The winds are blowing. The rain is, blowing. What a loud start to the morning as the stoplights are blowing around. Strong winds associated with the storm over Cottondale. Like Josh mentioned, we are going to take a break. We'll be back in a little bit with more here on FSU Weather. Join us live on YouTube. We'll see you in a bit.
And continuing live coverage of this ongoing severe weather threat here across the northern Gulf Coast. I'm student meteorologist Aaron Surrey here to show outside our live look outside of our window here. You can see the winds are picking up here across the just outside the studio here with the trees there moving just a bit. We have some gusts that have been upwards of near tropical storm force, if not more than that, over the past few hours, several hours now, ahead of the line of intense severe thunderstorms that are coming through across the panhandle of Florida. Again, these have been going on for the past several hours here across the Florida panhandle and southern Alabama. But here is the live look view here at Mariana. Just right here where we have the camera, just all the cloudiness in the background here. We have the winds howling here in Mariana. So a really unsettled, pleasant day, or not a very pleasant day here, very unsettled across the panhandle into southern Alabama and southern Georgia as well. The culprit is the line of showers and thunderstorms, the cold front, I should say, that's actually bringing these showers and thunderstorms with numerous tornado warnings here currently on Doppler radar. We have one near Mexico Beach here just north of Port St. Joe, another one, I should say, through Panama City, one to the north further, about across I-10 near Mariana, and then two more as well, about across into Georgia, and then also over into northern portions of Houston County there in Alabama. We also have a tornado watch in effect currently across the metro area in the Big Bend. Here's Tallahassee. There's all this yellow you see behind me is a currently ongoing tornado watch, which means that tornadoes are possible over across this area over the next several hours or so as we have the eventual coming of this line of showers and thunderstorms as it makes its way off towards the east. Now here across Tallahassee we are dry, but again those lines extend currently just passing Panama City from about the Gulf of Mexico near Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas, all the way up to about the tri-state area near Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, and then kind of all making its way off towards the north from there along the Chattahoochee River. That will continue to make its way off towards the east. Again, velocity showing those tornado warnings here. We'll dissect those here in just a moment. Future satellite radar does show that line of showers and thunderstorms makes its way across the noon hour here, across the metro area of Tallahassee. So in about, get my watch out here, about another 2 to 3 hours or so. Might even be even earlier than that. Just kind of looking at how fast the line is actually moving. So this model says at noon, but this may even be as early as 10 or 11. So again, we'll have to fine tune that as we get closer, which is coming about here. This will continue to move off towards the east here. So by the time we get to past 1 or 2, we should start to clear out, and we may even see some sun. Believe it or not, through all this wind and this chaoticness, we have a light at the end of the tunnel, and that might be in terms of a sunset here across Tallahassee. So it actually might not be that bad this evening or this afternoon into the evening here across the Big Bend, especially as you make your way further off to the west. Now, the severe weather potential, we have a level 3 out of 5 risk of severe weather here across the southeast, ranging anywhere from about Destin or so off towards about Gainesville, Tampa northward through about the coastal Carolinas there, where we have an enhanced risk of severe weather, which means we have about we have the risk of numerous severe weather storms here across the southeast, where we have that enhanced risk. We also have a slight risk as well on the marginal risk out ahead of it, and also just behind it here across the southeast, and that indicates we could also see some severe weather there as well. So regardless if you're in the marginal, slight, or the enhanced risk, you need to make sure you kind of have some preparation of what you're going to do just in case you are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. Now, as this line progresses off towards the east, you'll eventually see this area become more trimmed down, the enhanced risk, because those thunderstorms have been using up the instability that there is in the atmosphere, any kind of rotation that there is, will follow the line through. So behind it, there is no more risk of severe weather for today. So I just want to stress it out. So Pensacola, portions off to the west here, your risk is done for the day. The line of showers and storms have already went through. There is no more risk. That risk really is just from about Panama City all over towards Tallahassee. Still under the gun right now for severe weather right now. So again, as this line progresses through, I just want to stress that the risk then plummets. So no worries about that. We also have the hatched risk as well for severe weather, for that wind risk, especially straight line winds. And as we've been hearing outside the door, even before the line has moved through, we have those winds howling and racing out of the south here, upwards of 40, even 50 miles an hour. We even got a gust of 60 miles per hour here at the FSU weather stem not too long ago. Not official, but still showing that it's really windy outside. So again, we want to ensure that if you can right now, quickly before the lines comes through, maybe take any kind of loose items off from your front yard, any kind of thing like that. So that way you're not introducing that to the wind, because that can blow away and potentially cause a hazard. The tornado threat is also going to be, we also have dual hatched eggs here. We have the Tallahassee hatched here from about Tallahassee off to the west, so Destin, and then over into southwestern Georgia. We also have another hatched area too in the coastal Carolinas from about the Outer Banks over towards about Savannah, Georgia, where we have that other area of tornado risk. But again, it can even occur even in Miami or Tampa or Charlotte, so which is outside the hatched risk. So we want to stress that weather does not follow strict boundaries. Weather does whatever it wants to do. As Ryan mentioned earlier, Mother Nature is going to do whatever she wants. So you want to make sure that you kind of take precautions ahead of time before, so it doesn't catch you off guard. We just want to state that the risk is higher here versus here. That's all this map is showing. But again, everybody in this whole, whether you're green, beige, or yellow, you want to make sure you have the same general preparation patterns here. Now, you're going to hear a lot of terminology today, and if not, you've already heard quite a bit too this morning, especially if you live out to portions of the Western Panhandle. We have, of course, severe thunderstorm warning categories. We have the base severe thunderstorm warning, which is winds of about 58 miles per hour or greater, hail of about a quarter size or about 1 inch in diameter. So about like this, if you take out a quarter from your pocket here, it's about that size. And now it's not enough to, it still can cause some damage if you're outside and get caught in that. Luckily, we haven't had much in the way of any kind of hail reports this morning, but the wind is certainly the biggest threat here. Again, it doesn't take a tornado to create winds like this. It can create outside right now. That's what it is right now. We have a considerable risk as well. Or at least a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag has winds of about 70 miles per hour or greater, with hail of about 1.75 inches in diameter, which is about golf ball size hail like that, which is enough to perhaps create a crack in your windshield or your window. So again, even if there's a severe thunderstorm warning and there's not a tornado warning, you still could run the risk of creating damage outside. So you want to treat it like a tornado warning if you are underneath one of these, which pretty much almost everybody has so far across the Florida Panhandle and into southeastern Georgia, at least at some point this morning. And then destructive, or severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag indicates that we have winds of about 80 plus miles per hour with and or hail of about 2.75 inches in diameter, which is about baseball size, so about like this, coming at you. That will 100% do damage to your car, dent your car. They'll go through your windshield potentially. So you don't want to be outside for any of these, regardless if it's wind or for hail or anything. Anytime you see an alert like this from your phone here, you want to make sure you seek shelter inside an interior room, preferably away from outside exterior windows or walls, because these can be just as deadly as you could see projectiles flying outside with the wind, with the heaviest wind. Now, you also might hear some tornado terminology as well this morning if you have not already heard of it, especially if you're out towards the Panhandle of Florida right now. We have a tornado watch, which is currently in effect for the Tallahassee areas, points off towards the east as well. And this indicates that you want to be prepared that the conditions are favorable to have tornadoes form in that environment. So we want to make sure that you're making your plan, or you're already assessing your plan by this point, so that by the time you get to a tornado warning, or I should say possibly get to a tornado warning or emergency, you can enact that plan and know exactly where to go, because in the case of a warning or an emergency, that means that there's a tornado that's been observed either on the ground or by radar, especially on the ground if you have an emergency warning here, because that means that there could be some catastrophic, life-threatening danger here in going to an urban area population center. So we haven't had any emergencies yet today, but we have had some warnings go through populated areas like Panama City earlier today, where there have been reports of some damage that has occurred across that area, especially near the lower and upper Grand Lagoon areas of Panama City Beach. Now, tornado safety here for our house here, you want to make sure you stay in the interior hallway or stairway or closet in this particular diagram, because it's an interior portion of the house. It's at the lowest level, too, of your house. You don't want to be in the garage, bedroom, kitchen, or the living room here, because those all are bordering exterior walls. And a lot of people might think the garage is safe, but really it's not, because the garage doors is a weak point here. in the structure of your house, and that can easily bend, just like how it could in a hurricane as well. Same principle applies in the event of a tornado or even straight line winds for that matter too, or for a thunderstorm warning. You definitely don't want to be out on the deck either, because that is just outside and you don't want to do that. So really the best place to be in your house is going to be at the basement as the best place, at the lowest level of your room possible. But of course, a lot of houses here in Florida don't have basements, and as such, the next best option is just to go to the first floor or the lowest floor of whatever structure you're at, and go to an interior hallway, closet, whatever. It comes down to however many walls you can put. The greater the amount of walls you can put between you and the outside, the better. That's really what the bottom line is here in terms of tornado safety. Now, are you storm ready? Of course, that's the big question you want to ask yourself now when you're under a tornado watch, not a tornado warning. Because as I mentioned earlier, a watch means that you need to start preparing now. A warning means you need to enact that plan now in the event that you are issued underneath, or you are underneath a tornado warning or emergency. Now, for a storm-ready house, will your house provide a good place to take shelter? Will that have that basement or that interior room? If not, perhaps you have a friendly neighbor or a friend or a family member. You can perhaps go to their house. In the meantime, for today, hang out at their house, perhaps just until the storms pass. And of course, if you are issued under the tornado warning, you'll be much safer here if your friend or whoever's house here has that shelter in place that you can go to in the event of a warning. Now, if that's not possible at all, try and see if you can find any kind of storm shelter that's open in your city or your town or your jurisdiction, as perhaps you might be able to go spend the day there. And I say spend the day there because when there's a tornado warning, you may not have enough time to go from your house to this shelter that's opening. You might get caught in the elements. It's actually better to stay inside than go venture outdoors. So again, you want to find that plan now, not later on whenever the actual weather is coming through. Now, what you should have through any of this, whether if you're at your house, a friend's house, or at a shelter, you should have some sort of device to get weather alerts. You want to stay weather aware throughout this event, as again, we could have tornado warnings, you can have severe thunderstorm warnings, could be hail, etc. There could be some sort of emergency alerts, and you want to make sure you get those. That way, you can have enough time, or the most time, to actually seek that shelter and to get into that actual prepared or enact that plan here. So again, NOAA weather radio is a good source. If not, your phone can still get the alerts as well. The National Weather Service will send out tornado warnings if needed, or severe thunderstorm warnings as well if they're at I believe the destructive tag or higher, and that for that. So also radios and TVs that can provide some crucial information from the meteorologists like us here at FSU Weather, or your local TV stations as well will provide you with some really good access to some good weather, of course. But the power might go out too, so that's why another good note to have is to make sure your phone is charged in the event of a power outage as much as you can. Or what I also like to recommend too, part of this too, is if you have some sort of power bank or some sort of power battery you can use in the event of a power outage, that also might not be a bad thing to charge that up too. That way, in case something does happen, you can also charge your phone despite the power being out. So again, these are very important steps to have in the event of severe risk weather like this. And this could, unfortunately, in an El Nino year, probably increase, at least there are better chances this year of any year really, of having this throughout the winter and even into the spring as well. So it's actually a good test right now for that. And again, once you've checked off enough of these boxes, and you are weather and storm ready. That's, of course, the overarching message here that we want to convey here at FSU Weather. But Ryan will provide us with an update here of the conditions out at FSU.
Yeah, let's start by taking a look outside. So here's Doak Campbell Stadium here, just so we can get an idea. This camera is looking off to the west, so kind of into this line of storms. Notice it's just a cloudy day. Probably can't see it too well on TV, but the clouds are racing along. And then taking a look also, this is downtown Tallahassee. There's the Capitol building. Also just a gray, cloudy start to the day. Taking a look over at the radar, we do notice, at one point this whole line did have some tornado warnings associated with it. Some of them have been allowed to expire, but we do have a couple further up to the north into Georgia, one near Donaldsonville and Colquitt, line rotation right in there, and some strong winds nonetheless associated with these. So whether or not the winds are straight line or tornadic, there's quite a strong gust of wind within these storms, and along with the straight line winds, there is some rotation right now being picked up near Boykin on this storm right in here. And then as we work our way further to the north, just a little bit to the north, for this storm near Damascus and Arlington, again, rotation associated with this storm as it approaches Arlington and heads off to the north and east. So what we're doing right now is we're tracking this whole line of severe weather. I'm going to bring it down to just one radar display so we can simplify it. We notice how long this line goes. It's going to be impacting areas well into west and central Florida as we go through the day today. Jacksonville, Tampa, Orlando, Fort Myers, all part of this severe weather event. But right now, focusing on as it moves closer and closer to us here in Tallahassee, we do have a couple tornado warnings as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll probably get into a severe thunderstorm warning here in the near future. If I had to guess, they're kind of drawing these severe thunderstorm warnings out in front of the main line. So if I had to guess, probably in the next 10-15 minutes, we'll probably see a severe thunderstorm warning for us here in Tallahassee in the capital region, Leon County. Still continuing to track all these storms as they work their way across the state. The energy is there in the atmosphere for tornadic systems. And this storm kind of looks a little interesting near Wewa, Hitchcock, Honeyville, working its way off towards Woma. Just very strong winds associated with this. Regardless of whether or not there's a tornado on the ground, we're dealing with winds that are working their way to 57, 60 miles per hour in spots. So whether or not these winds are rotating, we're still dealing with a strong line of wind associated with this. And we're dealing with quite a few power outages across the capital region as well. Taking a look at Power Outage US, areas like Liberty County, 642 without power, Calhoun County, almost 2,000 without power, Jackson, 4,000 without power. Already in Leon County, the storm isn't even in Leon County yet. We've already got 10,000 people in Leon County without power. So that just shows how strong these winds are out in front of the storm as it starts to work its way further and further to the east. And leaving this up, so this tells us wind speed and direction, but you can see the brighter colors, the brighter yellows, brighter blues. That's where we're seeing these really intense winds associated with this line. Looks like we have a new confirmed tornado up in Georgia near Arlington, Morgan, Edison. I'm going to switch radar sites here so we can get the best view we can at this storm as it works its way not far off to the west of Albany. So there's a storm right there. Let's take a look and see what was reported to the National Weather Service a little bit ago, just so we can get the idea of what's going on within the atmosphere. Dougherty County, Randolph County, Baker County, Calhoun County, Early County, and Terrell County in Georgia. Tornado-producing storm, radar confirmed tornado, and at 9:55 this morning. And this warning is going until 10:30, so about another 30 minutes associated with this severe thunders or this tornado warning. Again, looks like most of the rotation is just going to be to the south and west of Morgan. So if you're living in Morgan or places off to the north and east, even Leary, I'd be taking tornado precautions as well as this observed tornado is working its way further to the north and east. I'm going to go ahead and throw on our debris tracker and see. There's the tornado right there. So what debris tracker does, we've talked about a little bit this morning, is it takes all particles in the atmosphere, and if it's rain, it paints it out as red. And if it's something that the radar doesn't recognize, it's going to paint it a different color. And so this could be dust, 2x4s, tree limbs, something in the atmosphere just isn't right. And that's how we can tell that this is likely something that's been picked up by a tornado. Who knows what it is, but again, dealing with a confirmed tornado as it's approaching Morgan and Leary. I think it's going to pass somewhere just in between Morgan and Leary here as we work into the next couple minutes. So you want to be taking your tornado precautions, and as Aaron mentioned, inside room, away from windows, on the lowest floor you can get to. obviously, we're associated with FSU. New severe thunderstorm warning actually just got issued for us here in Tallahassee, Crawfordville. That's going to be running until 11:30 this morning, so about another hour and a half associated with this severe thunderstorm warning as we go through the morning. Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla, into Georgia, Bainbridge, Thomasville, Crawfordville, Tallahassee, all associated with this severe thunderstorm warning. Out in front of this main line of severe storms that are producing strong winds and a possibility for an embedded tornado. We're not seeing as much in the way of supercellular storms as we were earlier, where it was kind of a discrete storm out in front of this main line. We're seeing now QLCS associated tornadoes, quasi-linear convective system, which basically is this fancy way of saying this whole line of storms as it pushes to the east has strong winds and the possibility for an embedded tornado. So, we've been tracking all sorts of storms throughout the morning. Again, some strong winds just moved through Wiwahicha, north of Sumatra, south of Blountstown. And then radar confirmed tornado is going to be off near Morgan. We're just taking a look at the debris tracker. And again, I would say Morgan, it's going to come very, very close to you, if not into Morgan. So you want to be taking your tornado precautions right now as the storm is moving through Morgan near Leary and on its way to the north and east. Also ahead of the storm line is Dawson. You're not in a tornado warning quite yet, but just keep paying attention if you're watching Dawson or Smithville. This line is moving your direction here over the next few minutes' time. Going back into Tallahassee, I hear the wind blowing outside, so we know the storm is close, and it's not even really raining quite yet. It's just this whole line of storms that's associated off to the west of us that's producing these strong outflow winds and gusts. We've seen reports of 60-mile-per-hour gusts already in Tallahassee. So the main line's not even here yet, and we're already experiencing these strong wind gusts. As I'm taking a look outside, it's you can see the trees blowing. You can see, quite a strong storm. Looks like a new tornado warning just got issued for Colquitt, Boykin, as this storm. I feel like this one is expired, but maybe it just got reissued. Therefore, it's been canceled. Yeah, so that one is expired. But again, continuing to track observed tornado near Morgan, as well as this line as it starts to work it's way closer and closer to Tallahassee. Let's switch back over and take another look outside Doak Campbell Stadium. It's almost 10 o'clock. There's a look outside our studio right now, and you can see, the trees are blowing. It's kind of just not a great start to the day, right? Once we get through this line of storms, that's it. But we have to get there first, and this line of storms is still going to take probably about an hour or so to get through the capital region for right now. So again, taking a look back outside down at Doak Campbell Stadium, looking off to the west. This is, kind of looking into the storm, and it's kind of hard to see on the camera that, the wind. But again, the clouds are moving quick. You can see occasionally the trees moving. Here's downtown Tallahassee, and you can see the camera is bouncing up and down, and that says these winds are just howling. I'm continuing to hear these winds howl outside the studio. Let's see if I switch back to the FSU one, if we can get any indication of the trees moving around. Just throughout the morning, we've seen on our cameras how, it's just bouncing around, and, these strong winds as they move through Tallahassee. So again, switching back to the radar, that tornado warning has expired. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning. Our only tornado warnings at the moment, there are two of them, really just one tornado warning at the moment. That's going to be up in Georgia, and that's been an observed tornado. The rest of the line, we're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. But again, I'm going to switch over to the debris tracker. Not as evident as it was, but again, this tornado warning just got updated and is still observed from the National Weather Service. So continuing to track this tornado warning as it moves off. Also, we're noticing some airport delays starting to build at the Tallahassee International Airport. Actually, if we want to pull up our flight map, we can see they're actually starting to push flights away from Tallahassee International Airport. So if you have a flight in or out of Tallahassee International Airport right now, check with your airline, check with, FlightAware or something to make sure that you're getting, the flights as needed. The ground crews at Tallahassee International Airport are actually sheltering because wind gusts are exceeding 58 miles per hour. And actually that includes electric crews as well. So if you lose power, unfortunately, the city of Tallahassee is not actively working to restore power for the safety of their crews. So, just because it's frustrating to lose power, I understand, but we do want, the electric crews restoring this to be safe and taking precautions as these storms move through the area. So again, just a one tornado warning to keep an eye on near Morgan. And it really looks like the debris signature is kind of there, but really for the most part, it looks like the storm is starting to fall apart. So that's better news. And taking a look at velocity, there's the strong wind associated with it. It's hard to see if it's rotating on velocity, but the wind associated with this is very strong. Is winds near 70 miles per hour, only about 4,000 feet above the surface. So do we know that 70 mile per hour winds are making it to the surface based on this? Not really, but we know that at one point in time there was a tornado near Morgan not that long ago. Again, outside Tallahassee, seeing these rains just now starting to come down. If we want to take a look back at the radar again, strong line of showers and storms working their way through. So are you guys ready over at the wall if we want to
Yes, we are. I was going
to the radar?
Yeah, we're good now.
Wow,
I was going to show the do you want to give an update too here? We go back to the wall. I'll just talk from the computer here. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Tallahassee metro area. This includes Leon County, Wakulla County, Gulf County, and Calhoun County. This whole area, and then even parts of Jefferson County, including Monticello here. This whole area is currently underneath a severe thunderstorm warning all the way up into Georgia. So if you're anywhere within this area where I'm going to highlight right here from about Tallahassee, Ryan actually will show you here on air. You can see the whole area, this whole box right here is underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. This also extends up into Georgia too, but
anywhere in that dark orange is a severe thunderstorm warning.
That's right. So if you're anywhere in the Tallahassee area, you want to make sure you take shelter, as we do now have the line that's beginning to approach into Gadsden County and also coming into the Leon County area now, as we have again that line of strong storms with very potent winds coming into the area now. So as Ryan mentioned earlier, that those winds already as well have been excesses of near 70 miles an hour in some spots. That's approaching hurricane force gusts. So again, we want to treat this as like this is a tornado right now. If you're in this warning, so if you're in the city of Tallahassee, Florida, this includes Florida State University, Florida Atlantic, Florida or FAMU, as well as TCC, or in the surrounding area in Tallahassee. If you're within Tallahassee city limits or just outside of it, you want to make sure you go in that interior room now, because we now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect issued by the National Weather Service here in Tallahassee across Leon County, Wakulla County, Franklin County, Gulf County, into Jefferson County here along I-10. So again, severe thunderstorm warning does exist now for over the next, I don't know what the time exactly it expires in, but you can imagine probably at least for the next hour or two as this line progresses in. And as we've been seeing kind of throughout the whole rest of the day here on FSU Weather, we've been seeing that this line has been ramping up and producing a lot of tornado warnings and then ramping down a little bit. Then ramp back up and then down. That's kind of what the whole theme has been. So right now we're at a lull right now for the line, but you could see these little kinks here indicating that we could see areas of convergence of winds, and that would help to indicate we could have some rotating air around those winds here, and those can easily spin up along this. So we have a lot of wind shear aloft here, and the environment is just very conducive for severe weather across much of the Big Bend region. And again, the tornado watches extend all the way through about Lake City, Columbia County, through about Dixie County and into Gilchrist County, as we have that tornado watch in effect, which means the tornado conditions are conducive in this environment. We have a very favorable environment here for tornadoes, especially for the wintertime. We don't see this very often. It's only occurs really, climatologically speaking, in El Nino years, which is what we're in right now. So it may not just be this event. We may see more events like this as we get into the rest of January, into February, even March. So in the springtime, where we have the heart of severe weather season here. So again, right now we have this line and it's beginning to approach the Tallahassee area. It runs from about Apalachicola near East Point, Gulf County, into Franklin County, through Calhoun, Gadsden, upwards into Bainbridge and points north of that is where we have right now the line is situated. It is quickly moving towards the east, towards the Tallahassee metro area. So it probably within the next half hour to about an hour or so is when we expect this line to actually move through the metro area. So right now the Weather Service in Tallahassee has gone ahead and issued a thunderstorm warning because they believe that the winds are going to be at least 60 miles per hour or greater.
And just a couple minutes ago, at 10:02, they closed Tallahassee International Airport for flight, just emergency aircraft and military operations only. So if you have a flight in or out of Tallahassee International Airport, of course, check with your airline. But for right now, the flights are being diverted, the flights are being sent elsewhere, or flights are being delayed because of the weather.
That's right. If you didn't hear what Ryan just said, he said that Tallahassee International Airport has closed all normal operations there at the airport as winds have just been blustering right now. They're accessing excess of tropical storm force conditions. We have this line that's approaching the area. I can actually hear the wind now outside the studio really picking up here outside the window here, and we're far enough away that we're safe here in the studio. But again, you don't want to be outside looking or going outside or going on your porch or looking at the window as we now have the severe, or I should say next to the window as we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Tallahassee metro area. As I mentioned there, right now you should be hunkering down in an interior room right now as we have that severe thunderstorm warning, which goes from the coast all the way up into Georgia right now with that. So we have got some velocity data here. We have 51 miles an hour right along the leading edge, 68 miles per hour here, just off into Franklin and Gulf County here, near the Apalachicola River in Calhoun County. If you go up above the line here, we have a little bit of a kink here, which actually indicates that tornado warning. In effect, that small couplet here, just off to the west of Bainbridge, is where my finger's at. Very, very small here, but it is rotating, and we do need to take this seriously. So again, Bainbridge, if you're anywhere in Bainbridge or points northward along U.S. Route 27, or if you're taking State Route 2 or Georgia State Route 262 upwards from Climax up north of that. Again, there is a tornado warning in effect for your area, and you need to seek shelter right away, preferably in an interior room, as we have that area moving towards the northeast at a pretty fast clip, nearly freeway speed, actually, with how these winds are racing outside. Again, we have a tornado warning in effect there. Actually, if we go to the north, it looks like there's another tornado warning in effect just to the north of that near Colquitt, Georgia here. Another little line or another little area of rotation. This one looks pretty weak though, so I can't imagine it staying here for very much longer. But nonetheless, you are still underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this line is all moving at a very fast clip off to the northeast here, and we expect this to continue off to the northeast here. So we put a tracker on here. We have rough estimates about 1040. Here through Lynn, actually,
I would say
probably
faster.
Yeah,
than
even
that.
faster than that. Yeah, I think that's actually maybe twice the speed of that. So just ignore the times here, but do keep in mind that if you're in Lynn, any of these cities, so Lynn, Branchville, Camilla, Baconton, or Putney, you want to make sure you start thinking about going into that, or start thinking about where you're going to go, especially if you're in that polygon. In fact, we actually have another tornado warning here in effect in northern portions of Georgia here, from north of Milford into Morgan, just off to the south of US 82 and off to the east of US 27 here. Morgan, rotation doesn't look to be very robust here. It looks like probably near south of Dawson. So this warning may be either close to expiring, or they might update it, include Dawson here shortly. So if you're in the Dawson area, I actually would recommend going into that interior room right now, because the Weather Service may indeed extend that into Dawson and off to the northwest of Albany, Georgia. If nonetheless, too, you are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, so you actually should be in the interior room right now, even before the tornado may or may not get there here.
Another 20 minutes on this warning, and this is the one at one point in time. If we take the radar back a little bit, they actually did confirm. There it is right there on the debris tracker. It doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but at one point in time, they did confirm this, and they just issued the new tornado warning moving up into Dawson right there. And that's going to be going Dawson, Leesburg, Smithville until 11 a.m. So about another 45 minutes on this tornado warning storm. Doesn't look like it's producing a tornado at the current moment, but it did in the past. So, as you mentioned, these storms have kind of been, all up and down today. Some of them might be producing, some of them might not be. This is off the Moody Air Force Base radar, and I think it kind of gets the best image of what we're looking at wind speed-wise, and there is definitely some rotation associated with in that storm right around Dawson. And it's going to be moving off to the north and east here over the next probably hour or so.
That's right. As Ryan just mentioned here, we have that severe thunderstorm warning here in effect across the area. We also have the tornado warning in effect as well near Dawson. And actually, that was confirmed as noted by Ryan here with that what we call correlation coefficient, which helps to kind of see the ratio of the sizes of the debris up in the air. So if you have normal CC, you would normally have a pretty similar, like a brownish color here. But whenever you start seeing what we call a CC drop is when you start seeing perhaps 2x4s or other things that are not normal in the atmosphere to start flying around. That's when you start seeing more of the yellows, the oranges, and that's what you don't want to see here. But it looks like we have 3 tornado warnings are now in effect from 3 cells. We have one Bainbridge, all in Georgia. So one Bainbridge, another one just near Colquitt, and then another one just off to the north, near northwest of Albany. But further to the south here, we have that main line that's about to cross into Leon County here very shortly. It's actually knocking at the doorstep here. If you're traveling along I-10, let's say off to the west in Tallahassee, you actually want to go right now into interior shelter. You don't want to continue off to the west because you're going to run into this here. And actually, if you're actually traveling into the storm from the westbound here on I-10, you actually we're going to feel even worse effects of the storm because the wind's actually going to be relatively faster going into the line of storms here. So again, we want to stress that you want to stay weather aware here right now, and you want to go to the interior portion of that room right now because we have that line that is still coming towards Tallahassee, and it's at the doorstep here. It's at your doorstep you were at earlier with your cup of coffee here. You want to make sure you go to that room that you made at that plan. You want to enact that plan you made at that time because here we have that line moving through, and again, it can cause destructive winds. And we've already seen outside here, even at the studio or even near your home here and across northwest Florida or southeast Alabama or northwest Georgia, that we have the winds already howling outside a near tropical storm force, if not exceeding that, close, getting kind of in that hurricane force gust territory. So it's getting very close to that. Yeah. Regardless, we could see flying debris, flying projectiles that could be in the air here, especially as these winds ramp up even further in these line of storms. And again, you don't want to be caught outside because if you're driving outside, the visibility might reduce here as a result. So again, now is the time to go and enact that plan here if you're in Tallahassee, Jefferson County off to the west.
And reading the text on the severe thunderstorm warning, it's in effect until 11:30. At 9:53, so about 25 minutes ago or so, obviously the line of storms is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, 70 mile per hour gusts and quarter-sized hail. So they said expect hail damage to vehicles, expect considerable tree damage and wind damage to mobile homes and roofs as well. And then also they added on to the warning, no tornado possible tag, but they said remain alert for a possible tornado. these tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorm warnings, and if you spot a tornado, to go outside or into a basement as quickly as possible.
That's right. So again, these little areas of severe thunderstorm warnings, even though they're not in the actual tornado warning, these lines can easily produce these tornadoes that have been occurring, and we've seen that throughout the day here across Tallahassee, or points off to the west of there. But now Tallahassee is about to get into the actual event itself here. You can actually see quite definitively where the leading edge of that line is, just off in central Gadsden County near Quincy, points off to the north there into Georgia. You can see on our velocity here, we see right now that the winds are actually going 60 miles per hour away from the radar here, and then 45 miles per hour towards the radar here, just indicating that we have those very powerful winds right now along the leading edge, on top of the winds we have here, mind you, here in Tallahassee. So and then over the next half an hour or so, we'll still be here as long as we can here on air, and we'll give you the latest here on the weather that will pass through Tallahassee metro area. But again, not just Tallahassee, Bainbridge as well, going through the line of storms right now, and also through a tornado warning. Also, that's in effect for Bainbridge right now. A very nasty downpour right now is currently over Bainbridge and points to the north and the south of there. We have that very, very powerful line of showers and thunderstorms that are coming through the area, all associated with the powerful cold front coming through the region that will eventually drop the temperatures tomorrow too across our area in Tallahassee. But again, we have to get through this before we have potentially light at the end of the tunnel, in the form of perhaps the sun coming out later on in the day today. Perhaps the sunset may be possible today, so that actually would be nice for a change. But of course, as I mentioned before, as the line progresses off towards the east, eventually you'll see the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service offices trim back that tornado watch. So right now you can see that watch has been trimmed back for Mariana, Panama City, and points off to the west of there. So now with those thunderstorms using up the instability, any instability that was there, now we're seeing more stable air behind it, and that's what's going to decrease the storm chances. So I want to make it clear that there's no tornado threat after this primary line goes through. The tornado threat goes to basically zero because there's stable air in place. The tornado watch will get trimmed back, and you don't have to worry about any kind of severe weather for the rest of the day today, as we have that, again, line that will continue to move off towards and march on to the east here. But again, Tallahassee, we're about to go through it here. Wakulla County, this includes places like Alligator Point, St. George Island, Carabel, and anywhere along the Forgotten Coast here in Appalachia Bay. Right now is underneath the gun for these lines of very strong to severe storms that we're planning on coming through here. So again, very, very serious here. And we want to iterate here that you want to make sure you go to the interior portion of your home or whatever building you're at if you can. We know many buildings here in Florida do not have basements, but if you do have one, that would actually be the best place to be at. But the first floor, an interior hallway, stairway, etc., that would be the best place to be at. But we know many folks here in Florida do not have those basements, etc. So again, the main event's coming here at the doorstep. We are very close to it here. We will continue to stay live on the air here at FSU Weather as a line of showers and storms comes through.
And that's assuming we keep power as well. We've seen power outages across the U.S. or across the area really pick up over the last little bit as these storms start to work their way in. And it looks like, according to Power Outage US, that they are getting power back. So that is good news. But still tracking a strong line of showers and storms working their way in this morning. Just saw our friend Ian, who is also a student meteorologist, he just tweeted the cloud motion outside is unbelievable. And looking outside the studio right now, like, it is dark. It's dark. The trees are blowing around. And just before, it was 10:20 in the morning. These storms are starting to work their way into Tallahassee and closer to us here, on the campus of Florida State University. So, again, there's a look outside our window right now, and you can tell over the last little bit it's gotten darker as this line of storms just knocking on our doorstep here in Leon County. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings are issued as the trees are bouncing around outside. Let me go ahead and put on the, let's put on the Doak, I think I have Doak Campbell Stadium loaded up, or I will load it up here in the next few seconds, because it's helpful just to see outside so we can really get an understanding of what's going on. We have cameras all over the area, and we really want to get an understanding of what it looks like outside. So let's go ahead and load up the Doak Campbell Stadium tower cam and take a look outside as this line of showers and storms is starting to work its way in to the Tallahassee capital region. So again, it's dark, it's starting to get stormier out. We've had, quiet morning to this point, and now it's starting to finally work its way into the capital region. Again, let me switch us over to the radar, and we can take a look at what's going on outside. Again, just a loud radar return, Ooh, new tornado warning. That's going to be Leon. We're going to want to zoom into that because that's going to be knocking on our doorstep here at Florida State University. We got this new tornado warning just now issued for us here in Leon. I don't think it doesn't look like it include Florida State University quite yet, but it's going to be very much knocking on our doorstep here. Let's flip this over to velocity, and we'll kind of get a better idea of what's going on within this storm system. There's the rotation there to the south and east of the line.
We should state, though, that even though FSU or Tallahassee is not in the cone right now, or not in the cone, the polygon right now, again, it could be in the future. So right now, if you're at FSU or Tallahassee, start thinking about where to go in case this does continue on.
Yeah, and also remember, Tallahassee has a lot of, college students living between Tallahassee Community College, FSU, and Florida A&M University. So just because there's not a, tornado warning right now, a lot of people around Tallahassee are living in an apartment complex, living in, a dormitory. So we want to be thinking about where are we going to go, assuming that this tornado warning gets stretched out to Tallahassee. So again, this doesn't include Florida State University, but it does include parts of Leon County, as well as Gadsden and Liberty County, as we're working our way further into. Let's switch things over to velocity, Josh. I want to take a look at that. Oh, I'll help you out here in a second. So again, we've got this new tornado warning. We've been tracking these tornado warnings all morning because they could really post up at any time, and that's what happened here with this storm. Getting very close to the radar at the Tallahassee International Airport, rather. So switching things over to velocity, we're getting a close scan to the Earth of what's going on. So, we're obviously, tracking these storms as it gets closer and closer to us here, and, what we're looking for when we're tracking a tornado warning is these reds and greens coming together. Green is going away from the radar, so let me paint the stage here. So the radar is right here at the Tallahassee International Airport, and it's sending out a beam. It's sending out a pulse. And the pulse is going to bounce off rain droplets back to the radar. And so what we're seeing is we're able to detect wind within this, and we're seeing the green is moving away from the radar, the red is moving towards the radar, and what we're seeing is this rotation right here that's working its way to the north and east. If we want to put a storm track on it, I kind of want to get some communities in there, or maybe we can zoom in a little bit as the storm is starting to work its way out. So this is going to be near US 20, near Bloxham, Lakeview Point, Holland, Ocklawackney, Norfleet, Tallahassee. I wanted to give you the first alert because this is going to be moving close. I think if as this starts to work its way further to the north and east, if it's going to move through Tallahassee, it's going to be on more of the north end. If I had to guess on a path, it's kind of going to move more like this. But these storms are flying along today. Well, most of these storms have been moving at 50, 60 miles per hour, and that's highway speeds that we're driving at. As we see some lightning outside. Actually, I'm going to put on a storm track real quick, but then I'm going to switch us back to that Doak Campbell Stadium tower cam because it's actually going to be looking kind of at the storm here. But again, Bloxham 1058. You don't have that much time. Our computer is taking in so much information, and it's just struggling to put in time information right now. So let's ignore the timestamps, and let's just say Bloxham. This is going to be knocking on your doorstep in the next couple minutes. Havana, this is going to be knocking on your doorstep by 10:30, 10:35. So what we're really looking for is, these storms are flying along to the north and east, and I think if in the huge perspective of things, regardless of whether or not there's a tornado, there is a strong line of showers and storms moving. As we're going to put on a squall tracker for it. Havana 10:30, you've got about 4 minutes. Calvary, less than 10 minutes. Reno, you've got about 10 minutes. So these storms are flying along and just really packing a punch with it as this new tornado warning just got issued. So the reason I put on the Doak Campbell Stadium tower cam is because this is looking more to the south and west, and that's exactly where this tornado warning has been issued. So if we see, we might be able to see a little something within this tower cam as it starts to kind of update a little bit. Let's see. I'm just looking, at different radar sites, trying to get data on it. Taking a look at our debris tracker. Nothing there as of now. But again, taking a look outside, we're seeing plenty of, dark clouds working their way in. Hi, Aaron. How are you? Continuing to track this tornado warning as we move off to, the north and east. And I believe the storm is moving at about 50 miles per hour. So again, Wakulla, Gadsden, Liberty, Leon County, not the whole counties, but just a kind of polygon that they carved out at the National Weather Service. Tornado and quarter-size hail could be picked up with this. It'll be around Midway in about 10 minutes. 10:40, it'll be near Midway. We're also going to be looking at Littman, Scotland, Jameson. So if you're within that red polygon, you want to be taking your tornado precautions right now because, these storms are moving at such a clip today that, you don't really have a lot of time to prepare. It's just going to be knocking on your doorstep just like that. So I would say, if you're on campus at Florida State University, you're in your dorm, or you're heading outside, it's 10:30, maybe you're going to get breakfast, something. Let's hold off on that for a little bit because really, just wait this out at this point. These storms are knocking on our doorstep. If we want to switch back to Max and take a look at the polygon and just kind of get the updated idea of what's going on. 10:30 in the morning, we've got this tornado warned storm just to the south and west of Tallahassee. So the rotation is right in here, and it's going to be moving off to the north and east. I would say this is going to clip Tallahassee. I think it's going to move just a little bit to the north of Florida State University, Florida A&M University. It might come close to the Tallahassee International Airport, but I think for the most part, we're not looking at any any direct impacts. I am looking at the National Weather Service feed as well. There is some wind damage being reported out in Madison County, and just keeping our eye on things as they go on, just to make sure there's nothing that is catching our eye, or we want to. We're here to give you the first heads up of strong storms moving on. That's why we're here, and right now we're seeing these strong storms. Regardless of whether or not you're in a tornado warning, these storms are packing a punch. There's winds that are well above hurricane force. They're tropical storm force to hurricane force winds just from this line. So regardless of whether these storms are rotating or not, wind is going to cause damage no matter if it's rotating or if it's twisting. Trying to look around, see if there's anything new coming out from the radar. We are going, if we can switch back to velocity, I can help you out with that. It might be a little hard to see as we get closer to the Tallahassee radar because, again, like we kind of mentioned earlier, that radars are great, but they only can work in, on storms that are far enough away. So here's the radar over at the Tallahassee International Airport, and really zooming in to kind of get some neighborhoods and streets in on the map. So this is where we've got our rotation right here near us. East of Bloxham, there's Lakeview Point, there's Holland, 20 is right here, North Fleet is right here, I-10 is kind of going behind the banner here, the airport is off right over here. So just taking a look, Tallahassee's right here, Ocklawahnee. I would say I want North Fleet and Ocklawahnee to be paying attention as the storm is starting to move its way further up towards, there's 90. Can we move the radar just a little bit further towards the west, back towards where this rotation is, and maybe zoom out just a bit. Again, so right here near 20 and 267, where they kind of come together near Bloxham, that's where this rotation is going to be as it's moving towards Holland. Holland, it's time to head into that safe place as the storm is knocking on your doorstep. And then Northfleet and Ocklawahnee also going to be under this tornado warning. And I believe it's going to be running until about 11 o'clock this morning. So again, we've talked all morning long about the wind threat associated with this, and we want to be paying attention to this, whether the wind is rotating or a straight line. These storms can cause damage and heavy rain as well. Just looking to see if there's anything new from social media. It will skirt portions of Leon County and likely cross Highway 20. I think it's crossing Highway 20 right about now near Holland and Lakeview Point. Right in this region here is where the rotation is. It's kind of going to almost parallel Highway 20 for a little bit as it heads up towards Northfleet, Ocklawahnee, and eventually Interstate 10. So I would say if you're driving on Highway 20, I would stop near Northfleet or Bloxham, pull off and find a gas station and just hang out for a bit. If you're in Holland, I want you taking your tornado precautions now. And then I would advise against all travel between I-10, Ocklawahnee, and Wetumpka. Just pull off. You're not going to be able to outrun these storms because these storms are moving at highway speeds. And so if you think you can outrun this storm, you can't. These storms are moving, this one in particular, moving at about 50 miles per hour to the north and east. Can we pop on correlation coefficient and take a look and see if there's any debris being picked up? Because we are in a spot with the radar to where we might be able to see a little bit of debris. I don't know. There's a little spot. I don't know. I wouldn't be confident enough to say that this would be debris, but it's interesting to see that, the storm is associated right in here, and there is just a little bit of a dropout associated with this. And it is getting loud outside as this tornado warning storm continues. Looks like a new tornado warning just got issued for Franklin, Liberty, Wakulla County, including Crawfordville, Panetka, and Sopchoppy. That's going to be running until about 11 o'clock this morning. So let's zoom out the radar and kind of get a general overview of what's going on in our reflectivity mode. So we've got these 2 tornado warnings now. We've got one further to the south right here. Rotation is going to be right in here, south and west of Choppy. It's going to be moving towards Highway 319 over the next about 25 minutes or so. And we've also got this tornado warning up here, and starting to get into Leon County. And I think it's going to clip Tallahassee more to the north and kind of go just north of I-10 here over the next couple of minutes. Definitely starting to get louder outside, and if you're sitting in Tallahassee and you're a little nervous, that's okay, because we're going to be here throughout the event to keep you guys safe and well informed. Let's throw on the velocity mode and check out the storm south and west of Choppy near Franklin, Liberty, and Wakulla County. So Wakulla County right here. We've got Franklin right here. It's just going to be coming out of Franklin County, entering into Liberty County here in the next couple minutes. And again, another tornado warning up here as it's starting to cross into Leon County and work its way towards Tallahassee. They just trimmed that tornado warning down a little bit. Taking a look at social media to see if there's any reports coming in. I'm not seeing anything in way of spot or confirmed tornado. I know within the meteorology department here at FSU we do have quite a few people out and about, chasing and safely chasing to make sure that, if there's a tornado or something, that the National Weather Service is made aware of it. I'm not seeing anything crazy. I am hearing of electrical power outages within the Tallahassee area, but nothing in way of tornado reports or possibly tornado here in rural Leon County, right over here. Wow, it is gusting outside. You see these bright colors on radar showing just how strong these winds are cruising along. And I mean, it doesn't take a tornado to cause wind damage. It truly is, it truly can be, straight line wind gusts that are causing it. Nothing really crazy on our debris tracker that would say there's a tornado. But again, this is near Holland, moving to northeast. Just got the newest frame. So here's Highway 20, Holland. Norfleet is over here. Ockalochnee is over here. This is more of a rural part of Leon County, but it is, going to be moving to the north and east here in the next few minutes. I-10 is running right up here, and these storms are flying along at about 50 miles per hour. And just we want to give you, the most up-to-date information on this tornado warning. It is just now starting to rain and blow like nuts outside.
Pan it outside here just to kind of show what the actual aurora looks like.
Yeah.
So we'll actually pan it outside to kind of show what the actual view outside looks like. Because just a moment ago, it was actually really blustery outside. Of course, we had those winds really coming through the area right now. We have also the rain starting to fall here across Tallahassee. So again, very, very blustery. We have the main show coming through here, just about like even more so, almost entering the house now, our metaphorical house. So again, we are very close to the main event here, and again, just to show that this is a real deal. This is a very, this is a very, not only say a rare event, but it's not a very common event here across Tallahassee. We have, of course, we have that severe weather coming through the area. Again, very, very hard. You don't see these very, very often, but we'll actually kind of take things back towards the wall here with me, as we have that tornado warning still in effect for western portions of Tallahassee. So not quite exactly inside Tallahassee, but very, very close to it right now. As we have that tornado warning that just actually got trimmed back a little bit. Indicates that maybe the rotation might be a bit less here over the past several frames or so. So here again, the tornado warning is in effect from about Jackson Bluff through to about Norfleet. So this is about just outside of Capitol Circle, southwest and into the western portion of the capital circle here. So again, this whole complex is moving off to the north and east of Tallahassee. So this will likely skirt just off to the north of the metro area based off of the location where it's at, the actual rotation area. But again, this whole area is moving to the north, west or so, and it would not be surprising if over the next, if at any moment now, this could potentially be include the Tallahassee metro area as well. So again, we want to make sure that you guys are aware that there is indeed a tornado warning in effect for the Tallahassee, western portion of Tallahassee and Leon County. We also have another tornado warning as well into effect to the south of Tallahassee as well, into Wakulla County and near just off to the west of or northwest of Alligator Point, near Panacea, Ashmore, Wakulla Beach, and in the city of Wakulla proper as well. It is generally heading towards the Tallahassee St. Mark's Historic Railroad Trail here, so that's that road that you would maybe take south of town towards Appalachia Bay. That whole area looks like it might be under this warning potentially in the next few moments or so, but this also area is also just off to the south of the one near Tallahassee. Again, these both are heading in the general direction of the city of Tallahassee, so again, we want to stress that these areas of rotation can spin up quickly and then go away, and then spin up again and go quickly. That's just the nature of how these types of QLCSs or the quasi-linear convective systems work. You might have areas of lull in activity and then areas, again, of very strong rotation. And that's what we've seen all morning long here at FSU Weather, if you've been staying tuned with us here. Again, but regardless of these two tornado warnings, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the entire area from US Route 98 from the coast all the way into Georgia through central Georgia, where we also have another tornado warning too near Albany, actually moving through Albany right now. So again,
they did put an observation tag on that tornado warning near Midway and Jameson.
Okay.
So just to let you guys know that tornado warning that was near Midway in Leon County, more rural, that you're zooming into, they did at some point someone observed it near Holland, Lake Talquin State Forest, and Midway.
That's right. So again, the tornado warning a tornado has been observed here by a trained spotter here near Midway into Holland and Jackson Bluff in Leon County. As we have, of course, that area of that tornado warning that is coming into Leon County
so
and into Gadsden County.
This is it right here where, and there goes our cell phones. New tornado warning. That's why our cell phones are going off right now. Let me silence mine. Thank you for the heads up, Apple. I appreciate it. As our, emergency alerts are going off here in the studio, you probably heard them. We're just, we're tracking this.
The tornado warning there near Tallahassee has been extended to include at Florida State University and Tallahassee proper. So if you're anywhere within the city limits of Tallahassee, you need to take shelter right now.
So here's a look at what we're looking at. I'm going to put on the conventional radar just so we can kind of set our bearings. We've got Tallahassee's right here. The tornado is somewhere around here. We've got I-10 running right here. We've got, Florida State is going to be right in here. I'm going to take a look at our wind product and zoom it in and just try to, get off street names, get off little areas that, we can kind of, all find, a common, place that we know. So Norfleet, this rotation is closely, I would say, so you see this little ball, spinny ball right here. This is Tallahassee International Airport. The tornado signature is right off to the right off to the west of Tallahassee International Airport. They did go ahead and say this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this warning for Leon County as well as Gadsden County, Grady County, and Thomas County is going to be going until 11:15 this morning, so about another 30 minutes on this tornado warning. All right, so we've got Norfleet here. The rotation is right about here, the strongest of the winds. Tallahassee's right here. Florida State University is right here. We've got Tallahassee International Airport right here. We've got Florida A&M University right here. If you're looking up towards here, we've got like Costco, Bass Pro Shops. That's going to be closer to I-10. So I would say the majority of this storm motion right now is going to be off to the west. Just right in here is where our rotation is. There's 20, 263. It's going to be nearing Capitol Circle here in the next little bit as Capitol Circle kind of bends towards Tallahassee International Airport. I do want to take a look. We're going to switch radar sites over to Valdosta just because as the storm gets closer and closer to us here in Tallahassee, it might get like a little harder to see the rotation. This one, the Valdosta radar, not really, it's kind of too far away, but the Tallahassee radar is also almost a little too close to see this rotation. But I do want to, make a point of saying this does include Florida State University. This does include Florida A&M University. This includes, if the whole capital region right now is under this tornado warning, and that we're tracking as it's moving off to the north and east. So let's kind of, time this out. We'll put a track on it. We'll, figure out what time this is going to be knocking on your doorstep. Okay, we're not, we're not going to be worried about this. Okay, it's going to be okay. We've just got some strong rotation, strong enough rotation off that caused the National Weather Service to be concerned, and so they went ahead and issued a tornado warning, and that tornado warning is going to be running until 11:15. So, again, I almost sound like a broken record when I say it, but we want to talk about what you should do, because more than likely, a lot of people in Tallahassee are college students. That's just the way it is, okay? And we want you guys to know what you're supposed to do, right? And so we want you guys to know what to do under this tornado warning, right? I'm sure your cell phones went off. Our phones all did here, all right? You want to be moving to the most interior room you can away from windows, okay? If you're in a dorm or an apartment building, you want to get to the lowest level you can. I know most dorms at FSU have a downstairs. Some of them are even below ground. If you can get below ground, I know Tallahassee's a little weird, but Tallahassee's a little weird where there are some underground areas, but again, we want you guys to be safe. Actually, let's pull up the what to do in a tornado graphic. We've got that up, perfect. All right, let's talk about what you should be doing, because I just got the email that said tornado warning, including Florida State University. Here's the look outside. It's dark, it's gray. You're not going to see a tornado, so don't go outside looking for one, all right? This storm right near Tallahassee International Airport, and we really want to, kind of talk about what you should be doing in the event of obviously your phones went off. It's dark, it's storming outside. What should you be doing right now, all right? Let's say you're in your apartment and your phone went off, okay? We want to get to the most inside room we can. Maybe your bedroom's here, your bathroom's here, your kitchen's over here. How inside can we get? For me, I'm trying to get onto the lowest floor I can. So maybe, maybe your apartment has like a downstairs gym that's on the inside. Maybe your apartment has a downstairs hallway. I wouldn't go towards the parking garage, but I would say, as downstairs and interior as you can. If you're stuck in your room or your dorm room, get into the bathroom. Get into as center of a room as you can, to get yourself away from any windows. And again, as low as we can get, that's the perfect place for us to be. Let's go ahead and take another look at the radar as it's moving, as the storm moves closer to Tallahassee. I mean, I'm looking outside right now, and it's blowing. It's storming outside. We know that. As the fire alarms here are actually going off to let us know that there is a tornado warning. Hopefully you can hear me. But again, we've got this tornado warning. Thank you, fire alarms, for letting us know. This tornado warning is really close to us here in Tallahassee. So Norfleet's here, Tallahassee International Airport's here. This tornado warning is right here, going to be moving. And actually, we're going to be taking our tornado precautions here in the studio. It is getting really dark outside. We're going to be taking our tornado precautions here in the studio. So we're going to leave up the radar, and if we're going to keep live streaming and talking you guys through this. But again, we're moving to an interior hallway away from windows, just in case there is a tornado on the ground. We want to be safe. We want to be responsible. So just know that we're moving to an interior room too. And we're going to be as safe as possible as we walk you guys through this tornado warning. Again, the fire alarms are going off, telling us that a tornado can impact campus shortly. We're getting as far away from windows as we can into EOAS building. I'm hoping you guys can hear us. We're going to be with you guys as long as we can. We're going to talk you guys through this. It's going to be okay. Yes, it's loud. Yes, it's scary right now, but we're just trying to do what we can. And if there's any reason that we get cut off air, we're going to do our best to stay on social media right now. But again, tornado warning is coming down right now at Doak Campbell Stadium and is blowing very, very much. So again, tornado warning runs until 11:15, includes Florida State University, includes us here. Wow, it is outside right now. We want you guys at the most interior room as you can. But again, taking a look outside, safely we're taking a look outside. And the wind, I've never seen wind like this. It is blowing. You can hear the wind almost howling. I've never seen, something like this where the wind is blowing quite like this. We're just assuming we're still live on YouTube. We're hoping we're still live on YouTube. What I want is you guys on the campus of Florida State University to be inside, to be away from windows as we, talk about the storm. We're taking our tornado precautions here at the FSU Weather Studio. That's why none of us are on screen right now. Our building is surrounded by glass. We don't want to be close to that if we have strong winds. So what I want you guys to do is, if you're in a dorm, if you're in an apartment, get to the most interior room as possible, because regardless of whether or not there's a tornado outside, the winds are very, very strong right now. And we're trying to get to the most interior room as possible, away from windows, away from doors, just something that will keep us safe in case, something comes through the window, something that comes, close to us as the storm is starting to work its way in. It's blowing at quite the clip right now. Like, I would say easily 50, 60, possibly over hurricane force winds right now.
That's right. It's just outside. It's blustery. Of course, we have that main show coming through right now. At least at least the tropical storm force, potentially up to hurricane force gust possible still right now going on outside, as we have the main show, the main squall line coming through the city of Tallahassee right now, and also including Florida State University, and also including TCC and FAMU right now, where currently a tornado warning is in effect, and we are currently taking shelter in the interior hallway of our the EOAS building here at FSU. As a result, because we do have an area of rotation that is approaching the Tallahassee area, and therefore we are underneath a tornado warning right now across the area. Rotation looks like it has kind of been reduced over the past few frames or so, but nonetheless we are still underneath a tornado warning, and therefore you should be following us and going into a interior hallway or interior room until it passes.
Yeah.
Probably another half an hour or so, would you say, Ryan?
Yeah, I would say even in the next 10, 15 minutes, the worst of this storm will be starting to work its way out. But right now, we're just getting hit with that punch of a strong storm system as it's working its way through. The wind speeds are increasing. We're taking precautions here at the FSU Weather Studio, and we want you guys to know that we'd rather be on air with you guys, talking you guys through this on screen, but we're doing what we can to be safe and away from windows and away from, we're trying, we want ourselves to be protected in case there's debris, in case, a door gets blown out, a window gets blown out. We don't want to be standing right next to, a door or a window. So, we've still got the wind map up on our wall there, and you see those bright shades that are going through Tallahassee right now, and that just indicates very strong winds. I mean, I'm looking outside safely and from a safe distance, and you just see the rain curtains just go flying by because that's how strong this wind is. And it doesn't take a tornado to cause wind damage.
That's right. I mean, even before the squalling going through right now, we've had winds excessive near 60 miles an hour on some stations that have been reported across Tallahassee as a result. Again, and then tornado risk, of course, just amplifies even more. But straight line winds can cause as much, if not even more, damage than traditional tornadoes here. And even more so when we factor in other objects such as trees or buildings or projectiles. It can make for a really dangerous event occurring right now across the city. Currently, at least here in Florida State, we have power. Once it's safe for us to go back in the studio, we'll go ahead and we'll show you more in terms of power outages across the Leon County and the city of Tallahassee. But for right now, we have power, and we assume most people around Tallahassee does. We do know.
I have heard a few reports of people losing power, and there's over 50,000 people in Florida without power. And looking at Leon County in particular, about 12,000 customers are without power. About 10% of our customers in Leon County are without power. And the city of Tallahassee said, we'll get to you when it's safe. We're not going to go back right now because right now it's severe thunderstorm, wind gusts outside. We don't want our utility workers to be on top of tower trucks working in winds like this. If you have a flight out of Tallahassee International Airport, check with your airline, but I know that the airport's closed. And as for this tornado warning, we've got about another 15 minutes to go on this, and the storm is quickly starting to move out of Tallahassee. I would say the worst of the rotation now, near Mahan Drive, working its way almost towards I-10, near Costco Bass Pro Shop. That's where the worst of the wind right now is.
That's right, almost within a blink of an eye. As you mentioned, the storm was in and the storm is out now. That is one benefit, at least, of these winds being stronger. But of course, the downside is that we have to get through it first. Mm-hmm. So, again, the city of Tallahassee is still underneath that tornado warning. You want to make sure you're in an interior hallway or an interior room, as it is the safest place to be at right now. Looks like at least when we're looking at reflectivity on our phones here, we have it on camera right now, but or at least on air currently. But at least where we're at in the hallway, we can see from our phones that. The storm, it looks like it's not as robust as it was before, at least the rotation area, but it currently is moving quickly away from the area, and at least looks like the tornado warning should be trimmed down here, and it looks like it's been trimmed down a bit, actually. So previously, western portions of Tallahassee were underneath that warning, are now no longer underneath that warning, and I assume probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, we should expect FSU at least to be out of that warning.
Yeah, and also I want to add that the tornado warning in Wakulla County that impacted Sopchoppy and Crawfordville, that warning has been allowed to expire. It's now 11 o'clock here on a Tuesday morning. Just got a tweet that from the governor of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, is continuing to along with the Florida Emergency Florida Division of Emergency Management are continuing to monitor impacts and urges Floridians to listen not only to orders from local officials, but also meteorologists until the threat has passed.
That's right. And again, do not attempt to go outside. If you hear any noise right now outside, just do not attempt to go outside and figure out what it is. Wait until the storm is cleared. Wait until the weather has finally improved and the warning is no longer in effect for the area. That way you can go outside and then figure out what has been going on. But do not attempt right now to go outside, as it is dangerous. The winds are still high outside. They'll likely be high until the line finally moves entirely out of the region. Because, of course, we have that severe threat outside still, regardless, and you don't want to be caught up in that because that can be very dangerous here.
And there is a new tornado warning off to the north and east. The alarms are going off here. I would say not as much of Tallahassee is in this tornado warning right now, but it's a new tornado warning off more north of 10 for Jefferson, Leon, Wapella. And again, the alarm's going off here at FSU, so if you're in a dorm, if you're in your apartment, if you're in an FSU building, you want to get to the lowest level you can away from windows like we're doing right now, where we're sheltering away from the worstest. I would say the rotation, most of it is probably just passing by the Tallahassee International Airport right now. But we're going to continue to be here with you guys, tracking this storm as it moves off to northeast. We're just taking our tornado precautions because this storm is a little too close for comfort right now.
That's right, and as you can hear behind my shoulder, the current tornado warning has been issued across the campus right now, and just wanted to tell you that we are in the hallway right now. We are safe. We are taking precaution until the warning has expired. It should expire shortly as the main area of location has moved out of the area, as well as it has also receded quite a bit too. So, but again, until that warning actually moves out of the area and you're no longer in the warning, you should still maintain shelter, stay in an interior hallway or a room, as again, there is currently some damaging winds that are occurring outside, even regardless of if there's a tornado or not. We have the straight line wind threat still. We have debris that could be flying around, tree branches, trees that have been really howling outside the studio here over the past really several hours or so. So again, right now we want to stress that you need to go to an interior portion of a room, a hallway, etc. Because right now, at least the main campus FSU and about the eastern 2/3 of Tallahassee are underneath a tornado warning, and you want to make sure you are staying safe, as this is a very dangerous event that is currently unfolding. And it's just comes to test that we're in an El Nino year, and it is very dangerous, and these events can occur more frequently, climatologically speaking, during this time, if not also in the spring. So again, we want to stress that you want to make sure you know where to go, and this is why we stressed out several hours in advance from now, to have a plan in place in case this happens. And it looks like this currently has been occurred in Tallahassee, and we want to make sure that you are staying safe as much as we can. But again, there's currently a tornado warning in effect for the Tallahassee area. It looks like the main squall line is moving through. It should move out shortly, as this line is all moving out of the way at a pretty fast clip through Tallahassee. So again, we'll have to watch how this unfolds over the next several minutes or so. My guess is that the warning will probably expire in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so for FSU, but may not necessarily be for the eastern part of Leon County.
I would say if you're in Tallahassee, Florida State, Florida A&M, Tallahassee Community College, that area, 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes, and this line will eventually start to work its way out. But for the next 10 minutes, we want to, keep you guys safe. We're not trying to, hold you guys hostage in your closet or bathroom, but we want you guys to be safe just because there are some strong winds and strong rains moving through right now. So we are taking our tornado precautions right now in the EYS building at Florida State University. We're going to continue to be here and walk you guys through this. We're going to let you know what we see as we go through the next little bit. But again, Tallahassee up towards Bradfordville, Miccosukee, just north of Clares are under this tornado warning. That's going to be running until, can't tell. Let's see. Tornado warning. That's the one for Crawfordville and Woodville. That's going to be going until 11:30. the tornado warning for us here in Tallahassee until 11:15. So just about another 10 minutes to go. I'm looking to see if there's anything new from the National Weather Service. A report of a tornado at 10:34 on a tornado debris signature on the near Fort Braden. So if we can pull up, obviously we're going to safely do this, but it does look like there was a report at one point of a tornado debris signature being picked up on Doppler radar. So we're going to actually go ahead and just continue to be safe as we're reporting on this, and sheets of rain are coming down in Tallahassee right now. And again, this tornado warning going for another about 10 minutes as the storm moves off to the north and east. There was a report at one point of a tornado debris signature being picked up on Doppler radar. So just kind of going back in time with our radar. And that tornado warning was seen at 10:34 on Doppler radar. So that was, and Fort Braden's off a little more to the south and east. So, I mean, around there was where that tornado debris signature was picked up. That's a little bit of an older report, but again, this line of just strong thunderstorms are working its way through Tallahassee. There's St. Mark's, Tallahassee's right here, and just like walls of rain are coming down outside. I would say for Florida State University, we're getting there. Conditions, there's still strong winds, there's still rain coming down, and again, these tornado warnings are kind of all around Tallahassee right now. But we're getting progressively better as these storms start to move off to these. And like Aaron mentioned, it's kind of a nice thing that these storms are moving so quick. New severe thunderstorm warning for Colquitt, Barron, Ben Hill, Cook, Irwin, Lanier, Tift, Turner, and Worth in Georgia until 12:30. And they did put a considerable tag with this. So saying, there's a considerable chance of some strong winds moving through. And, this whole line has severe thunderstorm watch or severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it, as well as tornado watch for most of the Big Bend region, stretching until, I believe, 11 o'clock this morning. But again, these two tornado warnings, one south of Tallahassee near Woodville, Waukesa, and then one closer to downtown Tallahassee. So kind of taking a look at the two areas of rotation right now. This one further to the south near Woodville, I would say right in this region here, near 363, 267, moving off to north and east, as well as continuing to track this possible tornado. I would say it's near I-10, kind of moving to the north of I-10. Lots of strong wind associated with this. And if we kind of look back, we can kind of see how this storm tracked. Unfortunately, when you get that close to Tallahassee International Airport, you kind of start to lose some of the radar data because it's almost like a cone of silence of sort where you see that white spinning globe. So that's a little bit of a tough situation. I can try switching to the Valdosta radar, but unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be, or the Eglin Air Force Base radar. I don't think there's going to be much to see, just because we're shooting at such a far site. But again, these tornado warnings going for about another 15. The one north is going for, I believe, for another 15 minutes, or another 5 minutes rather, and the one to the south going for, I think it was another 20 minutes or so. Let's check the timing on this. So the one further to the south that includes Waukesa and more of Wakulla County, Woodville, as well as Jefferson and Leon County. That's going to be running until 11:30. Still radar indicated rotation. And then we've also got this storm further to the north that is impacting more of Tallahassee, moving more north and east of Tallahassee at this time. radar indicated rotation. Moving through Tallahassee right now, more towards I-10 at the moment, and it's going to be moving further and further away as time goes on. We got about 5 more minutes on this tornado warning. I'm going to be interested to see whether or not this gets extended. But I can tell you, plenty of reports of power going out. I can tell you 2 things right now. We've got power at FSU, and we've got power at my apartment because I'm controlling my computer. It's sitting at my apartment right now. So I know we've got power on kind of both ends of campus right now. But again, these strong storms moving their way through Tallahassee. We did take a little bit of time as the storm really bared down on us to take our precautions away from windows. It is really blowing hard outside. And we want to be safe as these storms move their way through the area because it doesn't take a tornado to cause wind damage. Whether or not the winds are straight line or rotating, there's still strong winds associated with these storms, and 70 miles per hour winds rotating versus spinning don't really have much of a difference. Aaron, you have something to add?
Right, so actually we can pan the camera to outside right now or look at the window outside from the studio to kind of show what it's looking like outside right now. Again, a very nasty outside. We have the squall line coming through right now, bringing downpours of rain. We have the wind coming through. Looks like the wind actually has died down a little bit over the past few minutes or so as we had. Of course, I say that as now the wind picks up a bit. But again, it's still windy outside regardless. But at least in terms of how it was before, it looks like it's a little bit less than before because the squall line has finally starting to make its way out of the area just as quick as it entered. So very shortly, probably within the next hour or so, wouldn't be surprising if the National Weather Service then trims back the tornado watches so that therefore only places in Leon County or places Leon County westward will be in the watch. But actually, in just a moment, I'll show you as well the power outage map here across Tallahassee. Just 1 second while I connect my computer back to there we are. So we'll actually go to the Florida power outages right now. We'll go back to power.us, back on the TV wall to kind of give an update on power outage. And yes, it is lighting up like a Christmas tree here, here after the storm is coming through. So now if we zoom in on the TV here, we can see that in Washington County, about half the residents have no power. Bay County, about 7,000. Holmes County, about 3,000 without power right now. Jackson County, about 5,000. Calhoun, about 2,000. Gulf County, about 2,800. And then here in Leon County, we have about 12,000 people without power right now, according to Tallahassee City Light. And again, this might continue to increase as we have, of course, the storms continue to move through. Again, with these winds blowing in the area, of course, we have trees that could potentially cause issues with winds blowing trees over onto power lines and knocking out power that way. We want to stress, too, that if the power does go out, no need to panic. Just go, know what your plan is. Of course, already have that plan in place and know exactly what to do in the event of that. Again, by this point, you already should have your phones charged as much as they can. That way you can have power and still get any alerts that may come after this, although I think for the most part after this line goes through, we should be out of any kind of severe weather risk here across Tallahassee. But we'll actually go to Alabama too, and I'll actually even include Georgia here in terms of power outages going through. So Alabama, a few more power outages here in Henry County and into Houston County. So about 1,000 in Henry and then 3,843 here in Houston County. Again, the least the power outages in Alabama should subside a bit as we have the lines kind of moving more into Georgia. So we'll actually kind of go and pull Georgia real quick here as that is increasing now, at least 50,000 people without power in the state of Georgia. And yeah, here's a good map of it now as it has expanded significantly here. So in Miller County, basically everybody's without power right now in Miller County, Georgia, which is a very rural county here in southwestern Georgia. Decatur County, about 1,400 people without power. Seminole County, about 283. And then Thomas County, about 2,000 folks without power. And this also extends all the way into central Georgia, too, as far north as even Macon here, Houston County, Bibb County, all without power, or at least many folks without power here. And then this will likely extend off towards the east as the line progresses off to the east here over the coming hours or so. So again, we want to stress that this is a pretty significant event that's going on here across Florida and the southeast. Not very common you see this time of year here in the wintertime. But in an El Nino year, it is actually climatically speaking more likely now than other years. But again, very, very powerful what's going on in terms of the weather and what Mother Nature has in store for us. So here again, the National Weather Service, Tallahassee, has stated that the storm possibly containing a tornado. So it's not confirmed tornado, at least observed by storm spotter training, but it is observed by radar, indicating that we do have a tornado warning still in effect for Tallahassee. They'll likely turn that back here as we have the main line of storms coming through.
Do you want to hear how big this storm system is? Just got reports of 40-mile-per-hour gusts at New Smyrna Beach and Orlando Executive Airports in central Florida. We're here in the Panhandle dealing with the brunt force of this storm right now, and hundreds of miles away in New Smyrna Beach and Orlando, they're dealing with 40-mile-per-hour winds. And I do also want to mention that they're kind of the next ones under the gun with this severe line of storms as it moves over. If we can switch back to the wall here, and we've got this huge line of showers and storms moving through. And it's not just us here in the Big Bend that are dealing with this threat. It's us in Georgia, all the way down to Gulf Coast. So we're going to be working our way into Levy County in a bit. We're going to be working our way further over to the east, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, Tampa, all the way down to Fort Myers, into Orlando. We're going to be dealing with this line of showers and storms as it works its way further to east. Now, for us here in Central Florida, it's still a few hours away, but I did just see for parts up in this region here near I-95, where I-95 and I-10 come together near Jacksonville, Duval County, they're going to be issuing a tornado watch here shortly. So continuing to track this line of severe storms as we move through. The good news I have for us here at FSU right now is that it's quieting down outside. We've still got that tornado warning that's going to be in McCulloch, Jefferson, and Leon County. And I believe that's going to be running until 11:30. But we've still got quite a majority of the worst of it out of our area right now. I would say Wacasa, Monticello near I-10. That's kind of the next part that's going to be seeing this strong line of showers and storms. Now, switching over to velocity to see, if we can see any turning of the winds within the storm. And it does look like as the storm is approaching Rose near Wacasa, Fanlue, we are kind of seeing some rotating of the winds within. Not super strong rotation or anything, but that rotation is there. And again, that tornado warning runs for about another 10 minutes. We'll have to wait and see if it gets extended further up near 19, stretching towards I-10 near Monticello. But again, this tornado warning does run for another about 10 minutes or so until 11:30 this morning. And we've been up and on air for probably about 5 hours now. I believe we started around 6:30. And so, we've really seen this line work its way through the Panhandle. Just by looking out the window, we could tell you, strong winds, the possibility of a tornado associated with this. I would say along I-10, if you're driving on I-10 between maybe Madison and far ends of Tallahassee, probably time to pull off, find a gas station, find somewhere, because, just looking out the window a few minutes ago, I wouldn't be able to drive in this because I wouldn't be able to see what's in front of me. The rain and wind are just, howling. I'd be interested to see some of the reports from the Tallahassee International Airport where there's a wind sensor. Thunderstorm wind gusts of 55 miles per hour to northeast Tallahassee weather stem, as well as the Lake Bradford weather stem. Just trying to go through some different reports. Tallahassee International Airport had a 55 mile per hour wind gust. So, I mean, that's knocking on the door of hurricane force. It's not quite there, but definitely, well above tropical storm force winds from a quasi-linear convective system in January. So, these storm systems, especially in an El Nino year, it's not uncommon to see storms like this where it's, a strong cold front kind of working its way through as a QLCS, but definitely, a day that is bringing strong winds, possibility for hail, and again, we've been covering tornado warnings since we've gotten on air about 6:30. There was probably only a 10-minute break that there wasn't a tornado warning this morning. That's how just rapid fire they've been. Tornado warning for Waukesha, Wakenia, and Lloyd. That's going to be running until 11:30, so another 10 minutes on this storm here as it approaches I-10. Just trying to, look around and see what's going on throughout the area as the storm is starting to work its way further off to the west. There was at one point with this storm some debris that got picked up by Doppler radar that was confirmed. It will take until tomorrow for the National Weather Service team in Tallahassee to go ahead and take a look and see, was there a tornado? Was it straight line winds? How strong was the tornado? That will come out, over the next couple of days as the team at National Weather Service is able to go ahead and look outside and see some of the damage for themselves. Because I've already seen reports on social media of, EF whatever tornado. And quite frankly, they're not going to determine that until after this line has pushed through and they're able to go ahead and take a look at some of the wind gusts. Another report on social media just came in of trees down in Gainesville. We're long way from Gainesville down I-75. The line hasn't even reached them yet, and they're already seeing these strong wind gusts. We've got reports of Gainesville, New Smyrna Beach on the east coast of Florida, Orlando, seeing some of these straight line winds just out in front of this storm system work its way through. So regardless of whether or not there's a tornado, these strong winds can cause damage. Just saw on social media, on Twitter, a report of neighborhoods being destroyed by a tornado in Mariana that ripped through near Panama City. And it's too early to speculate on what strength these tornadoes were, but just by looking at the reports on social media, this was a stronger tornado than what Florida is used to seeing. Well-built structures being, hit and, continuing. Mariana is just, earlier today we were on air covering as the storm went through Mariana, and, it looked like a decent signature on radar. Also seeing video of the possible tornado, or at least power flashes from the tornado as it went through. But again, we've still got a little while longer until this line completely pushes its way out. The good news is areas like Bainbridge and off to the west near Mariana, where this tornado looks like it's gone through from reports on social media. Bristol, Dothan, we're starting to clear our way out, and hence tornado watch will probably get dropped here in the next little bit. Now, closer to the capital, near Tallahassee, working its way into Leon County, McCullough County, Jefferson County, Madison County, we're still dealing with this strong line of storms as it works its way further to the east. I would say, at least in Tallahassee, we're getting there. We're quieting down quite a bit, but still seeing some of these strong winds. Report of baseball-sized hail this morning in Dothan, Alabama. We're still getting weather reports in as, it's an interesting position right now for National Weather Service in Tallahassee, because not only do they have to comb through all these weather reports, they also have to issue warnings for out ahead of this squall line as it moves through. A 55-mile-per-hour gust this morning or just a couple minutes ago, 10:50 at Tallahassee International Airport. Madison County High School had a non-thunderstorm wind gust of 55 mile per hour. Going to be interested to see whether or not they continue this tornado warning further to the east into Madison County more. Over, this warning has about 4 more minutes on it, so we should be, getting an update pretty soon as to, what's going to happen with this tornado warning. Let's see. Just trying to, go through Twitter, see if there's any new reports coming in. We're trying to get you the most up-to-date information that we can, and also keep an eye on these storms as they move through. So I'm actually going to flip products over to velocity, and we can kind of take a look at some of the winds within this storm system as it moves further to the east. Again, it looks like, there is some rotation within the storm system, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily very strong. They might just let this go with a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, as I would say the worst of the rotation is probably weakened. But for right now, this tornado warning does go for another 3 more minutes until 11:30. As the storm continues to work its way towards Waukesha, there's Highway 1927, I-10, Greenville's over here, 98 is down here. All of us in the capital region dealing with some of these stronger to severe thunderstorms today. And regardless of whether or not this rain is, or these storms are rotating, these storms are packing a straight line wind punch. And the dynamics in the atmosphere were set up for some stronger storms to work their way through, and that's what we're seeing right now as this line just continues to push its way further and further to the east. And over the next hour or so, working its way closer to I-75, Live Oak, Mayo, Madison, Monticello, you're probably nearing the worst of it right now. Us here in Tallahassee, we're starting to quiet down. The worst of it's ready to work its way out. But again, this tornado warning has about 2 more minutes on it. We'll be interested to see whether or not it gets extended. New severe thunderstorm warning up in the Carolinas, up in South Carolina. So, this storm system is very, very large. There's South Carolina, east of Greenville, dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning already. This line is producing snow in some parts of the Northeast as our alarms are going off again. Be interested to hear why.
Attention.
Maybe it's an all clear.
Attention.
That'd be my guess.
This is an FSU alert. The emergency condition which prompted a prior FSU alert notification has expired or been canceled.
Yes, if you can hear the alarm, for us here at FSU, the condition, the tornado warn system has worked its way out. Again, about 1 more minute on this tornado warning. Let's see if they go ahead and extend the one in the one south of us in Jefferson, Leon, and McCullough County. Definitely strong winds associated. Continuing to see these wind reports pile in as we go through the day. Looking to see if there's any more reports, any more news. Again, it's still raining in Tallahassee. Just because the tornado warning has expired, it's still raining, it's still windy. Just the worst of the storm system and the tornado warn part of the storm system have passed away through. But again, South Carolina into Georgia, still dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like student meteorologist Robert Zott has joined us. Robert, thanks for joining us. What you got this morning?
Thank you, Ryan. We're going to take one more look at the situation here in Tallahassee, and we've been on with you for the morning, and thank you for having gotten with us for this morning. Just right now, we want to show you again the overall situation. Local viewers, and then we'll go back out wide. So let's return to Tallahassee real quick and show you the warnings that we have in effect. No current tornado warnings. That's always a good sign. We had several tornado warnings this morning, including a few PDS and
see? No, it was off.
Oh, no. Okay. I've never used these mics. All right, and apologies for the technical difficulties. We're going to get you right back to the situation here in Tallahassee. Here is our local radar. Starting with these thunderstorms, I know we had several severe thunderstorms earlier that produced tornadoes and a few that were confirmed on the ground. Fortunately, none right now in the area we're worried about for that concern. Here is our current line stretching from in the south here on the Gulf of Mexico, going all the way towards the north of our viewing area, and a tornado watch continues to cover that whole area. I will say, once this line passes, your tornado conditions are clear because the conditions that are favorable for that tornadic development, the shear that you need is just not present west of that line because this is where that cold front is also coming through. So just so you know, you don't want to be out right now if you're in Tallahassee still because this rain is going to continue. You're going to see windy conditions continue here in Tallahassee, and also you're going to see colder air filter in. So that's not the kind of conditions you want to be outside in. Just stay inside, wait for this line to completely pass. So here is your line of thunderstorms, again heading east right now. This area is no longer our concern for a tornadic threat. We are, however, watching for a potential what we call a QLCS spin up. It's just a technical term for a tornado anywhere in this line here. That's not because of a big supercell classic thunderstorm that forms in this line. It's going to be heading anywhere on this line heading east of here. So Tallahassee right now not as concerned for that tornado threat here in the city. We are, of course, still concerned for maybe a few gusty winds, and as we can hear outside from our studio, some heavy rain outside. So not good driving conditions still yet. So let's zoom in on this severe thunderstorm warning right here, and let's see how long this is going to go out until for parts of Monticello, and it's almost just to Perry, just almost including Perry, not quite there. And here is the Gulf Coast, so you can see this was what we look for a discrete damaging wind threat. So if you could tell me how high the damaging winds are going to be in here, I would be surprised if they're at least 70 or
70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail.
Quarter-size hail.
12:45 p.m.
Right, so with this setup, we're not really concerned about the hail, and that's a good thing because we don't want damaged windshields out here. But of course, the wind is the big threat we're watching for right now. And 70 mile per hour might not sound like a lot, but imagine you're on the interstate and you stick your hand out and that wind hitting your hand, it doesn't feel very good. That's the kind of winds you're experiencing at the head of this line here. And that's could be as damaging in some cases, even where you have localized gusts above 70. That can be as damaging as a weaker end tornado because this is not just it's there and it's gone. It's going to be there for a few minutes. And that's really concerning conditions if you're ahead of this line. So again, if you're in Monticello, if you're anywhere east of this line, you're going to want to be indoors right now because these can be damaging wind conditions. And again, watching for the chance of spin-ups. If we could put on the velocity here just to look and see if there's anything too concerning. But I don't believe there's anything right now because we don't have any tornado warnings out. The conditions for tornadic development have significantly decreased as we've gotten east of Tallahassee. Again, I know that we had some reports of tornadoes west of Tallahassee. We had some PDS tornado warnings. We had some large hail west of the city. And we'll continue to keep you updated as any new reports come in, and feel free to call into our studio and also provide us reports if you hadn't yet. But again, velocities here, this is what we look for that classic damaging wind threat. These high, very high greens, these are winds that are going towards the radar. So it's going in this direction, red's going away from the radar. You can see these very dark reds that are going this direction. You're seeing sustained gusts at around 40, 50 mile per hour, 60 mile per hour. I'm from Texas, but I'm going to try and put it in a sense that people from here can understand in Florida. This is like you're experiencing a tropical storm, but for about 5 to 10 minutes. So that doesn't sound quite so bad, but you're going from 0 to 50 very quickly, a lot more quickly than you would see in a tropical storm. So that's why these can still be damaging, because you have the unexpected, really quick shift in wind with this line here. So I know we've talked about this severe thunderstorm warning going here. Let's move up the line a little bit and go into our partners in southern Georgia, because we also have a section of the line for them that is also severe thunderstorm warned. And again, this big contrast in colors right here, these pinks that go into those reds, that means there's a very quick wind shift. And that's what we're looking for, that damaging wind threat. So Thomasville, you're pretty much in the clear at this point. If we could put back on reflectivity just to show the overall situation with these storms. Thomasville, you're pretty much in the clear at this point. I would say some of these storms, particularly the one west of Adel and the one just south of Thomasville,
they do have that look that you would see for maybe a potential back-end tornado at some point. I don't see any circulation there, but if you look and you see where these colors are darker in the back there, they kind of bulge, you kind of look for those kind of setups for back-end tornadoes. So I would say Thomasville, actually, we're not going to see her in the clear just yet. Keep watching, keep being vigilant as this system moves east with these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, report storm damage to us at 850-644-1684, and we will report it on the air here because we're trying to get as many reports in, and if we get any new reports, we will, of course, submit them to the Weather Service so they can do proper damage assessments because this is a significant weather event. We've seen quite a few tornadoes in our viewing area. This is probably the most significant severe weather event we've seen in at least a year here, and it's really just starting the year off here in January. So again, we need as many reports as possible. If you have seen anything down to trees, power lines, significant hail, if you've seen any sort of rotating wall clouds, a funnel cloud for a tornado, any sort of power flashes, these kind of reports, report them to us and of course report them to the Weather Service as well. So here's our line here. It's moving east this direction. We're going to keep going up it. So now all the way up to Tifton. If you're driving on I-75 right now, you really shouldn't be, particularly in this part of Georgia. If you are south of Tifton heading north, or if you are north of Elko heading south, I want you to get off the road and just sort of sit in a gas station, sit in a building, a sturdy structure that will keep you protected from the storm because you don't want to be driving through this right here. Even if there isn't a tornadic threat, that's just going to be such a discrete set of circumstances that's going to be really hard for you to be able to drive through dangerous conditions. It's not really worth getting through that. You can spend 20, 30 minutes just waiting for this storm to pass. That's what I would recommend. We actually do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just east of Rochelle, southwest of McRae. That's where this line is continuing further east. This is a little bit outside of our viewing area up here, but we are continuing to watch this line as it moves all the way to the east. So if we can now zoom out and provide the overall situation here, just to show you what we are currently looking at with the severe weather threat. So all this yellow, these are your tornado watches. We are seeing an uptick in severe activity around the South Carolina, almost into North Carolina area, up to right above this region here as that line continues to intensify. We do see these maroons, which are flash flood warnings. These mean that if you are driving, you don't want to be driving in any sort of flooded conditions because if you eat only as much as 6 inches of water can cause a large van or truck to be overtopped if that water is moving at high speed. So even if it doesn't look like it's a lot of water, you want to make sure that you are continuing to be vigilant and not going in conditions that are going to put yourself in danger. And I wouldn't be surprised at some point for some of our areas here with how much rain we're seeing if we actually see a flash flood warning somewhere in our viewing area. But again, these areas in the Appalachian Mountains and south of Atlanta, that's where you want to be vigilant for staying indoors if at all possible, and if you're driving, turn around, don't drown, don't put yourself in a situation that you might regret. Here is that tornado watch, and you have, again, a few severe thunderstorm warnings closer to the South Carolina area. If we could zoom in on those real quick and just give you an update on what those warnings are for that region as of right now, because we have several that have now been issued over the last few hours. So west of Columbia, southwest of Charlotte, and a few of these severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect. If you could just tell me some of the details on whether these are more hail-driven or wind-driven, just so we can give an idea for our viewers as to the condition of these storms that they need to be preparing for.
60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, radar indicated until 6:15 p.m. I mean 12:15 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so these are mostly a damaging wind threat if you have if you're in this area just west of Columbia or in the city of Columbia. 60-mile-per-hour is not quite as strong as we're seeing here in Tallahassee, but it's still a considerable condition. That's why they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. If you're outdoors, you're walking your dog, you're coming back from the grocery store, you're playing sports, doing something outside, you don't want to be outside when these storms are moving through. So you want to be indoors, waiting for this line to continue and completely pass. That's what we're watching there for this line. So we're going to get back to Tallahassee real quick just to make sure that we're giving the most updated conditions now. Current time is 11:40 a.m. here in Tallahassee. We've been with you for the last few hours. This severe weather event has been going on since the morning, really ever since around 2 to 3 a.m. when we first saw those first storms starting to form. Fortunately, things are looking a lot better for the city of Tallahassee, but we don't have all of our viewers just in Tallahassee, so we want to make sure we're continuing to keep you updated. This line is still fairly robust, even as it moves through Monticello. If you're on I-10, if you're west of Tallahassee. If you pass Lake City, you've passed Dowling Park, you're moving towards Tallahassee, west towards Tallahassee. You want to pull over. If you're in Tallahassee heading east, you also want to pull over before this line gets there. Again, not safe driving conditions, particularly when you have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts out there. Going against your car with heavy rain, you're not going to be able to see a lot. Visibility conditions will be close to 0. I want to say, can we put velocity on and go towards that little cell or that little sort of hook or in the Gulf there? That's a little bit of an interesting look to me there. I'm not exactly sure if there's some sort of rotation there, but just from the reflectivity standpoint, it looked a little suspect. There could be something there, not sort of obvious, but as you can sort of see, it's sort of turning in a little bit, and that's what you look for in these lines for when you see a tornadic threat actually starting to form. So, of course, this is on the Gulf, so I want to emphasize already, most mariners are very good about checking the weather service and the forecast, but if you happen to be on a boat out there, you need to get to shore as soon as possible. This is not a safe situation for you to be in. This area right here will be moving off towards the north and east, so we'll continue to watch it as it gets closer towards the Perry area, the Madison County area, anywhere in this region off of the Gulf Coast. That's what we're looking for. We don't, again, have a tornado warning yet. This is not an immediate concern for me because it doesn't show the presentation that I will be concerned about, but it is looking a little interesting. We'll continue to keep you updated on that as it continues to develop. But as you can see here, these very light green, these very light greens, close to the dark greens, that shows an intense shift in wind between a very high, very stout wind and a very weak wind, and that means that it's going to be a very quick wind shift, and you're going to have to prepare for that, particularly if you're out in the water. That's why we don't want you to be out in the water. Just frankly not safe conditions to be out as a mariner. All right, let's zoom back out and go back towards the reflectivity just to show what this storm is doing as it moves towards the east here. And right now, again, it's continuing. I know we've sort of used the word weakening in the past because compared to what we had earlier, it was significantly stronger when we had the 2 tornado warnings for Tallahassee and then towards Carabel, and there was another one issue between the two, and we had a few up towards Albany in Georgia. But overall, the tornadic threat, yes, has decreased a little bit. That is a good thing. We are pleased with that development, and we hope that no new tornado warnings do develop. But this discrete damaging wind threat, that's what we're worried about now, and we want to make sure that all of you who are out on the roads, who are out doing activities outdoors, who had plans for today, well, fortunately, we hope that you don't, because this is just or unfortunately, excuse me, as this line moves through, just because of how damaging that wind threat is going to be. That's why the FSU here in Tallahassee and Leon County schools all closed for today, even though some people might say, well, it's not a hurricane. It's still a damaging line of storms. It can do a lot of damage, and it might not be over hours like a hurricane would be, but it's a very quick, very damaging set of circumstances, and they don't want anyone to be outside walking around campus or walking around the city or driving around the city when this line moves through, because just having classes today would not have been a good idea. As I'm sure most of you here in the city and most of you who already saw the line move through, you can see that why it's not a good idea. You really would not have want to be during when this line moved through, just not safe conditions to be outdoors. I will update you that the National Weather Service has allowed that tornado watch to expire west of Tallahassee. Again, you can see these counties out here in the yellow. That's where we had that tornado watch in effect. As I was saying, those conditions have significantly dropped off because that shear that you need for a tornado, it's the spinning of wind in the atmosphere that helps that column to actually rotate. It's just frankly not there for that. But on the other side of the coin, Charleston and South Carolina and Columbia are now under a new tornado watch that also includes the city of Charlotte in North Carolina. So those of you who have family in Charlotte, you might want to make sure you text your family and your friends to make sure they're updated. Also in Columbia, other parts of South Carolina, just because we do have this threat now for them. It's like I was saying, you're behind this line here, your shear and your instability to the conditions you need for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes are just frankly not there, but they're really increasing east of that line for this region right here. So South Carolina, a very small portion of North Carolina, which is essentially just Metro Charlotte. That area right there and all of this, you're going to see these storms continue to develop and intensify, and we're worried about that chance for a potential tornado somewhere embedded in this line. I don't see, if you could put on the radar for South Carolina, the Charleston area, what radar they have in there real quick, just load it in, just in case we have some development here in the next few minutes. I will say I'm not exactly convinced about the supercellular nature of this thunderstorm threat, which is good because that would minimize the overall intensity of the tornadoes. But don't take this line for granted if that's the case, which still, I'm not saying they can't form. You can still have supercells have this line. It's just not exactly as favorable of an environment just yet. Even still, you still have a chance for discrete tornadoes forming within the line, and those tornadoes can become powerful. And that's why we are worried about this situation for the cities of Charlotte, for the cities of Columbia, for the city of Charleston, anywhere in this, ahead of this line here on the I-95 corridor, anywhere in this region, really, we're just concerned about. So that's why we want to make sure you're updated and you are knowledgeable about the fact that we do have an active tornado warning for most of the state of South Carolina and the metro Charlotte area in North Carolina. We do have a tornado watch that also continues to be in effect for eastern Georgia. So places like Augusta, you're about to have this line move through you, and this is going to be, again, a heavy patch of wind, rain, lightning. You don't want to be outside when this line is moving through. Savannah, anywhere in this region right here, you're going to get this line relatively soon. And then eventually we have to start talking about Jacksonville because this line will move its way all the way there. I know when I looked at models in the morning, it looked like this line was eventually going to start to decrease in intensity as it got further east. But again, with this line still maintaining its severe characteristics this late in the morning, we're almost past the morning here at noon. We are still going to mention that chance as it continues to move further to the east, and it includes significant portions of South Carolina, significant portions of Georgia. And if you could actually shift down whenever you're able to do that, and we can show Florida, just the extent of that, which includes this tornado watch for parts of Jacksonville and Tallahassee. So the Tallahassee tornado watch, I will expect to be expired here as this line fully moves through because, again, those conditions are just frankly not favorable as much, which is a good thing for us here in Tallahassee as this line continues to move through. But Jacksonville, I would be concerned about you. Lake City, Savannah, Augusta, Charleston, Columbia, and Charlotte. That's our next move. And also the city of Gainesville here is just in that as well, just north of Daytona Beach, and that is what we have for our tornado watch. So again, we are watching this line as it continues to move east, and we're going to have our partner in the studio, Aaron, put on a track for this just to show what these cities, when we expect this line to get there for these cities as it continues to progress to the north, to the east, and a little bit to the north as well. So we're here at Eastern time, and I would say the immediate cities that are about to get this line of storms. The current time is 11:49. We're going to say Aiken at 11:50, Waresboro at 11:56, Waycross at about 12:02, Sanderson at about 12:11, and at 12:13 at High Springs. And we have a window right here outside our studio, and I can see even with this line having moved all the way through, winds are still fairly gusty out there. They're still at about 20 to 30 miles per hour every once in a while, and the rain's still coming down pretty good. So even if you're here in Tallahassee, I know they've said the line has moved through, but still remain vigilant with these conditions, stay indoors. We have some fairly heavy rain that's still moving through the city. You don't want to be outside while it's continuing to move through. So these are some of the cities, again, Aiken in South Carolina, Waresboro in Georgia, Sanderson in far north Florida here. These are the cities immediately under threat in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We are also, again, watching for Jacksonville, which has now been included in a tornado watch. That means the conditions are favorable for the development of a tornado from this line. Once it gets there, we're not saying it absolutely will happen, but the conditions are favorable. So we need you to be staying alert to these warnings. Again, we will not be on air all day today, but make sure that you do have those NOAA weather radios that are in your apartment, you're in your home. If you don't have one, go to the store and get one. Make sure they're turned on. So when a tornado warning is issued, you know when to act. Make sure you go indoors, go into your house or building, inside the lowest level. If it's a basement, perfect, but not many people around here have them. So the lowest level of your building and inside the interior, as close to the interior of that floor as you can get. A bathroom or a closet is best. Get to the interior of that floor to give you the most protection from a potential tornado or damaging winds as well. That also worked for damaging winds. So that's what you need to do if a tornado warning is issued in Jacksonville, anywhere in this eastern area, Savannah, anywhere in Charleston, Columbia, Charlotte, anywhere in that area. We want you to make sure that you are prepared. And again, I know some people say, well, tornado warning sirens are good enough. Not really. They're really designed if you're outside to hear them. If you're inside a building, you might not be able to hear them. And particularly if you're asleep, it's a little bit late in the day for that now, but if you happen to be sleepy, and particularly if any of your schools are closed, you want to make sure that you are still having that way to wake you up, and those no weather radios will really get you up. So that's our threat here with the current local radar. Let's zoom in one last time to Tallahassee, just give you again a view of what we have going on here in the city. As we continue to watch these chances of damaging winds east of the city, so now well east of Tallahassee, it's clear to Leon County, it's clear to McCall County, it's now really along the eastern portion of our viewing area here. So here is the I-10 corridor, and again, if you're driving on I-10 right now, you really don't want to be, because this is not a favorable situation. And I-75, really, I would say get off in Valdosta now, because this is getting fairly close to Valdosta. You don't want to continue north of Valdosta on 75 right now, just because of how quickly these storms are moving with the damaging wind threat that they do pose. Let's put on velocity again just to see where we're at with these storms and update if there's any chances of a spin-up tornado anywhere in this line that we have east of Tallahassee. So I'm looking right here. I don't see any immediate concerns. I'm a little bit interested at the Tri-County point there in the middle of that severe thunderstorm warning. It looks almost like that line's starting to have a little bit of a kink in it there. That could be something to watch and monitor in the future. I wouldn't say there's a circulation there at the moment, but just something to monitor as we continue further east. So that's why it's important with these storms. Something I haven't mentioned yet is when you have a tornado form in a side of line of storms instead of a cell, these kinds of tornadoes can spin up very quickly. They can happen within the course of a half of a minute. So you see those the tornado warning issued, you need to be going inside that shelter immediately, because you can't be going, well, I don't know, I need to be taking some time getting in that shelter. You don't have a lot of time if something is issued. So again, no tornado warning immediately. We're just going to sort of monitor that, see what happens there. If we could zoom out a little bit and see, look down the line a little bit, see if there's any sort of other areas that are of suspect. I don't see anything immediately here, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to monitor this part of the storm as well, because as it goes on shore within the next few hours, those of you in the western coast of the Florida Peninsula, so those of you particularly in parts like the Cross City area, that region, that's what we're going to be really concerned about for this line as it moves on shore. The further east you, or the further south you are along this line, as you can see, this line is sort of tilting, so it's going to take longer to get to you. And I would say if you get really far south on this western coast here, the chances that you'll see anything significant from this line will decrease. But we're really worried within the next few hours for areas immediately close to this line like Cross City. And if it does continue, if it continues to develop, then eventually parts in the city of the Tampa Bay area we will be having a concern for. Again, I'm not certain that I'll make it all the way at that point to Tampa, but if it does, that will be a concern for us as well. So let's zoom back in to our viewing area and just put on velocity, and I'm just going to go up and down the line, see if I see anything in here that's immediately a worry for us. Again, as this line moves east, the conditions that are really favorable for that tornadic development immediately west of the city are not quite as present here, so we're not quite as worried, but that doesn't mean there's zero, so that's why we're continuing to watch here. Let's zoom in just south of the coast there on that area. That looks a little interesting to me as well, because you see that those really bright greens that are just sort of by themselves there away from the rest of the line. That's what you look for. If you could put on reflectivity again, just so I can compare to what part of the storm we're looking at, because the part of the storm also heavily affects what part of, whether it's actually going to be a mesocycle in developing, which is the thing you're looking for a tornadic potential. So again, this velocity right here, this is looking a little interesting to me, I would say, just because of how it starts to hook in there. that could have that development there. I don't see anything immediately on the reflectivity that would cause me concern, but that velocity signature is getting a little interesting with how it starts to hook in there. So we will continue to watch that. Again, Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning, which means that we're not immediately concerned about that. We're just sort of watching, we're sort of monitoring here just because of how it looks. It looks a little suspect, but again, off the coast, it's not an immediate threat for any cities here in Tallahassee, Perry, Cross City, anywhere right in our viewing area. So a little bit interesting with this area here. If we can go up a little bit towards the north here in a second, just to see north of Monticello, the South Georgia area, if there's any sort of circulations up there, because this line can really have embedded circulations anywhere in it. So we're just sort of wanting to monitor and see what we have going on here with the situation between Greenville and Quitman. And I don't see anything immediately concerning here as much. Maybe if we could zoom into the area southwest of Quitman there, and that most likely is a lot of just damaging winds there. I would say, yeah, it's really, I'm not seeing a lot too much to concern about. This looks like a classic damaging wind signature. If something eventually wraps up in any parts of this line here, it can become a tornado very quickly, but we're just not seeing what we need for that immediate tornado warning concern here. And that's what the National Weather Service agrees with us at this point, because there are no tornado warnings issued at any point on this line at the moment. So again, Quitman, you're about to get a very heavy gust of winds into Quitman here. US Highway 84, you're going to have, if you're just getting into Quitman right now, you might want to pull off, because this gust of wind is going to be very intense as it gets to you, and you really want to make sure that you are not driving in those dangerous conditions as it gets onto your area. It's just going to be a heavy gust of winds, heavy batch of rain. It's just not going to be a situation you want to be driving and not favorable for you at all. Let's zoom out a little more and just go a little further north in Georgia just to see where we're looking at with this line as it continues through Pebble Hill, Barney, and Tifton, anywhere in that area along the I-75 corridor. We're seeing very intense rainfall with this storm as it moves further to the east. Nashville in Georgia, Nashville in the state of Georgia here, that's going to be a city we're watching for as this patch of winds and heavy rain continues to move further to the east. If you're anywhere on I-75 between Tifton and Adel, city of Lenox, anywhere in that area, it's really going to start coming down for you. Those gusty winds, heavy rain that's really moving towards you right now, that's a concerning situation for us. You don't want to be on the interstate or the road while that is coming down with that. It's just not a favorable situation for you as you're driving your car. We do have an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning for areas east of Tifton, Lenox, and Adel. It includes Douglas, if we could zoom out a little more and just show the extent of that severe thunderstorm warning. Douglas, it includes the cities of West Greene. It goes all the way south to east of Valdosta. This is just an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning as it continues east of the current situation it's in. It continues east towards the coast in Georgia. All right, let's go back and just zoom out towards our whole viewing area just to show the overall situation. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, so let's go back into that, in the Panhandle here in Florida, or just east of the Panhandle, if you would say. It includes Cross City, includes Perry, Dowling Park, this area here, as this line continues to move east, because this line has now almost completely cleared the current severe thunderstorm warning it's in. So this area, this region, again, we're watching for. And if we could put on velocity just one last time, just to see what we're looking at here as this line continues to move east. And we're watching for any sort of discrete circulations with this cell. I'm not seeing anything immediately concerning here, but we will keep you updated as the situation progresses and as we're continuing to see. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Dowling Park. It's just west of Bell. Chiefland includes the cities of Cross City and includes this area just west of the I-75 corridor. It does not include Lake City yet, but you are under a tornado watch, so make sure you are staying tuned to the media, staying tuned to your phones. If you see any sort of thing concerning with a tornado warning issued, you want to make sure you're going inside your lowest level room, your lowest level interior part of the structure, away from outside walls and windows, away from anywhere that's dangerous. And also, just remember, we're getting a lot of rainfall with this system. You can have a discrete flooding threat here as well. So if you're going towards a stream or a river or a creek and you're driving over it and you see a little bit of water rushing through, just turn around, don't drown, because that can be a dangerous situation for you there, as those waters can rush through very quickly. They can topple a vehicle with only about 6 inches of moving water. So overall, that can be a dangerous situation as those conditions continue to develop here. Again, we are continuing to watch this system as it develops, and we're continuing to watch for a discrete tornado potential as these storms move further to the east. And again, we have no active tornado warnings with this line right now, but we are continuing to watch the chance that some of the areas in this line can have a discrete little notch developing in them. And again, we haven't seen any sort of immediate concerns for that at the moment, but we are continuing to watch also for that damaging wind threat. So this new severe thunderstorm warning just east of the Madison County area, east of the Monticello area, that's our immediate concern for that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, we're right now continuing to watch this situation here as it continues to develop, and we're watching for as we are continuing to see this line move further to the east, you're going to see further extensions of these severe thunderstorm warnings. So they pack a punch. They're going to be bringing at least 60-mile-per-hour winds. As you can see, we have this severe thunderstorm warning that has just been truncated a little bit. So those of you immediately east in Jefferson County, you are no longer under the severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the all clear for you there. But parts of Jefferson County are still under consideration as we continue to move further to the east here. So just barely in there. We've also trimmed part of that severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia, so that is no longer in effect here. And we are watching for this new severe thunderstorm warning that includes several counties here, including Taylor County, Dixie County, parts of Dowling Park, all in that area. That's what we're worried about as it continues to move further to the east here. So again, we're watching the radar as these storms move further to the east. And I know I keep saying the direction that they're moving in, but I just want to emphasize to you that if you're west, if you're in the Tallahassee area, that's not a concern for us anymore, just because we've seen these severe thunderstorm warnings now canceled. We're going to see most likely this tornado watch canceled here in Leon County and Wakulla County, and anywhere in that area. We're expecting for that tornado watch to be canceled. No discrete tornado threat immediately are watching here on this radar right now. Again, we're just going to go up and down and look and see for what we look for classic tornado indicators. And I would say there is a chance for some of these circulations in here that like this one, this circulation can spin up a little bit. That's what we're looking for that little notch right there. But that's not on land right now, and it's not actually close to any cities immediately. So again, you should not be outdoors. You should not be a mariner on the coast right now, just because that situation there. It's not a positive one for you out there. You don't want to be out there with even just the damaging winds, possible tornado as well. So again, you don't want to be out there. We'll keep continuing to update you as this storm moves closer to Horseshoe Beach and Cross City, and our partners in the media will also continue to update you once we do eventually go off the air as well. Again, this area does look a little suspect just southwest of Perry, but it also does look like a signature that you would just see for damaging winds. So a little bit of a notch there, could see possible spin up, but no tornado warning immediately for there. And mostly along the rest of this line towards US 221, towards I-10, you're seeing what looks like a chance for just high damaging winds, not an immediate tornado concern. Up all the way towards Quitman, and as we start getting to Valdosta, we're now starting to shoot pretty high into the atmosphere with this radar here, so we're not seeing too much and low to the ground here, but we're not also seeing any high-level circulations, which is what you would expect to see if there is that chance for a tornado or two forming in this line. Yeah, so again, we're looking for what looks like a discrete damaging wind threat. We're not really concerned about anything in here that looks for a tornado immediately, but again, continue to stay tuned. Continue to stay vigilant as this line moves all the way through our area, and as it continues to move all the way through the southern Georgia area, because as it does continue to move, you do have that chance for what looks like at least a discrete damaging wind threat. Maybe not necessarily a tornado threat as it moves east, possibly, we do saw that tornado watch in effect, so you want to be vigilant. You want to make sure that you are attentive and attuned to those warnings as they continue to move east. But even if you don't have that immediate tornado threat, this damaging wind threat is still going to pack a punch, and you really want to make sure that you are still staying tuned, you are still staying aware, and you're still heading indoors once you see severe thunderstorm warnings issued, because one, they can become tornado warnings very quickly, and even if they don't, it's still going to pack a punch with the 60 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour winds you're going to have here, and damaging winds, heavy rain, and again, discrete tornado threat. We can't mention that enough, just because if you do see a warning, severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning, head to that lowest level interior room, lowest level of your house, lowest level of your building, interior room as soon as possible, and then you will be protected from that tornado. In a sense, it might not be perfect protection, but it's the best you can do if you do not have a tornado shelter immediately. And one more reminder before we head off the air here and we'll pass things off is we're going to report storm damage to us at 850-644-1684 if you have any sorts of damage or reports out there. Again, that's 850-644-1684. So report storm damage to us. Make sure you are, again, providing those chances for us to be able to report that storm damage. And we do have, and also you can report to us on social media as well. We do have at FSU Weather on Twitter. We have FSU Weather on Facebook as well. Again, these kind of things do help us to fill in what's happened today and can really paint that full picture. Again, also, make sure you're reporting to the National Weather Service. National Weather Service Tallahassee has made it very easy to report to them. You can report to them at NWS Tallahassee on Twitter, and you can call their phone number, which is listed on their webpage as well, for reporting to them as well. It really helps them, particularly when they're trying to verify tornadoes, if there is a tornadic potential here. So one last time before we're going to go off the air, I'm going to last check and see if there's any real conditions that we're worried about for a circulation, and then we will head off the air here because we do not have any immediate concerns in the city of Tallahassee and the immediate area around Tallahassee. So we are just going to continue to keep you updated on social media. And again, watch your local media as well as this line moves further to the east in the Jacksonville area, in the Savannah area, in the Augusta area, Columbia, Charleston, Charlotte. They all have great meteorologists in those areas to keep you all perfectly informed, who are also many streaming online as well. So again, we are looking in this line here, and I don't see any immediate concerns for a tornadic development. We are seeing, I would say, this one area right here that looks a little suspect because you have what looks like a little bit of inbound winds that way and a little bit of outbound winds. So because our radar, what you look for greens are a little bit of inbound winds. So they're moving towards the radar, which is up this direction. So greens are moving this way, reds are moving out that way. That could be a little bit of circulation there because you're looking for that counterclockwise flow. So when these two move like that, that's a little bit of a counterclockwise flow there. That's a little bit of a concern for us. It's not yet a concern for a tornado from the National Weather Service, though. So just make sure you're updated with that. And I actually want to sort of zoom out just to show you that new scan that's gotten in there, because of we've got a little bit of new data with that. And you can see a little bit of a situation there, not a full couplet, just a little bit of a bit of a concerning situation with a little bit of those winds there. As we move further to the south, we're not seeing anything immediately worrying for that tornado potential, as we're now up to 12:10 p.m. on air. So we are seeing that discrete, very intense wind potential as the storm moves further to the east. But as we look along the line, the only other area of immediate concern, I would say, is what looks like possibly a little bit of a circulation trying to form here. It's not quite as discrete as it was in that last frame, but as it moves east, again, if you're south of Perry, anywhere in this area along the US 19, that's the area that we would be looking for as this storm moves further to the east and has a little bit of what looks like a possible rotation potential with that. So now we're going to move to the north, and just one last time looking at what looks like a little bit of damaging wind setups here as we go all the way towards the north of Georgia. And again, I haven't seen anything immediately worrying for that tornado potential. So a few last reminders before we head off the air here. make sure you're following your local National Weather Service office. They will provide you a tornado warnings on their Twitters or social media pages whenever those are provided. Whenever those are issued, at NWS Tornado is also a helpful account to monitor. But even if there is no tornado warning that has been issued, it is helpful to determine that if a severe thunderstorm warning is also moving towards your area, so you head indoors. If any sort of warning is issued, head indoors. Make sure you're going to that lowest level of your house, interior room, just to stay safe from the storm. Anywhere in this area along the line here, don't be driving on the roads, and make sure you're also not putting yourself in a situation where there is going to be discrete flash flooding. Again, so those are our main worries here with this line as it moves further to the east. Make sure you report storm damage. If you were in any of the tornado warnings earlier and you saw something that was a little suspect, you say that looks like it could be a little bit of tornado damage. I'm not quite sure if it's tornado damage or if it is possibly just damaging winds. Then make sure you report that to the National Weather Service as well, because it will significantly help them as they're starting to verify what has happened here in our city and our area today. So those are just a few reminders as we head off the air here. Just again, make sure you're following the National Weather Service, following local media outlets, as well as this storm continues to move east. The city of Tallahassee no longer in threat here. We expect the tornado watch to be canceled. We expect that to be canceled as well for Wakulla County, because that threat is not immediately a worry for us here in the studio with this line as it continues to move east. So again, we thank you for having joined us over the last few hours and trusted us with your coverage for these severe thunderstorms as they move through the city. And we hope that everyone has stayed safe through this event as it continues to move east. We hope that those of you in Madison and Perry are continuing to stay safe. Make sure you're watching, make sure you're staying vigilant, and you can watch us right here every weekday starting next week for your regularly scheduled FSU weather coverage. Thank you for joining us tonight, and good night.